We gotta keep this place clean, Mark.
Who caused the spill that needed there?
It wasn't me.
Is there some lore there? Okay.
Yeah, probably you.
Not me. Anyways,
what I meant.
welcome to the waiting room. As you've noticed, Freak is here.
Hello, I'm back. I lasted a month. No, it's not true.
They sent you back.
Like, it's too bad.
So for anyone who might have missed the off-season news, why don't you catch everyone up with where you've been, what you've been working on?
I don't cast anymore. I'm a game designer on the 705 team. 705 team is one that handles, everyone knows it's like the balance, preseason updates. We take a lot of mid-scopes on and stuff as well. So it's overall live balance changes, whether that's actual balance or any kind of sort of reshape and stuff.
Yeah, you've also made a bunch of like YouTube videos about
Yeah.
a lot of the balance changes.
Yeah.
And there's like probably a non-zero sum of people that think you were responsible for the balance of League of Legends.
Oh,
you want to
sure.
talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm part of a team, right? So I don't think there's a single thing I put into the game that did not have like 5 other people touch it in a meaningful way. So it's either like someone else has the project goal of like, we should raise 80 carry satisfaction. Like that was there before I joined the team. And then we do our planning of like, who's gonna take what work. And I'm like, oh, I wanna do that. And then I have like version 1 of the changes when it's like 80% of that you should cut instantly. And then 20% of that, let's iterate on. And here's another thing that we're like, I think you should do. And I'm like, that's a good idea. And so even in stuff where it's like, oh, it's like my project is like 30% me, 70% the team.
Yeah.
And there's some stuff where it's like 0% me and just it's just their thing, right? But everything is going to be always very collaborative. Well, you know, someone starts to change, we tend to agree. Someone sets direction, we kind of figure out details from there. So yeah, all of it is very collaborative. Though certainly I'm involved, right? I'm a non-zero portion of the team, so I've had an impact, which is cool.
What's been the most fulfilling part of the work so far? Making that transition.
Player reactions. So like initially it was like, oh, I got you to do stuff like right away. That's really cool. And then it's like the number of players have been like, oh, I've really enjoyed playing AD carry now since I can buy IE second. Like all I've really done is like, you can buy IE second now. And I'm like, I love it. And I'm like, all right, great. But you know, seeing like I buffed a bunch of Nautilus and Alistair AP ratios, and people were like okay with them. They got whittled back. There was more Graf Nautilus buffs earlier, and they're like, that's a bit much. And it's like Nautilus tops pick rate like tripled for the first day of the patch, and it was like,
Nice.
okay, it's not actually good, but like people tried it. I was like, wow, it's cool. I'm like getting players to like try things out or have fun with it. I played some normal games last week, and my mid laner was like, I'm playing AP Thresh mid, and he was against New Aurelion Soul. And then I was like, that's
Is that a winning matchup?
Wow.
Yeah, he actually won lane, then we just lost because everyone else lost.
That doesn't sound right to me.
But then I invited him back because like, oh, it was kind of fun to play with. He just played AP Recon mid. I'm like,
Nice.
oh, that's all the things I buffed. That's cute. So it's really fun, like seeing like actual like human beings get to like play with the things I changed. Like, oh, it's really, really cool. Like they had a new experience because of like stuff that I got to have a hand in.
With going, because obviously you've always had an opinion about games, not just League of Legends, but like you play a lot of games, you're very into games.
Yeah.
Has there been anything that surprised you on the other side in terms of like the complexity, even though obviously as a caster you're like aware of it, but
Right.
have you been made more aware of like, oh, there are all of these external factors?
Sure, yeah. Like we don't have like full-time VFX art because 90% of our work doesn't have new visual effects or new sound effects or new animations or new models, whatever, which means we don't have just like a dude doing nothing for like 3 weeks and it's like, oh, we changed a particle and like has work to do again. So for example, August is working on a like slightly reshaped ult for Kale, which is gonna like change the timing and the radius and stuff. And it's like, okay, well, we need to then like get VFX from somewhere else at Riot. It's like, hey, don't do your regular job for a couple of days. Like, come do this. And like, that we have to find time for that, right? So any of that kind of work just like has to then be prioritized against someone who like normally has regular stuff going on. So some amount of like internally like, okay, what should I or should I not do based on what's available? Okay, like when will we get resources? Or just the fact that like I have to learn the tools, and it's like if I want to like make Azir have a new ultimate, I have to learn how to actually make a new Azir ultimate, and like I don't know how to do that. So like that's part of it, right? And I actually personally feel like I worked better under constraints because then I just like, okay, I can work with like these 17 things instead of these 700 things. It actually makes it a lot easier for me to like get stuff done and like work towards a goal. But yeah, just the amount of like, oh, resources are really important actually. And like this is just, it's very important that like, how much does your stuff touch?
Yeah, that's where like old designers are really OP because they can mock up things with temp particles so fast.
Yeah.
But at least when I was on the team, it's like it was so hard for me to be like, oh yeah, I want to have blue buff get bigger. And that took me like 6 hours to figure out.
Like, Chad, you just go in there and you find Control F size.
Yeah,
it's so proprietary, like the way you do things. But then you have someone like August who like just post a TikTok because it made Nautilus have 7 hooks and it took him like a minute.
And it teleports in. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so let's start honing in a little bit on some of the things that you have worked on recently. For example, the patch that just came out. What were some of the goals that like your team had with this one, and then why do you love bot lane so much?
Yeah, I mean, so what's interesting is certainly, yes, I do love bot lane a lot. But so a lot of this year, right, it was, some of the directive was like, hey, we're like ranged only in support right now. And so the first half of the patch, which is like 3 weeks ago for me at this point, was like investigating, okay, what's actually happening? What's really getting played? What are the counters supposed to be? Looking at like, hey, where is damage now compared to where it was pre-durability update? And just like sort of figuring things out. And so that was a lot of investigation of sort of like what I thought the shape should be, and then it was like, okay, start putting together a change list of like what we should buff, what we shouldn't buff. Like I had a Pantheon pitch that we like pulled from the patch. I had a worse Braum list that was like, here's some health regen. Like, that's boring, pick a different list. I'm like, okay, W, way cooler, good job. So I like almost all these had like pretty significant changes to them and whatnot. And so, you know, a bit of like what I thought was intuitively gonna be good, what wasn't going to work, and just like kind of throwing paint at the wall and seeing what stuck. Where it's like, hey, I want to buff Thresh. Thresh is nerfed by the way. I want to buff Alistar. Alistar's nerfed by the way. And it's like, okay, you know, Pike and Nautilus all-ins and Alistar all-ins and him being able to like withstand getting poked in lane. Like these should, through various means, like, oh, these should be able to work against like their support or whatever, where they have no disengage tool. It's not like you have a Karma Shield or a Lulu Whimsy. It's like, if you jump on Ashe Caitlyn bot lane, what does Ashe do but die? Like she has nothing to get away except burn flash. It's like, well, if it just takes one more Hex Flash Headbutt Pulverize to kill her, Alistar's a counter pick now, right? Like, and in my world, there's probably supposed to be some mild rock, paper, scissors of like, if you have no safety tools, you should probably lose to engage tanks. If you have really, really good safety tools, if you can't beat tanks, why does your champion exist? And then, right, and like that can go in a circle a little bit. So that was kind of the hope of like, let's buff the like more aggressive tanks for the most part, and his Braum was kind of weak. And then being opportunistic about like what I thought was going to make the character more interesting and whatnot. It's like Rakan actually has more healing, less damage, but like should overall make him like a more fun, stronger character, like a healthier character. So, and then people were okay enough with eventually the changes that like we shipped them, and there's follow up on Alistar and Thresh because they ended up getting nerfed for most people.
Yeah, what were the lists that ended up being nerfs?
So I mean, Alistar ended up because I cut his teammate healing. I'm like, hey, this guy like. Radiant Virtue, the passive, is like probably a bit too strong, but like if I have his AP ratios, like he might go Shurelya's, but like stat shards will feel better, and just Relic Shield's AP itself, he'll do more damage. So, like he gets like 4 more damage via some AP ratio buffs. Like that's not a lot, but whatever. But his self heal will be like way higher. Yeah. And it's like 40% up. Yeah. But like Alistar like has to walk up and like slap a cannon minion, and he's like he's gonna get hit by like an Ezreal Q and a Karma Q, and it's like let's make this way better because he like isn't allowed to play League of Legends. And then like I lowered his teammate heal because I thought it was gonna be too much. And I'm like, nope, teammate heal is actually really, really important. So I was just getting buffed back next patch. And, you know, maybe we'll see him some more. I know, like, Showmaker's playing AP Alistar, but I don't think it's actually good. I don't think it's actually very strong.
I love W auto procs, baby.
Yeah, no, that's never going back into the game. W auto has literally 0 counterplay. I point and click before an MSU is not.
My favorite kind of game.
That was a season 3.
Yeah.
Yep.
Season 4, permabanned Alistar at Worlds. When you could
season 4, Trinity Force, top lane, Alistar. Some did Triforce Sheen. Anyway, or Triforce Shiv rather was the greedy version of the build. Yeah, so Thresh was the same boat where like I saw Corja Day play it yesterday and he maxed W first, which is what actually all the good Threshes do. Right. And like W max is the least cool version of Thresh, so I'm just gonna nerf W max and like buff Q and E max. So it's like way cool as a champion, and he can be a damage champion. But people also W max, which got nerfed, so he lost win rate. I'm like, okay, let's do a better version of this. So yeah, some of the stuff was like, okay, I was trying to be really opportunistic towards like. I think this makes the character more fun. It makes them match their identity. It makes them cool characters. Lantern Bot is not the best version of Thresh. It's the everything should be Thresh. So let's move that around. So there's more stuff in 13.4 doing that. It's like, okay, well, for WMAX, it was a nerf and he lost win rate. So, okay, we go again, round 2. And just like, there was a double the changeless version of Thresh that was like, this is just getting too chaotic, cut this down. So just figuring all that out, right, and getting feedback on it.
For bot lane specifically, obviously, I'm a fan of engaged supports. As you already know, we've had conversations about this. How much thought goes into like where the importance on bot prio is coming from, right? Because I feel like we even went back, and I know Jap brought it up in talking to Vulcan about like why suddenly 2v2s were everything. Part of it is the AD carry changes that went through earlier, but then a lot of it is all these other things in game, like going all the way back to the fact you can't really lane swap anymore, to the way Unleashed Teleport works now. So how much of that goes into looking at, okay, I want to buff, you know, engage supports beyond the actual like 2v2 laning process?
Yeah, it's interesting. So there's a lot that's going on there, of course. So like, hey, unleash teleport existing means that you can't just like bail out the people who are losing to Caitlyn Lux because Malphite TP's bot lane at 6 and just double kills them. That's probably better for the game, right? I think top laners are happier where their lane is not just like, oh, I beat Malphite, oh, he double killed my bot lane. I got a turret plate, right? Like, it's just not, compelling, right? You just feel bad. So it's like, oh, my purpose to exist is to gank bot lane with teleport is like not what top laners want on average, right? Shen exists, and that's great. Go be Shen, right? But like that's more opt-in, and that's fine. Early dragons got buffed because action was way down and teams were just doing nothing. And like we were just watching some LCK games before the games, and it's like in both games one of them had 2 kills before Baron spawned, and one had 2 kills by 13 minutes, and it's like. Teams aren't fighting over things very much. It's like, okay, well, Drake is powerful. Fight over Drake, and First Herald like has more gold on it. Fight over this, right? So, early priority has just meant a lot more for pro. Like people specifically made changes to make that the case. And if it's hard to bail them out, okay, well now just lane prio means everything. But also junglers just can't bot lane right now. And of course, the current tuning of jungle is like very gank heavy. So your goal as a jungler, your role as a jungler is do 3 camps, show up bot lane, do the same camps that part on the map, just ignore your top side, gank bot again. And it's like, okay, it's a little bit too much of a clown card down there, probably. So like we're discussing, like, hey, you know, what kind of things can junglers do in the early game that are going to be compelling and fun and not just camping bot lane? Can we make bot lane safer overall? Like, and it's just like ideas, right? But yeah, it's a bit too fiesty down there in really high elo. Like that would be nice to whittle that down. Certainly with the AD carry changes from 13-2, the role is very, very strong. Like the fact that there's a 2-on-2 lane in the first place, it's really hard for me to figure out like, can League ever not have bot lane be the most important single lane? Like, how good do mids have to be as strong as an AD carry and a support together?
Yeah.
Like, an unacceptable level, maybe, right? So, there's some amount of this, like, it's just always going to be true.
Yeah, there's an old Core JJ quote I don't know if I've told you about. He's like, ganking top is 300 gold. Ganking bot is Nexus.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like literally double the gold value, and plus you have people there to, like, go take a Drake afterwards and whatnot. So it's like, that's just, I don't know, it's a hard solve, right? But, like, those are the things that exist, right? And they have to be kept in balance where, like, people have to feel good about the champions, and there needs to be action for pro. It's like important overall. There's things to fight for, and it's a lot that you have to kind of keep in mind. And I don't know the exact right answer, right? But like we're certainly aware that like jungle is a very gank heavy role right now, probably more so than people want it to be. And bot lane as a whole is probably a bit overpowered.
Yeah. A quick one that I have for you is mostly around because a lot of those are buffed towards those melee support champions. But we did see one nerf towards range supports, which is specifically the Umbral Glaive nerf that got hit. So like more so talking about the ease of, or at least like, when do you choose to and what do you choose to end up landing nerfs? Because with these, you see a large sweeping buffs toward those other champions, but it feels like you guys are taking a much more intricate approach to nerfing those range supports that were taking over the meta.
Yeah, it's going to come down to sort of humans making decisions. Like, I think realistically, if in 13.3, I was like, actually, we should also nerf Spell Thieves and Spectral Sickle and all this stuff. Like, and I was like, my findings are that we need to give more regen to melee supports and less mana regen to range supports. Then it was like, okay, cool, and you know, you get by and you go on. And 13.4 actually has that exact change for a designer who just like went for round 2 on this one, basically.
Sounds good.
And yeah, it's like, hey, if I did maybe a better job investigating or something, but you know, the way I did it was like, well, Nautilus has a lower cooldown and a higher shield on W, which is functionally regen when he goes to last hit. Alistair Pass literally heals him more than it did before, which is just functionally more regen, right?
Yeah.
My initial bronze phase was like, he literally has more base health regen and more level 1 health. And now it's like, well, your W has more armor on it. So it's like, well, I kind of like gave a bunch of tank supports more regen early game. Rakan Q heals him more, right? Like, so like all those actually existed. Like I did changes in that direction, but I just did them in champion kits. Maybe the better choice was actually buff Relic Shield and buff those items. Maybe it was the better version. You know, we'll see what that pans out to be in 13.4. But like, yeah, it's identifying like what this should look like, you know, how sustainy should they be? Because they have too much regen. There's just no point in doing anything.
Yeah.
And they just like, well, it doesn't matter. I'll run out of mana. You know, like you can go too far, right? And so yeah, it's up to sort of a person deciding like, hey, here's what I think is good, or if they want to like ask the designers for opinions. Hey, what do you think is, you know, breaking here, right? You just get opinions and get people to kind of share what they think is like the most like pressing factors, right?
Yeah.
And then, you know, you get sign off and you okay, and you get through play tests and you get through any kind of validation, and then okay, it goes live and you see what happens. You go again later. And so yeah, it's really individually driven on like, you know, the amount of opinions you want to collect and then figuring out what you think the right tactics are.
Okay, so we talked a lot about bot lane.
True.
Other things happened.
Bot lane dominant.
For example, for pro play, Cassante ate some nerfs. What was kind of the thinking going into those?
So I didn't either suggest or ship the Cassante, so I can't speak entirely to Ezra's like POV. My recollection in conversation with him was like, hey, he's probably like way too tanky during R still. Like, it's meant to be like that, hey, I shed half my health bar, I shed my bonus resist, and I can run to AD, but like, you should be able to kill me. And he feels like, I look at these games and I'm like, I feel like he's not actually killable.
The
like,
Omni-Vamp just keeps
so he just like, he kind of just like keeps getting top back up. I'm actually a really big fan of like tap W being weaker. Like, I think that makes a lot of sense. But again, there's only so much like I have really obvious insight into. Like, I'm not, I'm not watching over everyone, right? So I like the direction of these changes. I think the scaling health growth thing is just like, well, okay, we could soften the blow a little bit in lower elos. Like right now, he's really MMR skewed. Some of that is challenger players play more League than bronze players. So they've got more practice than bronze players do. So like, every new champ is going to have that skew to a certain degree, unless their kit is really skewed as well. You look at Aphelios in modern day, he's very flat across MMRs. Because at a certain point, if you're an Aphelios player, whether you're bronze or gold or diamond or whatever, you've got your Aphelios games and you're just like at your, kind of whatever your Western win rate is. But someone like Azir is actually still has that skew. Like his kit is just really skewed. And Cassante, like, I don't personally know what world he's in. Someone might have a different opinion than me, and they're like, oh, he's this way or he's that way or whatever. I don't know. I don't have insight. But again, I think they were smart changes in terms of like locking down people less, which seemed good.
Cool. So we're actually going to move ahead to some of the stuff that's been going on. Have you been keeping up with the LCS, or are you just like turbo into patch?
No, I've been keeping up a bit. What's nice is I'm allowed to be biased finally.
There you go.
Before,
True.
I had to root for LCS teams, as an air representative. Now I just be a fan of the best team in League of Legends, which thankfully is an LCS team still. It's kind of nice to just get to, rep, just actually be fans of who I want to be fans of.
You have Cloud9 shoes on.
I also have Cloud9 shoes on, so I'm a
hedging
big
your bets.
Okay,
yeah, he's hedging.
All right, just in case.
You got 1-2 in the standings.
Coward. 1-2 in the standings. Wow, who could have seen that coming?
Thinking emoji.
Yeah.
Team, send your merch.
Yeah, I still have my Dignitas hoodie in the back of the closet, just in case. Just in case.
With the round robin too.
You never know.
So we'll take a look at some of the games from yesterday. If people missed them, it's the start of Super Week, Wednesday.
Yeah.
If you did not watch them back at home, we'll go through them now, all the games, and we'll get Freak's opinion on them as well. Did you watch any of these yesterday? Or?
A good amount. I saw Dignitas through a 3,500 gold lead to Cloud9. That was rough.
This is game one, the 100 Thieves versus EG game.
This one I think I missed.
So this one was pretty, probably the game of the day. EG had upwards of a 10,000 gold lead, but then Jinx Azir got 6 items, and then this is how it ended.
Oh, you'll love this.
Yeah.
This is a disaster.
Oh, this is a good
the
one.
front door.
I mean, Erickson, you can hold, right?
I saw that you get Baron, we get Nexus.
You can stop this, right?
Yeah, and then he was such one. He's just like, I want to be here.
Just defend the Nexus Azir.
Yeah, nice shuffle. I mean, he tried to live.
Don't worry, I'll
He TP'd to a turret?
Look.
I mean, where else are you going to TP?
I don't know.
Everything's
Maybe
gone.
because of a ward. I mean, it's doomed no matter what.
Yeah, Bjergsen, if he had a ward, he should have placed it.
That's hilarious.
At that stage in the game, you don't have a ward.
Hey, they're trying to make a comeback happen.
Unsurprising, another sub 30-minute fly quest win. No one's. We got Rakan though.
I was gonna say Zyra.
We got Zyra Rakan. Yeah, I look at every single post-match thread in the morning on Reddit, and I'm like, what did they play in the LCK? What did they play in the I'm like, we got Rakan, we got Nautilus, let's go. We got Corte Thresh. Like,
are there alarms like in the back of your mind where you're starting to see Zyra Rakan and Kai'Sa Nautilus a little bit?
Like, I really like. I don't want pure tank meta. I would. Even more don't want pure range meta.
I agree with that.
I think if you play only one role, I would rather have pure melee, but like I really want a good mix.
Yes.
And in solo queue mix is pretty good. In pro, again, I want like about half tank, half range.
I did like this game from Immortals. They lost it, but it was scrappier in the early game.
Is that what you liked about it?
What? That they put up a decent fight versus FlyQuest?
There we go.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Not this specific play. I was just saying that like this game overall, for a loss against FlyQuest for Immortals, which was anticipated, I thought they had a decent showing in the early game, which I did appreciate.
This one surprised everyone but
Here's
Raz.
your first Annie support sighting.
Yep.
Too.
And my prediction wasn't even a convincing one. I said it was week 4, week 5, and I think there's going to be an upset that's
Yeah.
so like,
man, this was a game-winning hook by Core JJ, but then the Gnar just decides to not kill the Aurelia.
Everyone
he goes and chases.
Backline
like,
access.
look.
So close.
Typical Summit behavior.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be clear, right? At least had a really rough season.
Yeah.
It's been up and down. The Annie
Mostly down.
the Annie changes. How are those? What you guys wanted, basically?
Strong.
Yeah, she's really strong. I think it's probably okay that Annie is overall kind of strong. I know that the guy who did the Annie update, Ray, is like, Annie sighted. Now we see her in mid now as well. He's just like,
every time.
She was played in LCK.
I know.
This was hotfix nerfed as well, so it is.
Yeah, this is a striker patch. Yeah, she's like relatively strong. She's gonna have really high winner in solo queue because turns out if her a lot of her good or bad check is, are you in range of me? Are you not in range of me?
Yeah.
And the top 8 most played champs in solo queue are all melee, so it turns out they're in range of her. And Timbers and Incinerate go through wind wall, so She's like, yeah, we're pretty happy with this one. So she's gonna have like probably a baseline really high solo queue win rate, and that's fine. I mean, long term, she ends up being 100% pick ban and pro. Like she's too strong then, but hopefully, like she's a healthy addition to the game. I think she's a cool champion.
And everybody on Dig is dead.
Yeah, this is the game that you were talking about, Freak.
They had a decent lead before this.
Yes, the early game was nice.
It was one of their best so far. They had the possible momentum, but then got away from them in this like really scrappy mid fight that was going down. Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was cool to see Ignar bring up Nautilus.
Yeah.
Like
back,
obviously,
maybe.
he's always going to be more comfortable on engaged supports anyway. That's kind of what we're expecting of him. But we already had some Nautilus sightings previously, and I think, to your point, we'll be seeing him more in pros.
Yeah, he's like the number 10 pro support before the changes. At least last I looked at the data, it was like.
I mean, you're never going to get the LPL to give up Nautilus.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
No matter how bad he is.
True.
Ming's hoping, you know.
Yeah.
Just Duff and Chandler's finally.
Final game of the day was TSM versus Golden Guardians. It was a Golden Guardians win.
They're looking really good, Golden Guardians in particular. And Gory, the fact that he's able to play as well as he is, with such little practice time with the team too, this was the play, I think, where he gets like a 3-man Yone ulti.
Yeah, this was sick. I gotta give a heads up to Stixay as well. He's been playing very good.
Yeah.
80 carry centric meta, which in the pro, it's like if you have good 80 carry, your team good, not bad. And
Stixay good.
Stixay has been good, yeah.
Happy to see. Yeah, I've been a fan of him for like basically ever, and I'm, you know, bit of a Golden Guardians homer, so it's nice to see them do really well. It's a nice ulti.
Nice.
Ooh, yep, R into Q3.
Beautiful.
He is chasing down with Zeri.
I'm excited for this team. I mean, for both teams. I think TSM, of course, taking a loss here, but I feel like they've been much, much better than a lot of our expectations. Same with Golden Guardians. So, like, at least for both these teams, we're seeing like a great level of growth.
Yeah, TSM decides to scale every game, which is actually not that bad.
I don't hate it.
It seems fine. No one's expecting them to win the league, so just win as many games as you can, and scaling's the way to do it.
Yeah, it feels a little worse when it's like this is your best team and they always approach with scaling.
Yeah,
just
the
like,
NA scaling special.
Yeah, but it feels different if it's like a middle of the pack team scrapping for wins versus like a top team that should be pushing their boundaries more. So that's where we get to today's schedule. You can see it top to bottom there. I also heard in Twitch chat, Papa Smithy was saying, hey, you look really good for some reason, Freak, with your jersey you have.
Yeah, he's also a little biased, I think.
Yeah, definitely a little biased. That's not till game 4, though. Before that, we have probably the best game of the day, Evil Geniuses versus Team Liquid, then C9 versus Immortals, CLG versus 100 Thieves, then that TSM versus FlyQuest game, and Golden Guardians versus Dignitas to round out the day. Anything that you are particularly excited about there?
I'd like to see Dig get their first win. I think that just, you know, I don't want to see a team go 0-18, so fingers crossed they find one somewhere.
And I'm excited to see, I mean, for me, Team Liquid. First game of the day versus Evil Geniuses, and like the one person we already talked about is Summit, who consistently nails down laning phase. It's literally just past that, and also just their team's overall team fighting. And that's the one thing I want to get nailed down, so I really want to see it, because I feel like there's going to be that 1 week where it clicks. So I don't know if they're praying that this is the game.
I hope so, because I mean, that loss to CLG yesterday, I think, was a bit of a breaking point a little bit for a lot of the fans to be like, okay, you guys have higher expectations. You have a world champion on your roster.
Yeah, and they have like 2 more hard games. So if they go 0-3 this weekend, they're like 3-6. First Robin, that's not good.
That's very sketchy. Anyways, thank you, Freak, so much for joining us. That was a very insightful patch. We have more stuff for you today, so don't leave completely. But I think we will be sending you off, and we'll see you later in the show. And under that, before though, we have something about Jat for this first matchup between EG and Team Liquid.
Something about Jat.
Something about Jat.
What about Jat?
Something's going on with it.
What's going on?
Harry is going to be better than Jojo Pune. Because Jojo Pune, if you look at their academy stats, was actually far less prolific than Harry in the academy system. He won back-to-back Proving Grounds. People were hyping Jojo Pune because he did okay in academy in 2021 and led the league in deaths. I led mid laners in kills, didn't die nearly as much. There's no reason I shouldn't be getting hyped.
Okay, so
all right.
Got a problem with what I said?
I don't have a problem, but you've been pushing this Jojo versus Harry narrative for a long time, and I don't know if anyone has bought in yet. So we're gonna bring up Twitch chat to spam if Jat is unhinged or based for suggesting Harry over Jojo Pune.
Listen.
Okay.
There was a propaganda machine last year for Jojo, and it was accurate.
So this one's for Harry?
But
now you're the inaccurate.
Listen. People are trying to compare them head to head. I went and looked at their first 7 LCS games.
Okay.
And remember, Jojo had like Impact being the perfect frontliner, and he had Vulcan, Danny, team fighting, and all this stuff. And Harry Summit's running it down sometimes.
An MVP top lane.
Right? Core's not able to play engagers, and he actually has better numbers than JoJo. Yet
This was
no
the first
one's
7 career games.
This was like the first 7 of JoJo's spring last year, and the first 7 of Harry now. And like, sure he's not a world beater, but come on, man.
These stats are really picked
I don't know
out.
what Twitch chat spam.
They're what? They're what, Raz?
You specifically picked this out.
Oh
for
yeah,
your
because no
own
one ever talks
damn
about
agenda.
CSD and damage.
Kill percentage.
Yeah, those are
Whoever
real
talks about
cherry
kill
picks.
percentage. That's
Okay,
extremely
that's
What else
one.
do you got for us, Jack?
Kill percentage isn't even in there. What are you talking
They were
about?
gonna bring up these stats.
You,
I
yeah,
pulled
because
a
you
bunch of
plucked it up
stats
from the
based on
last graphic.
Yeah.
Where was kill percentage?
It was in the last graphic.
I didn't make that graphic. Look at this one. Okay, that's this year.
What?
Wait, yeah, it's way better for
it's
JoJo.
Well, yeah, because he's got a year of experience. Come on,
Oh my
man.
God.
Didn't you?
Give Harry, come back to this in 2024, and we're gonna see the right on the left.
Yeah,
He's
You're
gonna-
making
Give him time.
your own grave. You're literally
Yeah.
digging yourself deeper.
I'm just saying.
And a lot of
Harry's
these.
fine. Don't be blaming Harry for all their problems.
I don't think anyone is. Are they?
I've heard some things.
Some people are throwing a lot of strays all over the place at Team Liquid.
Just
True.
give it some time. There's no rush.
I want to make it clear you're comparing him to JoJo.
Well,
Yeah.
To
we'll,
JoJo
Yeah.
last year.
we'll take a look
Which
at
was
Twitch
comparable.
chat. Does Twitch chat agree? Do we have the results of the poll, unhinged or based?
Yeah.
I'm interested in this one.
Yeah.
It is
Oh!
surprisingly
That
close.
is
So-
close.
That's all I'm asking.
I want to know how
They're
much
giving
of
him a
it
chance.
is that it's easier to type in based than unhinged.
Oh yeah, that's probably the majority.
I think there's also
I'll
like an
take it.
element that people want to just watch the world burn, you know, and so
True.
they're like,
Yeah, a
yeah,
little
Harry over JoJo. Let's spin that narrative up. Yeah.
A little bit.
I'm not saying he's better than JoJo now.
Okay, then what are you saying?
That his first 7 games are comparable to JoJo's first 7 games.
Okay.
So he's got the chance to be better than him in the future.
All right.
Okay.
We're open.
Hot take. I guess Twitch chat liked it. We're
Yeah.
gonna move
Yeah.
ahead though
We
to
got a
predictions.
40%.
See if anyone has predicted any upsets. If Raz did it again, or if we're all bored. Oh! The cursed analysts all
That
agreed.
is rough.
Wow.
Okay.
Wait, the last time I feel like this happened, we got it wrong.
Yeah,
Wait,
we got like 3 of the
Yeah.
games wrong, I think.
Chat, where's your Team Liquid prediction?
Oh, dude, that hasn't been going well.
TL Jat, you're
I
just
gotta take a
gassing
break
Harry
from
up.
that. I gotta take a break from those TL predictions.
So you believe in Harry up until the point where you need to make predictions.
Ask me again in 2024.
You don't believe in his, you don't
Alright,
believe in his
sounds good.
teammates. You believe in Harry.
Yeah.
Yeah, that core
It's
JJ
like,
guy.
You know how LeBron was constantly tweeting like, "I need some help." Like
Yes.
Harry's thinking about some emoji tweets.
He's one of the greatest
Oh,
of all
yeah, the-
time.
I guess it's me. Like that could be coming
Looking
out
emoji,
tomorrow.
crown.
Yeah, you never know.
What else would you guys, since we're all in the same boat, what do you think is the biggest chance for upsets? Is it just game 1 with Team Liquid, or do you have anyone else that can potentially pull an upset off the win
I
there?
think that game 1 for sure, and game 5 has interest.
Yeah, I say game 5, and I would say CLG because
Yeah.
they've been surprising me lately.
Like,
But I'm not going to say CLG.
I certainly don't have the faith in CLG, but I feel like if they upset 100 Thieves, I wouldn't be like completely floored because I can see a roadmap.
They're a bit of a
that
loose
happening.
cannon, and their drafts
Yeah.
are weird, so
Yeah.
sometimes that ints their game, sometimes it gets them a win. We'll have to see. That's game 3, but first we have EG versus Team Liquid. Let's send it out to the casters to get us in the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS. It's spring 2023, and it's Super Week here for day number 2 of our 3-day epic battle between all the teams to finish out the first round robin. I'm Captain Flowers. That's Azale. We'll be bringing you the first 3 games, first of which today we got Evil Geniuses going up against Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. I'm really excited for this. You know, TL obviously coming off of a loss yesterday, but they have shown some really strong games.
Yep.
EG, I think, has been looking kind of better and better. You know, they're sitting at 5-2 right now. Their only losses, the one early game loss that they had to CLG early on in the season where they got way ahead and then kind of got outscaled. And their only other loss was to FlyQuest, who has been just dominating the league. So
That's just a freebie at this point.
Exactly.
Like, lost to FlyQuest. All right, everybody loses
Come
one.
on. I mean,
Yeah.
on that team. What are you going to do? But EG has been looking really, really good. So I think this is going to be a big challenge for TL, but one that they need to be able to kind of rise to the occasion for. Because they are a team that is expected to be up towards the top of the table, and a loss here will put them at 3-5.
And I mean, they're kind of falling short of, I think, a lot of people's expectations. Obviously, the roster had to be rebuilt after last year and sort of that super team that failed to make Worlds and didn't live up to the expectations. Huge amount of rebuilding here in the org, here with the roster, but still not quite where everybody's expecting them to be. I'm going to go ahead and go on record because I believe that it's important to get out there before the game starts. I think Jad is cringe. I'm just going to say, I think
just
JoJo...
blanket statement?
Yes, Jad is cringe. JoJo has the edge, I believe, in the mid lane matchup here in this game. I think that he and Inspired remain one of the most important weapons in the EG arsenal for being able to find the wins here. So let's go ahead and get into the draft. It's Kindred, it's Varus, it's Jax, banned out by EG, Ashe, Elise, and Renekton banned out by TL. First pick, Maokai on EG, surprises no one.
Yeah, absolutely not. Caitlyn coming through, so you're almost guaranteeing that it's going to be Caitlyn Lux for TL. Going to be looking for that really heavily pushing bot lane in the 2v2. Yon and Core JJ, I think, have been pretty strong in the 2v2. You know, I think that has been one of their kind of shining points here on the side of TL. But when you talk about that mid lane, when you talk about JoJo versus Harry, people are going to be quick to point out some of the mistakes that JoJo is making outside of lane, some of these silly deaths that he has been having, and those are really undeniable. But his prowess in lane is still something to really be reckoned with. He's such a strong 1v1 player. It can be very, very difficult going up against him. And sometimes, even if he gives up a death to a gank, he'll end up way ahead in that 1v1.
I mean, I was very critical of JoJo in week 1, and I stand by that because I think that he had a lot of mistakes, but his laning phase wasn't really the source of those, like what you're saying. He's still able to always be that sort of rock there in the middle. But we've got the Karma, and we've got the Jace locked in here in the first half of the draft for Evil Geniuses. They pick up the Karma to guarantee some push back against the power of the Caitlyn Lux, but they don't want to lock in the AD carry just yet. They'd rather have priority over that Jace in the top side.
How are you liking that 0% win rate for Jace so far?
It's North America. What were you expecting?
I feel like it has looked especially bad this
We have this meme for what, like 8 years now? Like ever since Jace existed, dude.
Man, it's just one of those champions. I feel like it's such a scrim champion in NA where people bring it out in scrims. You know, they run over people in laning phase. You know, they get far ahead. It does have better scaling, I think, than it used to. So, like, that is fair to talk about. But it does feel really hard to push the game forward in a lot of ways when you compare it to some of the other champions that kind of fit in that same role. You know, he's not really an engaged champion. He's not really like an all-in champion. He, like, kind of has to poke and prod and then, you know, push you out in sides and try to, like, you know, just whittle away advantages, which can be really, really difficult to do, I think. And so many people have just been going towards these super tank answers. We've seen Sion multiple times in a Jace, and even if you get ahead, as we saw, Armut got actually quite a ways ahead over Fudge's Sion yesterday. It was still really hard for him to have a big impact on those team fights. Obviously, Dickendust made some mistakes, but I'm just going to be interested to see what EG can get done with this.
I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Sion be the last ban here from Evil Geniuses. One thing that I am liking, what we saw yesterday with patch 13.3 coming out compared to when we were on 13.1, is the fact that it's not just always bot lane plus jungle in the first half. We are seeing a couple deviations from that now. This draft being asymmetrical thus far. Ezreal and Zeri banned out by TL in second half, trying to keep away 2 of those priority AD carries to want to pair with the Karma.
Yeah, absolutely, right? You know, they did leave their ADs to the second half of the draft, which is a little bit more atypical. There are still options available, but Caitlyn Lux is one of those premier bot lanes, and you're going to be pushed pretty far down the pecking order here. They are not banning out the Sion. I wonder if this is just like, you have Summit, he's not going to play a tank.
Okay, yeah, that could just be the call here. It's like, okay, there's some players who are willing to do this. There's a lot of players willing to do this. Summit
may not be one of them.
That Venn diagram is 2 separate circles. It's not happening. So let's see exactly how TL wants to go about this. I would expect them to, hold on now.
I've been
Maybe I
seeing
get some
a little
Jarvan
bit of
action?
Jarvan top as well. So there is actually some possibilities of this being J4 top or jungle.
I saw Lorem actually tweeting about it the other day, saying the recent adjustments to Jarvan, the recent buffs, do make him feel better in top lane. He said, if I'm remembering Alorem's tweet correctly, and Alorem, sorry if I'm mixing anything up here, I believe he said that the scariest matchup in his experience was Jax, and that Jarvan's damage still feels a little on the low side. So still looking for some of that engage power, some of that frontline bruiser potential from him here, but it shouldn't be one-shot city or anything, especially when you have a champion like Karma to protect everybody.
With Jhin Jace, like that is begging TL to pick a tank.
Yeah.
I feel like if Summit doesn't pick a big beefy tank up in the top lane, I think that is a mistake. Both Jhin and Jace really do struggle to actually punch through that front line. Yes, they could draft a really high damage mage from mid lane to try to kind of augment that a little bit, but I do think still, EG's composition is very low sustained damage right now, so it is going to be mid lane Jace, it's going to be Fiora top, so that is going to be the way to say you can't pick a tank, because otherwise you would be kind of self-counter picking, even though it's good into the composition. It's basically full AD. Yeah, there's Karma. Karma's going to be able to support him. Yeah, there's Maokai. I don't care if Maokai builds Demonic Embrace. That's not killing a tank. There's some true damage from Fiora, and then it is just kind of frontline damage. So I honestly still think if he was really comfortable doing it, something that can play that front line.
Okay,
we're going to get
strong. Yeah, Summit just going to lock in the classic Gnar, who is also currently on a 0% battle of the 0% solo.
Someone must win this Thursday. 0% champion.
Two
terrible to be more than 0% by the end of the match.
Both champions are garbage, but one champion must win.
One of them's getting taken straight to the dunk.
So we've got the Gnar versus Fiora up there on the top side. Nobody's surprised to see Summit picking the Gnar. It does mean that we are not getting the top lane Jarvan this time around. It will be piloted by Pioshik there in the jungle. Jarvan versus Maokai. One thing I always watch, Isaac, with Jarvan players, what are you going to do at level 2? Because Jarvan is one of the best level 2 gankers, if not the best level 2 ganker in the game of League of Legends.
Absolutely. If it's a level 3 gank bot meta, why wait for level 3? Play Jarvan now. Only one man can do red buff and then go bot.
And that man is also a man who is currently a world champion and has been having, honestly, a rough first couple of weeks here in North America. Pioshik's had some moments. There were a couple of the Baron situations here in North America that reminded us of the Barons during the World Championship that were stolen away by Gumayushi arrows and similar problems. So I think a lot of people, a lot of Team Liquid fans are looking for Pioshik to step up and be able to have some more solid performances here in the jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those situations where I don't think that he has been bad by any means, but when you have a reigning world champion coming fresh off that, you're expecting this guy to dominate, right? And he hasn't brought that level that I think a lot of people were hoping for. I always love the pre-game banter here.
We got some banter.
JoJo is just always talking. Just immediately, Harry is here. Oh my god! And then the first response immediately from Jan is muted JoJo Pion. JoJo's like, I'm in your head.
Yeah, JoJo. He never stops talking, man. Love him or hate him for it, he's always going to be an entertainer. Let's see how everybody wants to start this one off here. Looks like we're not going to get much at level 1. Couple of wards placed down, just kind of keeping an eye on everything. Yep. Caitlyn Lux. Always one of those lanes that, remember, especially with a powerful ganker like Jarvan, if you can get down there and get these guys rolling, it's scary stuff.
Absolutely. And while, Gnar is not like a super tank by any means, we could still see Summit just go Mythic into full tank, right?
Yeah.
And J4 can do the same thing as well. J4 could just go full on tank. I think it would actually be really smart. Yes, we know that Fiora has true damage. Yes, Fiora can theoretically kind of chunk you out in a fight, but it's very, very difficult for Fiora to just be focusing a frontliner in a team fight that you actually win. And Jace and Jhin really are going to struggle with that armor. So somebody is trying to do this invade. We actually saw Fudge do a long time ago, but because he's actually getting a leash, he's not really going to be able to make it happen. He may poke away at them a little bit, but it does get dicey because he's got to leave before level 2 comes, or he's just going to get jumped on and die. So gets a little bit of annoyance down there on Summit, but at the end of the day, it really didn't amount to anything.
I mean, their health bars have about the same amount of damage in them, right? Like 75 HP to either one. Meanwhile, bottom side, Jan at 200 HP here on the Caitlyn. FBI and Vulcan trading back and forth here with these guys. The Caitlyn Lux does have the push.
Yeah, FBI was able to get the 4th shot down there, and that's something you never want to allow that Jhin to do. He got both the grenade bounce and the 4th shot. Generally speaking, when that 4th bullet is ready, people just back it up and try to force him to either reload or use it on a minion. So not able to do that. We'll see where Pioshik wants to go, as he did go red. He did go up in just full topside clear. So is he going to look for a level 3 gank, or is it just going to be a full clear down towards bot? For now, it looks like he's just going to continue that clear on, and someday just trying to trade aggressively here. Every time you have that grasp ready on Fiora, you Q forward, you pop the grasp, and you just look for these little pokes and prods against the Gnar constantly.
Whenever he's in that mini form, the defense is very similar to any other ranged champion. He doesn't feel too sturdy, so as long as Someday can keep doing those small trades, he'll be doing all right. You can see a lot of the lane states are pretty equalized here in the middle. Obviously, you can see a couple minion advantages everywhere, but with everybody still being in the middle, it means junglers kind of have options with where they want to go right now, how they want to set things up. Scuttle Crabs, of course, coming up soon means that they could just also wait and go the farming route.
Something we also didn't really touch on is the fact that Someday actually spotted where J4 was and knows that he's clearing top to bot means he can actually play this lane very aggressively. He didn't have to play with any respect to the fact that Jarvan could be doing an early gank top, right? He knew exactly where he was, he knew where he was going, so he's just playing in the face of Summit, and he actually forced that jump out from Summit defensively. So with that on cooldown, they're going to try to threaten the dive here. They know that Gnar E is such a long cooldown at level 1. It's just coming back up now, but he needs to wait for Pyosik before he can actually walk up to the tower. This could be a bit dicey.
He had to stay all the way back from cannon, so he's going to miss out on that one. Does get back in range to pick up the melee minion. Should be able to take care of most of these ranged as well. But Inspired just utilizing the power of jungle to not necessarily even complete a gank, get any damage on the enemy player, but just force him back, build advantages passive.
Yeah, exactly. He maybe misses a minion or two, lose a little bit of experience, but if Pyosik wasn't there, he would have actually lost a full wave, right? So it's another one of those situations where you're saying, I'm going to force you to make the correct play.
That was, I think, like a 1 second smite cooldown difference.
Yeah.
Inspired and Pyosik were both ticking down, and I believe Inspired got it a split second faster.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to check. I think you're right. Pyosik didn't quite have it. Now they're going to go in on bot lane.
He's got CoreJJ trying to escape, but Vulcan can get the root, and now with the extra damage pulling in, surely they get first blood. The credit goes over to Vulcan as FBI backs away. Yon doesn't have any mana to continue following, but Pyosik's coming around from the flank. Evil Geniuses, they have no summoner spells on that Jhin. There should be no way out of this here for FBI. Vulcan's gonna just try to keep Pyosik away, but there should be no way for that to happen. Yon gets the kill, make it a 1-for-1. You're in bot lane.
Yeah, good pathing for Pyosik, covers top, then gets all the way down to bot to at least get something back, because that would have been really bad if they just get that kill uncontested, but now gonna go for Summit.
Ooh, flash into the twisted advance, immediately ready for the knockback. Riposte doesn't hit, but it doesn't need to. Someday gets the kill.
Yeah, they get the kill and they get the flash off Summit. That is really bad on the top side, and despite the fact that Pyosik gets one back for Yon, it's honestly a lot worse for TL. CoreJJ here gonna try to come in and actually interrupt the recall potentially, but not gonna be in time to do it. So it's Jojo that's actually gonna TP up towards top, or no, excuse me. I thought I saw him TPing at the same time, but they were both TPing at the same time from base, so yeah. It was looking like a lane swap there for a second, which was really confusing me.
Just be like,
It's like, but why?
That's a little bizarre.
Yeah. My Fiora has a kill. Time to absolutely screw it over by putting it against his ear.
Make him play against Azir, who can never hit for any reason. Well, luckily that is not the case for the way things are going. We still have about an 800 gold lead here for EG nice and early. Summit on this Gnar, like you're saying, without the flash, things become a struggle, especially with them nearing the level 6 point. Once Someday gets the ability to issue the grand challenge, it can become a big concern for many Gnar to be able to get away from.
Absolutely, and when you get that early Sheen plus longsword, his buy is much better. That Q poke becomes very, very dangerous, and you're getting the Sheen proc, plus the vital hit, plus the grasp. It all starts to stack up and become a lot of damage. With Pyosik down bot, great reaction from Vulcan as he swept him out and did spot him coming in there, and that quick backstep kept him safe.
Immediately able to react, feels good for the side of Evil Geniuses. Meanwhile, top side, Someday versus Summit 1v1. It's Summit getting the edge as Someday has to get back away. Only 200 HP left. No charges on that refillable potion means it's likely back to the base for him.
He's got the fruit. He's got the bailout.
Oh,
that's
the honey fruit.
That's
Okay.
the top laner's dream.
Honey fruit's there.
Or a nightmare, honestly. It's super tilting when you chunk someone out and then they just go into the lane. They come right back. They have that honey fruit, but it is going to be this fight around that dragon. Getting pretty low.
4v4. CoreJJ and Yon got to be careful here. Pyosik comes out. Beautiful engage from Team Liquid. But will it be enough? It'll be a 1-for-1 here at the start. Pyosik tanking the Drake. Inspired and Jojo getting themselves back. Vulcan stands and fights against the Caitlyn. The Ignite's coming out. The auto attacks. Vulcan just kills them. And Evil Geniuses now want a little bit more. Vulcan's going to force him back over the wall. The Chad Karma just says, get the hell out of my river.
Nicely done by EG. Vulcan's just going to keep chasing.
He's not done. He's not done.
That's actually so bad. Delaying the base there so long. Look, there's no one even coming. You look at the mini-map. at the bot lane, are they going to have to cover mid? They're heading right down towards bot, so Jace is unopposed going up towards mid lane, and that's why Vulcan was spending that extra time delaying the bases. This is going to mean more plates for JoJo mid. He's probably going to get 2 plates. I wouldn't be surprised to see off of mid lane just from those interruptions on the base. So really nicely done. It was a great engage initially from Pyosik, but they just didn't have the follow-up damage. And Jace was able to get so much more done in that extended fight.
Props to Vulcan, man. That's the kind of stuff you love to see out of your support. I mean, you're never going to make those montage plays with support, racking up pentakills or anything, but these are the sort of advantages that build up into those pentakills for your team later.
I mean, this was beautiful, though. As soon as they stack up, he gets the EQ flash, knocks up both the carries. They get the kill onto FBI, but JoJo gets out of there, knocks down Core JJ, and then all of a sudden, it's Yon that's kind of segmented. He's trying to push past and ignore Vulcan, but Vulcan is not to be messed with here. Early on, Karma is a beast. Able to just straight up take him down, and then Harry getting pushed back, gets hit with the shock blast, has to get out of there. And Vulcan knows you're looking for a recall. You're both going to be trying to get out of there. I'm just going to push forward, delay those recalls, get ourselves the plate mid lane. It is just the 1 plate, not the 2 that went down, but still, really nice.
They try to step forward onto Yon and Core, but Vulcan really screwed that one up. Nice punish from the Team Liquid bottom lane duo. Curtain call opens. Yon should be able to block these. Ends up costing most of his health bar, but no return kill for EG.
Yeah, well, Harry in some trouble here. JoJo just stepping forward, confident, sees the jungler, but doesn't really care. Yeah, as soon as we comment Vulcan steps on the trap there, lost track of that, and once he gets hit by any CC in this Caitlyn Lux matchup, the CC never ends. Inspired, though, has flash, and he could look for Harry, because Harry has no flash, remember.
Harry should, I believe, have the E ready to go to dash back underneath his own turret. It is one of those problems with Maokai because Twisted Advance will follow no matter what. If your opponent can get underneath the turret, you can be dragged under there with them.
It's just interesting because Inspired has ult. If you have Shock Blast ready, there's no flash, there's no ulti on Harry. They know that. So even if you get pulled under the tower, I wonder, does he just die, right? Because it's a guaranteed Shock Blast hit. It's the full combo from the Maokai. It's the Maokai ulti. I think they might have had that lethal, but we know no one else was around. They didn't know that. So if someone's behind him, then you're gonna die. So that's obviously why they're being a little cautious.
Right? Yeah, you've always got to consider, could this just be where we throw away the lead that we've been working to build for the last 10 minutes? And you don't want to make that mistake. We do have a contest over the Herald. Remember, we had a fight for the Drake. It ended up being nobody takes it. Let's see if anybody walks away with this objective. Herald at about half HP. Patience starting to run out pretty rapidly now. Inspired's going to fire off the ulti. Herald's going to partially reset. They end up getting the lockdown onto Pyosik, who now has to run away. 300 HP left for the Jarvan. Means your jungler doesn't have a lot of faith to be able to get in and get back out. So EG secure the Herald for themselves. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, the 1v1. FBI counts to 4. Yon hits the floor.
Oh my god. Trading flashes, getting that solo kill is massive. It's going to be another plate. So it's basically a kill and a half plus the CS that he gains and denies from Yon. That is massive. Now Summit's in some trouble. The ulti's been popped.
We don't have all of those vitals procced yet, though. Someday cannot get the final one. Someday doing a good job hiding against the wall, protecting that vital, so Someday's not able to get the heal. Inspired is going to chase him back. Meanwhile, mid lane, Team Liquid brings more dudes to the party, and they end up getting a 3v2 kill onto JoJo Pune.
Summit can win this.
Summit trying to get back away now as Vulcan's going to show up. He's coming up the river, has to flash over the wall, knows there was no way out of that one. So Team Liquid doing a good job finding a kill back in mid lane and finding some summoner spells here on the top side.
Yeah, this is that strength that Summit can showcase in the lane, despite the fact that he's been focused on. He's up 20 CS, despite the fact that he was ganked, the fact that he was killed, the kill went to his lane opponent. He's just straight up out-laning Someday in that 1v1, getting advantages despite everything. You know, pushes him back, gets him chunked so low, denies the access to that 4th vital, so they couldn't actually get that final proc and the heal from that ulti. And then Inspired can't 1v1 this guy. There's just no shot with him in Mega. So he segments that fight, you know, wins the 1v1 against Someday, then wins the 1v1 against Inspired. Sure, he doesn't kill them, but just straight up fights his way out of it. Really, really well done.
Nice stuff from Team Liquid, making sure that they're not allowing their opponents to build the lead up any further. We've seen this advantage that EG has undulate back and forth between, like, what, plus 900, plus 1500 for the past little while now. So it's not getting to be this thing that they can build more and more and more on the back of. 12 minutes into the game, Isaac, we still don't have a first Drake taken, so it's not like that's going to be a win condition for either team in any sort of reasonable amount of time this game either.
Yeah, it is an interesting one, right? And I don't think that there's any really clear scaling advantage on either side. Like, sure, there's a 0-on-1 team. That's great. You know, that you're going to outscale the Jace, but Fiora is a monster in the side lane. You know, Maokai, I think, scales really well compared to the Jarvan. So I think overall, it's just going to be different strengths and weaknesses and down really to execution. EG wants to play much more heavily through side lanes. Their 1-3-1 is really, really strong. So we're going to have to see if they can kind of exert their will on the map with that. Because as you said, no dragons taken. You know, not only does it not mean it's a sole win condition is off the table, it also means you don't have that tool to draw the team that wants to play side lanes into a 5v5, right? So
There's no pressure.
Yeah, EG has so much time to actually play with that. And someday, again and again, not able to connect on those parries. And if you miss the parry, you don't have that slow, plus the attack speed slow. So he's just gonna be able to chase you down afterwards and get that really winning trade. And it's now a 30 CS advantage up in top lane. It's just getting worse.
I mean, that's the only CS difference in the game that really actually matters, right? Mid lane is about a wave and a half. Bottom lane's about a wave. Jungle's one camp. And then top lane is just this massive gap between the two. Summit building up that lead over his opponent, making it so, honestly, the only gold difference between these two teams now is the one kill, that 300 gold's worth that EG has because of their 5 versus 4 scoreline.
And this is also really interesting when you take a look at FBI's build. He's going for a Muramana, which is not something that I've seen a lot of. So it's going to be like a full lethality style build, I guess. I'm assuming he's going to be going towards Eclipse or something along those lines, and just playing for, you know, more of that bursty style. I don't know if it's just going to be like Eclipse into Muramana and then a rapid fire, and really looking for that kind of upfront burst. But this is not something I've been seeing a lot of. And you know, even looking at solo queue data, there's still enormously more Gale Force than everything else.
Well, it could have something to do with, if I'm trying to reason it out.
Squishy members.
Yeah, when you look at the enemy team, you've got entirely squishy mid and bottom lane. Pioshik on a bruiser jungler isn't generally going to have the economy to become a brick wall.
Yeah.
And Summit doesn't play tank build card. He's just going to build like Black Cleavers and stuff. So
yeah,
I guess if there's a team to build lethality into, I would think that this is probably the one. Herald's going to be summoned up here in the mid lane. They get the charge, but nothing more. It is 14 minutes and 15 seconds into the game, so no place to be earned from that.
I mean, it's going to make the initial moments of a fight really, really scary for TL, because when you're thinking it through, it's AP Maokai, you know, there's going to be a lot of poke, a lot of lethality is built up on the Jace, lethality on this Jhin as well. You throw out the Maokai ultimate, you know, that's going to be locking people down, grouping people up. It guarantees the Shock Blast should hit. It guarantees the Jhin ults are going to be coming through and actually following up there. So potentially just looking for this really kind of powerful opening moments of the fight. And if someone like the Caitlyn or the Lux or the Azir ever gets tagged by that, you are going to get roasted.
You are done immediately. We're seeing first turrets just about ready to drop across the map here. Mid lane FBI nearly got it, but wasn't quite able to secure it. Top side, you can see Summit working to get that first turret here for his team, and I do believe that should do it. Team Liquid gets first turret there in the top lane, while JoJo should be able to get one back here in a couple of seconds. Bottom lane, tier 1 right there on your screen, just trying to let it eat as many minions as it can before he kills it off. Inspire's gonna walk through for some local gold, so that'll equalize those. Back in mid lane, FBI was not able to collect that final hit on the tier 1 turret, as Team Liquid pushed him back just in time. Gold difference of 99. We got ourselves a close one, man.
Yes, sir. And it is Ghostblade first item, but he did build another serrated Dirk, so it still could be going towards an Eclipse, a Duskblade, something like that. You know, but really prioritizing the move speed, which I think makes sense when you're thinking about things like the Caitlyn, like the Lux. You know, that is a lot of things, skill shots that you can dodge, plus Swifty boots.
Yeah.
The back steps as well. You know, if you see that J4 moving forward are going to be really, really quick coming through here from FBI. So we'll see what he can really get done with this. But they want to push up mid. Nice little poke there on Yon.
Oh, Yon getting caught, having to use the cleanse to get away from Deadly Flourish. FBI, they eat the ace in the hole for him. Curtain call opens up. Looking for Yon. He wants to try to weave this in there. They get out of the range in time. Yon and Core JJ both stay alive. Shock Blast at the very end, getting Yon very close to death. But the tier 1 turret is finally felled by EG.
But that's that combo I'm talking about. It creates this havoc, right? You know, because in a normal situation, Core wouldn't have had to flash. But if the Maokai ult connects to him, then he's locked in for that 3rd and 4th shot from that Jhin ulti, and he is sure to die. FBI was very, very low, but grabs the Honey Fruit. So again, they're back here over on the Herald, looking to start this up. But Core and Pioshik are in the area, and Harry's coming.
Pioshik's ready to contest this. Summit's also nearby, ready to go. The Gnar with the Trinity Force completed. Fiora also has a Sunderer, but she's on the other end of the map. Unleashed Teleport just now becoming available there for someday if EG decides they want to go all the way in for this. Smite's used, but it's going to be Team Liquid getting the Herald this time. Shock Blast hits Harry, but it's not like the fight's going to go anywhere.
So they do lose the Herald, but they're trading for that bot pressure. We'll see. Can EG actually hard shove mid, try to keep someone from being able to respond quickly to that bottom side? Because at the very least, EG would like to buy some time here for the Fiora to get that push, potentially deny some minions. But Harry's going to be able to get down towards bot with plenty of time. And you can see the path he took. He wasn't going to risk anything that there was a trap being laid, so he actually walked all the way around like this instead of walking that more dangerous path that a lot of people would do.
Yeah.
He knows it's dark and scary down there, so doesn't want to risk giving over a freebie.
Absolutely not. Not when the game has been this close back and forth. That first Infernal Drake did go over to EG 2 minutes before our second Drake of the game spawns. We also still have about 3 minutes left on the timer for Pioshik having that Eye of the Herald, seeing if Team Liquid can acquire anything else with it. There's still that tier 1 turret standing mid for EG. Hasn't taken a whole lot of damage either, so you can't just do a drive-by with the Herald and take it for free.
Yep. And one thing that they're going to have to contend with potentially later is the fact that EG's team has really poor wave clear. So if you ever actually start to fall behind and TL are in those situations where they can actually group and push, the only way EG keeps TL away from their towers is by threatening all in. It's by saying, if you step up, we'll engage on you and we'll kill you, right? If they ever fall behind, they give up a Baron, or they're even just not in a position where they can engage, all of a sudden, Caitlyn Lux, Azir start stepping forward, start outranging you, start really chipping away at these turrets. The minions can become a little bit overwhelming because you look at Fiora, Jace, Jhin, none of these champions are really doing much to clear out these minion waves.
The tier just about at the halfway point here for FBI on that Jhin, working towards the Muramana. Team Liquid committing a lot of resources, a lot of manpower here mid to try to make sure they get this Herald charge off. Still shouldn't be quite enough damage to take out the tier 1, so EG is going to keep that alive for now, as JoJo loses half of his health bar to some of the poke from Team Liquid, some of the ranged power that Caitlyn Lux, and they just want to allow Yon to continue applying this pressure, try to work down the last little bit of health on that turret.
And I think Yon's build here is pretty intelligent. Not only did he actually go fleet footwork, but he's going to be going Bloodthirster second. He has Overheal, he has Legend Bloodline, so poke is going to kind of stop mattering against his champion as long as there is a minion wave around. It doesn't really matter if you eat a shock blast once you have that BT completed. You're to full off of any minion wave, off of any jungle camp. So the options start becoming a little bit more limited if you are heavily reliant on that initial poke.
And I really like seeing pro players do this. Cookie cutters are for Christmas time with grandma. Stop doing your cookie cutter builds. Pay attention to what's going on in the game and build appropriately.
What kind of cookies we having, though?
Well, I mean, we can't find out because we're in a real game with a dude building real items for a real situation. That's a question for Christmas time. It's February. We're going to have to
wait.
We
got some time. We have a few months to figure it out.
We're scaling. We're scaling.
Cookies at Christmas, though? I'm kind of down for it.
Yeah, I'm totally down. I'll bake cookies with you.
We can make some Skarner cookies.
Yes,
Put it on
totally
the calendar.
do that. All right, Hextech Drake is up, though, my friends. Let's see who's going to go for that one first. Team Liquid seem to want to hang around mid and just try to see if they can grab this tier 1 turret. I think they're not going to have any issues picking it up there. Inspired does fire off the ulti. They're going to open up the curtain call, too. Looking for Yon. Fourth shot going out. Doesn't hit him. Team Liquid trying to keep EG away. Inspired and JoJo sort of separated from the rest of the team, looking for some sort of a way to approach with a pincer attack. Not going to find it. So Team Liquid, they get their tier 1 turret mid. They escape any sort of real consequence from EG's attempted engage there with the ultis. And now they're able to rotate down, take this second Drake, tie that Drake count up for themselves.
Oh.
Summit's just going to teleport. That was a little bit of a risky TP that completes anyway.
Yeah, I mean, JoJo was pretty close to being able to actually knock that back. Yeah, hit him with the E in melee form, interrupt that TP. That would have been really, really bad. EG, though, are saying, all right, sure, you can get up here, but the rest of your team can't get up here that fast. So they're actually laying a trap for Pioshik, who's coming through, but Pioshik not the one you would want to engage on with Yon and Core behind him.
Pioshik with that Gore Drinker has a little bit of extra tankiness beyond what you would initially think. The Jarvan also able to, as long as he has the flash, remember you can just Cataclysm somebody, flash out of your own Cataclysm, just get him stuck in jail there for a couple of seconds. 500 gold lead for TL, and that's it, man. 21 minutes of gameplay. The kills have slowed down. We had sort of like that back and forth, punch for punch in the early game, but now that we've settled into this like 20-minute state, things are not exactly keeping the same pace.
No, not at all, right? It has been a bit of a slower pace, and I think a lot of it is because neither team is making any of those major mistakes that are allowing the game to really be blown open.
Yeah.
And it's also become a lot more difficult for EG just because of how well someone actually laned after being put behind. I'm sure that EG were thinking, all right, so these early ganks top, we have Fiora, you're going to start taking over in that 1v1, you're going to start having pressure, but it never really was that case because Summit was the one that was actually winning out in a lot of these 1v1 trades, and Summit has been able to be more than equal to the challenge as far as answering people in these side lanes.
And that's always been his prowess and his pride as a solo laner is just his ability to deal with those situations, be aggressive, And if it doesn't get punished, the man ends up looking good. Pioshik over the wall with the EQ. Harry gets the kill on JoJo. Pioshik walks away. He stays alive with the golden Aegis. Somedays very low. Ace in the hole blocked up by Vulcan. Team Liquid outplays them.
Yeah, FBI swing and a miss. Nice little backstep there from Pioshik on the first ulti. And then just straight up knows he has the time to actually get forward and get out of range of that next shot. He got out of the cone. Wasn't perfectly placed there from FBI. Was a little bit too far aimed down. And as a result, Pioshik is able to just walk right out of it, stays alive. Does spend his stopwatch, which that one's not coming back, but they force the stopwatch off of JoJo and they get the kill, so nicely done. JoJo, I think, actually played this quite well, getting maximum amount of damage here. And then notice how he actually Qs towards Summit with the timing, so he hits the Q on both of them, landing on Pioshik as well, which was really well done. Then Vulcan flashes in, hits the Q, hits the Ignite, but the backstep then gets just barely out of it, and the Ignite can't finish him off. The W comes off a cooldown there, which I think was actually a patch change from a while ago, so that small little change on cooldown perhaps making the difference. Someday in trouble, though.
I mean, you saw that last tick of Ignite did damage the shield after he popped Golden Aegis, so if that was even just a split second later. TP's coming in, though. Someday looking to lead the charge, but he's got to be careful. Summit might just be able to kite him out. Pioshik wants to get away, but JoJo should have enough to take him out this time. There we go. One's going to come back as both junglers die from either side. Summon at about 1/3 HP, doesn't have a whole lot left in the tank to keep fighting with. They're going to regroup back with Yon here in mid lane. It'll settle as a 1-for-1.
Actually, small thing, but really clever. JoJo did a max range acceleration gate there onto the Fiora instead of just doing it point blank for his shot blast. He actually put it out max range to speed up the Fiora there, so Fiora could help to catch up to Pioshik and get that little bit of damage down. But again, it is just that trade of kills. Both junglers dying there in the side lanes. And more armor is going to be starting to come through, and this is going to be more problematic here for EG. Yes, it is some AP on the Maokai, but that's not really going to matter that much. We already have 2 pairs of tabbies, up towards that top side. We're having some armor be purchased up here as well. So that's going to be tough to deal with. Zonia's is also on Harry, so there's a number of different sources that are going to be just extra efficient. It's not like a checkmate type situation where Sion has 600 armor, but it's just a buy that feels already good and now feels even better.
Yeah, especially with the lethality on the Jhin, like you pointed out earlier. I mean, Zonia's is always going to feel great for Azir. It allows him to be very aggressive with his initiation and his playmaking. Pioshik working towards Guardian Angel's second item, which is a pretty aggressive choice to just be able to say, I want to go in and not care about the consequences of that. And then Crown of the Shattered Queen for Core JJ. I really like seeing it on a champion like this, where you can be able to just sort of, as long as you can survive initially, throw out your spells, your team will get you out.
And I think in these situations, people often think, oh, Crown is not good against poke. But when you're a support Lux, all of a sudden a shock blast from a Jace is like 60% of your health, right? So it's actually negating a tremendous amount of damage if it is eating one of those accelerated shock blasts. So you do have to be careful about that. And they're just trying to get more ways to really deal with that poke. Yon is honestly going to be someone who's really good at actually soaking that up now. You can see both the Bloodthirster and Overheal Shield. That's like 600 extra
So much HP.
That's going to absorb most of the shock blast, if not all the shock blast damage, right there.
And this is an ocean map. So Ocean Soul becomes one of those things very, very important. If Team Liquid is able to get that, it stops that poke from being effective at all.
One thing that EG is going to be really happy about, though, is when you're playing Maokai, it's extra brushes for that. They're looking for an engage, though.
Oh, my God! They just exploded him. Crown of the Shattered Queen or not, Core JJ ain't got any health left after that one. And that is exactly the dream scenario that you were talking about. Lining up these ultis together. Maokai locks him down. Jhin goes click, click, boom. There's nothing left.
I mean, you want to run side to side when you're fighting against a Jhin ulti, but you have to run directly away when you're fighting against a Maokai ulti, right? You can't actually just be strafing back and forth, or you're going to get locked up, and Core gets locked up. He gets burst down by that lethality. Pioshik is behind them, though, down in the jungle, so will Pioshik look for an angle here? He's still in the red right now. He just used Smite.
Core JJ is still coming back from base. There's no way for him to join the fight in time. Someday is in the pit. The Drake is going to be claimed by Evil Geniuses. Pioshik engages and disengages with the EQ. Inspired's in the middle. He dies. Team Liquid, they lose the Drake, but they get the enemy jungler.
Yeah, they do get the enemy jungler, and it looked like a failed flash there from FBI. I'm pretty sure he flashed from inside the Cataclysm to inside the Cataclysm, so wasn't able to actually get out of there. Pioshik spent his Smite on that red buff, so I guess his decision was, we're not actually going to be able to fight for this. We're just going to instead look for the fight after, so they win that fight after that dragon, and now they're onto the Baron here. Inspired's dead for 15. There's not really much chance of a contest here unless EG can get some amazing poke.
And you saw right there, JoJo fired off accelerated shock blast, but it hit Core JJ and it hit the crown of the Shattered Queen. So Core took almost no damage. Exactly what you were talking about. But FBI is looking to see what he can find here with these. It's going to be secured by Team Liquid and Pioshik. They get the Baron, and it looks like they'll be able to get away here. JoJo wants to try to stop him. Accelerated shock blast isn't going to get a whole lot. Honestly, TL, nice punish there.
Yeah, really, really good. They did give up the dragon, but it didn't matter because they kill the jungler afterwards. They take the Baron, and now they're in kind of this really rough situation that I was talking about earlier, where your wave clear really starts to come into effect. They have very, very poor wave clear. And against these Baroned up minions, they're going to struggle to actually push it out. So here's that previous play. Inspired does get chunked down, but the ulti does land. The crown is already broken. There's one shot, shock blast plus second shot. You are just gone. But then it's all about Pioshik here on this wraparound. You know, Pioshik goes all the way down, all the way around to the red buff. Then he's going to look up for this gank afterwards. This wraparound here, he steals the red buff. He has the sweeper rolling. They knew that he went down because there was the wards down in that bottom side river, but I'm not sure if they just lost track of him or if they thought that maybe he went back to his own jungle. So they get this uncontested, but there's no eyes on where Pioshik is coming from. And there it is, ulti and that flash from FBI still within the Cataclysm, unfortunately for him. Didn't really end up mattering here, but Inspired just sectioned off, burst down.
Inspired fires off that Maokai ulti again. Evil Geniuses decide this is when they want to go. Harry with the Zonias makes it a 1-for-1 there as they trade Inspired for the Azir. Core JJ going to be found out now as EG gets a 2-for-1 trade here in this fight. Pioshik flashes in. What the hell was that? Double kill back over to Evil Geniuses. Pioshik just gives them a freebie. Summit's now trying to stand and fight, but Someday's ready to deal with them, just picks them off. It's the Team Liquid conga line. They get the Baron. They should be in a place to drive the game, but Evil Geniuses will gladly accept the gifted kill.
Now you see him, now you don't. EG makes Team Liquid disappear in the mid lane. TL pushing there, and you say, yeah, we have terrible wave clear, so we're just going to hard engage. We're just going to look for the fight there, and they just went so fast. I love the engage. Again, Maokai ultimate coming in from the side here. Harry over pushing. They're looking for this vulnerable target of that Azir. It's the Azir here without that lifesteal that they want the poke to come down on. So the E goes over, the root lands, shock blast comes through. It's blocked up by Yon, nicely done by him. But then the flash twisted advance into the Zonias. The timing of it, out of it, was very, very nice. FBI nails it on the ultis, and then Someday, he's just in the back line, gets right in onto Core JJ, takes him down. And look at where Nar is. Nar is still on his way. Pioshik is going in. If Summit was closer and had Mega Nar, then that maybe makes sense. But Summit is a mile away, doesn't have Mega. Then he tries to get in and save the play, and it's just kind of this Congo line of players going in one after another from TL. It almost feels like something goes wrong, and they're like, I gotta save it. I gotta make it happen.
I gotta go in.
It's up to me.
It didn't feel coordinated. I mean, the first 2-for-1 that EG got, that was EG playing well. The last 2-for-0 that EG
Those
got
were cookies from Grandma.
Yeah, it's Team Liquid just feeding them. Just make this. Gotta make sure we don't have any hungry boys in this house. That was really, really sloppy.
I don't know why that
really
broke
sloppy,
me.
man. From the Ocean Summit.
Hungry boys in this house, that broke me.
All right, well.
Sorry.
Evil Geniuses is happy to have ended Team Liquid's Baron push with that. I mean, that's just about the best case scenario.
Yes,
you,
sir.
You get a 1-for-4 when you're up against that Baron, especially what you were talking about when they don't have the ability to clear the wave. Someday, yeah, I don't think Someday's getting away from this one. He tried to get over the wall, but Pioshik was ready.
Yeah, I think he was dead either way, too. Someday really kind of overplaying his hand, got way too aggressive there. You know, he wanted to actually kill off the tower, but then started looking to actually kind of almost all in Summit, but then you have tower aggro, then he goes back to try to kill off the tower, and he took so much free damage.
Yep.
It was kind of like he was doing, you know, trying to do two things at once, and you're not really going to be able to succeed in either. And that's a shutdown. The only saving grace is that it doesn't go to the Gnar, who he's already kind of struggling with, and he does have the Shojin now, so 3 items, a ton of CDR there. Going to be feeling really, really strong in that 1v1 as long as he can play it out correctly, but Summit has just been so tough for him to deal with.
And Summit still has no armor besides his plated steel cap, right? He's got Sterix, he's got Cleaver, he's got Trinity Force. His health bar looks impressive, but he's deceptively squishy when damage starts rolling in.
Absolutely, especially against someone like Fiora, who does not care about how much health you have because it's percentage HP true damage, right? So if you can land all those vitals, you proc a vital, you pop the ulti, you can do 5 vitals in a row there, and you can do most of someone's HP bar, no matter how big it is, in just true damage. So that is that difficulty that they'll have to deal with. But while Summit has, I think, received quite a bit of criticism, you know, at times fairly because of his over-aggressive play, he's dying to ganks a lot, he deserves praise for a game like this, where I think most Nars, you know, after that early game, would have completely fallen apart and gotten just run over by Someday, who is in this matchup that can be difficult to deal with as it gets to later stages. But instead, he has continually been winning those 1v1s, you know, despite pressure, despite the fact that Fiora, you know, is this really strong late game champion, and he deserves praise for his laning skill.
And I think the key word there is the 1v1s, because we saw Inspired go up there to get Someday ahead early, and then afterwards it's like, okay, you've got a lead, run with it. But Summit's just the guy who's willing to say, I don't care if I'm behind, I'm a mechanically better player, I'm a good laner, I'm going to just win like this. And so because there wasn't that repeated attention, there wasn't that continual overloading and outnumbering, he's been able to do a good job in this game. He's still 50 CS ahead of his opponent, still the biggest difference in farm between any roll-to-roll comparison. In this 33-minute game, Someday goes in, issues the grand challenge, Summit immediately nars him into the wall and jumps away. Doesn't look like there'll be anything else for Someday to do here.
And that's a great trait from Summit, because the Mega Gnar cooldown is like 0 when you're level 16.
Yeah, look at it. It's already almost back.
Yeah, as soon as you Mega Gnar, he has it again, guaranteed, right? So there's essentially no cooldown on that. Not that some days is that long with all his CDR, but it's still going to be a nice trade for him. Something I wanted to highlight, I really actually like the build here from Inspired going into that Redemption is actually really, really nice. He's never going to be tanky no matter what you build when you start out with this style of build. He's not going to get that kind of beefy status, so Somebody's in trouble again. The move speed is not going to be gone. He's dead.
Still just chasing him down, man. Someday thought he was in control, and Gnar just bonksing Summit with the 1v1 outplay.
It's just the top diff, man. What can I say? Like, the scoreline doesn't look that impressive from Summit, but they can't actually play their win conditions. In goes Yon.
Yon looking for the rest of the damage to take out Jojo, and he grabs it. Now EG got to be careful, because Pioshik and TL are not done yet. Summit lands the boomerang onto Vulcan, who has to flash over the wall, but Summit doesn't want to let him get away that easy. Deadly Flourish ain't gonna hit, but Summit's boomerang will. Vulcan drop, and FBI's the next target. Summit can't quite chase him underneath the turret, but Team Liquid are loving the results of this 3-0, and it should get them their second Baron uncontested.
Yeah, that's massive, and it comes off of, again, a huge play from Summit. He gets a solo kill onto Someday there, and then just TP's in, joins the fight. And TL go really aggressive. I actually like the play from Yon. He just straight up Gale Forces in on top of Jojo as soon as he gets CC'd, and he knows he can burst down that chase. Wasn't really in that much danger himself, so now it's another Baron going the way of TL. 4.6k gold lead. This one is going to be tough for them to deal with. And it's Someday again who's opting into it. The reaction times are actually just so good from Summit. He jumps out of there so fast. Somebody's never able to actually land that parry onto him or the second hit of the E. Like, he can't get any slows on this guy whatsoever. Summit just makes it look so easy.
Yeah, this is a really tough situation for Someday to deal with now. And then, of course, it comes back into this fight. As soon as we get here, Jojo's already dead to Yon. And then as soon as Summit lands this boomerang, he's like, I've got Vulcan. Vulcan tries to flash, but when Summit's got his too, there ain't no way out.
Well, it's all the little things, right? He forces the flash off Inspired. Then he actually uses the hop off of Pioshik to get in range to actually land that boomerang. You know, he's doing it so well. Gnar definitely one of his best champions by far, and now he does pick up the Randuin, so going to become very, very difficult for them to deal with. EG have no recourse but to just split push now. If someone is going to be around them, it's going to be very, very difficult to engage, and as soon as they see Jojo top, TL know that there's no danger whatsoever. It's going to be a really, really difficult situation for them. Now, Mikhail's also done for Core JJ, so that's an easy answer for whoever actually has to soak up that Maokai ultimate to just be able to remove that root.
Well, Pioshik decides he wants to engage now. Disengages back out of his own Cataclysm as Inspired unleashes the roots. EG wants their engage here onto Pioshik. A lot of damage goes out. He buffers the EQ to take his corpse back over the wall, so he resurrects in a safe place. Now, Summit's the one tanking the tier 3 turret aggro here in the bottom lane. EG's attempt does not work out, and Team Liquid are not just throwing themselves into him after the fact. Much cleaner Baron play, much better result for Team Liquid off this second Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. This time they make sure to group up with Summit. They're not allowing EG that opportunity to actually find a 5v4, to find a 5v3. They know Summit doesn't have TP, so as soon as Jojo base, they just group 5 with Summit and say, yeah, you're going to have to go through this Gnar that is so damn strong. And now, this is going to be Soul Point grabbed up here for TL. So if Ocean Soul goes over, that is all the hopes that EG have of winning this game completely out the window. but I just kind of failed to see how does EG ever win this game if they can't make something happen in the side lane, and they just have never been able to get it going. But there's no shot that somebody can actually win the 1v1, because even when he was ahead on gold, or even on gold, he couldn't do it. Now he definitely can't when he's like a full item behind.
I mean, if you draft Fiora, you don't do that to lose side, right? Essentially, you must be able to win side lane, or this champion's entirely worthless. And unfortunately for Evil Geniuses, Summit has just outplayed time and time and time and time and time again. 5.5 items, just needs to upgrade that Executioner's Calling to whatever he would choose to upgrade it into. I would assume the Kimpunk Chainsword. And then once that's done, I mean, I don't.
I mean, you just hope that you can delay the game for a really long time. That's really what you're hoping for. You hope that Fiora can hit like 6 items and maybe find that outplay, you know. Because if you can get that 1 kill in the side lane for EG, then all of a sudden your options really become so much more diverse. You can start to actually, you know, either look for collapses, you can threaten the base, you can do all these different things and really tax the resources of TL. But if you can't get any pressure through side lanes, it becomes very, very difficult to really kind of play this game out, because all the skill shots are going to be coming at you only from that one angle, and they're going to look for the engage now on Eon.
They want him. If they can get him, he uses the cleanse to get out, but now he has to use the stopwatch to keep himself safe from the follow-up engage. The shutdown over to Inspired. They got Pioshik in the middle now, too, and Someday's going to bust them. EG manages to find their engage, they find their fight, and they hold on in this game.
Yeah, it kind of felt like everyone just abandoned Yon a little bit there. You know, they kind of left him out to dry. No one was blocking shots for him. He gets rooted up. Yeah, sure, he has the cleanse, but then Inspired is just flashing in right on top of him. Bramble smashing him right back into the team, and the stopwatch was not enough there, so TL get engaged on, get punished here. EG have been doing a good job to kind of fight their way out of these dire situations, finding this engage that does feel so chaotic to deal with the Malk out, with the Jin ult, everything coming through. So they're finding ways to stay alive, but they will be forced to win a 5v5, or at least win a smite steal at this next dragon, because so much of their damage is about the poke, it's about the setup, you know, landing these shot classes, softening people up, and then going in for the all-ins.
And I like the fact that you bring up setup, because it also presents an extra difficulty for EG, particularly against Team Liquid's composition. If TL control the map, if TL are at the objective first, you've got to deal with the Caitlyn wall. The cupcakes just absolutely blocking off one of the angles into the fight.
And this late in the game, and we've barely talked about Harry at all, but he's on 3 items plus a death cap. Like that's enough. It doesn't even matter what else your opponents are on, but that plus Comet, you know, all the poke that's going to be coming through. You're trying to walk through Caitlyn traps, the Lux E, bindings, the wall of soldiers, all of these things that are going to make it very, very difficult. And it's just going to take a lot of time. Like, can you clear through it? Yeah, you can. But can you do it fast enough to actually get to the dragon? That remains to be seen.
Pioshik in the middle of everybody, not quite dead.
Oh no!
They end up killing Harry, who just delivers a freebie. EG get 2, EG get 3. Summit trying to disengage and get away, but it's a triple kill back over to FBI.
That is a disaster for TL. Harry goes in, he has his own, he looks for the aggressive play, but he just gets one tap, and now Yon is caught out. If they can kill Summit and Yon, this could potentially be game-ending. FBI is already pushing mid, but do they have the confidence to go for it? They're not sure they have the damage here.
Yeah, they know that the only damage out of these 3 is Someday. If Someday dies...
Wait, Yon's just killing himself. What is he doing?
Yon, what's going on, buddy? What are we doing? Someday goes in, goes back out.
Or is he?
He's gonna get shot to pieces. If Yon kills Someday, the other 2 cannot kill Yon. They don't have the ability to kill lifesteal Caitlyn. Yon is just keeping everybody else here, saying, all right, Summit, I trust you to keep the base alive. Summit, however, loses the Sterix. Yon still stuck behind enemy lines, back in the base, gonna be grand challenge, taken down. Summit survives back in the base. So Yon using himself as a sacrifice to keep the EG players otherwise occupied, making it so FBI and JoJo will only take the mid lane inhibitor. That was a sequence of events if I've ever seen one,
I mean,
my friend.
that was a weird one. I'm trying to think through what his thought process was, and maybe he was thinking, hey, if they go to the base, they're just going to end. But it almost seemed like he thought more EG members were leaving to try to end the game, and he had to go push. Because the problem is now, he's dead. How do you fight the Baron? How do you fight these subsequent fights? Because he died so late, right?
Yeah.
He's still got 25 seconds, then has to walk there, so it's a full minute before he can get to the team. They're going to TP in, and if Summit gets caught, this is so bad.
Summit eating a lot of shots from FBI. The 4th shot misses, but it doesn't need to hit when JoJo's ready. Shut down on Summit, and again, it's desynced timers. Summit's not going to be alive for another 55
Pioshik's
seconds.
dead too.
And now Pioshik's been caught hanging around. Pioshik! Oh no, he's going to resurrect just in time for the Guardian Angel to be wasted.
Guardian Angel is such a powerful active, but if you use it in that situation, it doesn't matter. Harry trying to take the Drake and still get Team Liquid this soul. They are falling apart in the last few minutes of the game.
TP from Someday, though. Can he get there in time?
There may be enough damage. Harry needs 3 more autos, 2 more autos. Harry gets it. Ocean Soul over to TL, so they've got that. But the problem is, what happens if they all get caught here? Doesn't look like EG has anybody that can do damage close enough to do anything about this. Summit's still dead for another 15. Pioshik's still dead for another 25. Harry gets his TP off. FBI opens up the curtain call yet again. CoreJJ having a flash to get away.
This game is wild.
What
this
is
game
happening?
is just getting so crazy. EG are pushing on all sides. They know they have to try to end the game with the Baron. They've got to keep pushing because they don't want to get into a slow-paced game against this Ocean Soul. It'll be so tough for them to actually close it out. So they're trying to push aggressively. They did take the mid lane inhib. They couldn't get top because they couldn't stop the TP there. But this has just been like 5-10 straight minutes of insanity. You know, mistakes on both sides, but they're being capitalized on very heavily. I've seen more so by EG. I like the heads up play though from Harry to actually get down towards that dragon and claim soul, because if they didn't have soul here, I would be saying this game is for sure lights out. But the fact that they did allows them to potentially buy some time, delay the game, and maybe find a way back in.
Every day's a banger at the LCS. We got ourselves a game of League of Legends here. We're getting close to longest game of the split. That was only claimed, I believe, yesterday, but at around the 44, 45-minute mark. 45:08, I've been told, is the longest game of the split, so we're 2 minutes away.
So 2 GAs now purchased up there by EG, so that is very, very big. You know, they have it on JoJo, they have it on Someday, so Someday's 6 items. We talked about it a while ago, like 6 items in a dream for Fiora. Well, Someday got there.
Here we go.
So, you know, they have the time to get there. They are able to do it. We'll see what they can get done now. 6 items completed as well for Yon. But his GA, you know, I think was already used and is on cooldown, so he actually it does have a Storm Razor now.
Swapped it out. Someday losing a chunk of HP there. Maokai ulti flies through. It's going to find Summit, and it's going to find Pioshik.
But look at the turret. JoJo's just killing it. They're just buying time for JoJo to kill the turret.
So
that's really well done. You know, realizing they don't actually have enough to dive deep and get a kill there, so they just spend the Maokai ultimate, spend the Jhin ultimate. TL has to run, and it gives JoJo that time with the W to actually take down the turret.
Range is one
Someday,
of the powerful stats in League of Legends. Someday coming in for vengeance. The grand challenge. Another lunge. And he finally gets his man. Someday puts Summit in the ground for 60 seconds. It is a 5v4 for EG. Team Liquid was in so much control for so long, but it fell apart, and evil geniuses have clawed their way back into the game. All of TL has to find some sort of a defense here, but they're losing Nexus turrets, and they're losing them rapidly. First one's already gone, and JoJo's swooping around the side, looking for an angle on Harry and Yon. Half HP. Oh! JoJo's about to lose that Guardian Angel if he ain't careful, but FBI's already godlike. Yon's under pressure. The Caitlyn falls next, and evil geniuses from the clutches of defeat come back and take down Team Liquid.
What a crazy game to kick it off here today in Super Week. That was a banger. That was such a nuts game, man. Back and forth, time and time again. TL, though, going to be so frustrated about that one. You know, had themselves in multiple situations where it felt like they were in control after they took the Baron, you know, multiple times. EG is able to find the windows for engages because EG didn't have wave clear. They couldn't actually just stand against a sustained push during that Baron buff. So EG's only option was to find the engages, and both mid lane and top lane, EG was able to do it, to find that engage, to find those kills that they really needed to actually push TL back and claw their way back into this game. And in those final moments, it may have been Summit who was winning the 1v1s time and time again in the earlier stages. But Fiora hit late game, you got to 6 items, and that's the fight that mattered at the end of the day.
Fiora in a 45-minute game of League of Legends is gonna start winning some 1v1s. The character is designed this way. She has like an enraged timer, and if she hits the timer, by the way, it's 30% of your HP guaranteed every auto attack. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it gets really, really tough. And I've got to say, even though it was not like a clean, easy game or anything by any means from EG, I actually really liked the creativity and the composition. Yeah, I thought that there was a cool thought process to it. I thought that it actually worked out pretty well, especially the fact that they were playing against TL and Summit, you know, if this was against another team, maybe even though they're up against a Fiora, they just lock Sion and stand under their turret, and then every time you Jin ulti, he just soaks it.
Yeah.
But kind of playing against the team, not only, you know, the champions, they knew, I think, that someone would want to play something a little bit more aggressive, want to play something that's a little bit better in that 1v1, so he wasn't going to go to a pure tank. And the Maokai ultimate plus Jin ulti, every single time they actually went for it there, created chaos. It was really, really difficult to actually deal with, and it felt like that was the way that they got all their kills. That was the way that they were able to actually fight their way out of these situations that it didn't feel like they should be able to with this pretty creative composition.
Well, it was a crazy game number 1. Coming up later today, Courage from 100 Thieves is heading here to the LCS studios to cast game 3. But after the break, JoJo is going to join the lounge for some VOD review. And after that one, y'all know you don't want to miss it. Keep it right there.
For me, the biggest challenge for this program is this idea that you have to be willing to sacrifice something in the short term to build something in the long term. And there's a lot of distractions in the way. There is the immediate feedback that you get after every win or loss. There's both on stage but in scrims, and it is a very emotional response that you kind of have to look past if you want to work on something in the long term.
The biggest thing that I've learned working with the team so far is this has been like one of the rosters that's probably tried the hardest in scrims compared to other teams. But at the same time, like, we have a ton of things that we need to work on, so each week is just a process of focusing on one thing at a time.
We also have like a really high skill ceiling compared to like other teams. It's like we're a much newer team and like our roster is pretty young.
I think everybody wants to win every week, like whether it's super week or not. I think a big win for us would just be stable and competitive games, win or lose. The most important thing for me is that we're improving on the things that we're working on week to week, and then eventually the results will come on stage.
Red Bull gives you wings. Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks? Hmm?
Welcome back, everybody. We're here with Jojo Pyun for a VOD review of that game. So first of all, congratulations. How did you feel about that last game?
I mean, it was kind of a robbery. We shouldn't have won that game, but I mean, we'll take it. So there's no way we should have won that after what happened. Yeah.
There's a lot to talk about, obviously, so I'm sure I don't envy you guys in the back in terms of like going through it. So I want to start with what really was Team Liquid messing up, right?
Yeah.
And you guys, so in this specific play, 37 minutes into the game, Team Liquid has 2 inhibs, and they're just walking at your base. What is your thought process in this moment? You and the team, like, what are you guys talking about?
I mean, before Caitlyn flashed, I thought the game was pretty much over if they played well. But after Caitlyn used flash,
yeah,
Caitlyn kept walking up like the whole game, and he was kind of, what is it like? He was like kind of
egoing.
Cocky.
Okay, yeah.
So we're saying if Caitlyn walked up too much, then we can maybe look since he has no flash with Malachi R, and we just engage on them.
How do you think they should? How do you think they should play this out?
I think Nar should be pressuring. Go back like 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Before the fight started.
Like this.
I think their setup is fine right now, but I think they should clear these panks that we have.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard since I'm poking them, but Nar just goes mid and pressures, and he can look for flank once he has Mega Nar. But Caitlyn should not walk up, obviously, until then. So
okay.
I think if Caitlyn doesn't walk up, it's pretty hard for us. So
that makes sense. So just like a lot of it is just specifically, you think Summit should just be on side, continually pressuring.
Yeah, I mean the bot wave is gonna come in too. So if they wait a bit, then we're gonna be fucked.
Yes.
We're gonna have to catch the minions in base. They're gonna take our turret. I don't know what we can do, but we just hope that they would walk up before the minions come and that they'll run it down, which they did. So yeah, I guess we're thankful.
Sweet. Look, I didn't prepare too much on this part of the game because it can get hectic. Do you guys have any questions around it before I move on to the big point?
Dude, it happens so many times where they'd get Baron and then they'd 4-1 and you just get a fight.
Yeah.
Like, and I actually like what you said there because so many times people criticize teams for like, why don't you just try and fight? Because like sometimes if trying to fight would be too forced. But Raz, can you go to 26-30?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and basically just play it like pretty quick. And then Jojo, my question for you is just go like 8x Raz.
Yep.
Because they're gonna get the Baron. And my question to you, Jojo, is like, what are you guys saying when they have Baron? How are you planning on defending this push?
I don't even remember, to be honest. This game was a blur. It's too long, but I think we're saying we have.
Yeah, they go so far up.
I can't remember what we're saying, but I don't know. They just ran it down. I really can't remember the comms, but we're just saying we're going to try looking for a fight if they walk up with Malachi flank with R probably, and we'll look for poke. And since Nar's bot Fuhrer can come and look for a flank too, so that's probably what we were saying.
Yeah.
I can't remember, so.
All right, let me hopefully go to a point in which you do remember, which is just like, you're playing Jace. Now, you played against Jace before when you were playing Tristana. In this game, there's a lot of threats. Walk me through like what you're afraid of when it comes to picking Jace in this game, because there's J4, Azir, stuff like that.
I think they played against me really well, actually, because a lot of the times Azir and Lux is not showing while they're just pushing mid, and if I poke the Caitlyn, it doesn't really matter, he has Bloodthirster, so he can just heal it up. So I think it's pretty good what they did, because usually a lot of teams will just let me poke them for free.
Yes.
At least mid-game on the Lux or the jungler or the mid, but they weren't showing a lot, so it's pretty hard for us to play too, since we don't know where they are.
Yeah.
They have pretty hard engage, so.
Let me show you a point in this game, 7:30, this is going way back, and it's mostly just like tips and tricks on the ideas of tracking jungle, because this is after a fight that you end up having around Drake. Let me quickly get to you. Boom. You end up warding Raptors, right?
Yeah.
Now, is your thought process just trying to track where Pyosik is on your base coming back?
Yeah, I mean, basically, we're just going to see when he takes Raptors, and we're going to know where he is. We're going to have an idea, at least, when he takes it and where he's pathing to, so that's basically why I warded it, yeah.
Perfect, and you see him up here, and so, because coming into this game, I'm thinking, oh, TL is just literally trying to get Azir second to J4 or vice versa, right, to try and pick you. So this is your thought process that you're going to get targeted?
Yeah. I mean, I knew that I was looking going to get targeted, but I think I could have died here. But I had a feeling that I can try baiting it, but I don't know. I think it was too risky. I feel like I should have died.
Because it was really close. In fact, let's just close this.
Yeah, it was too close.
Oh.
Like, I feel like I shouldn't be doing this, but I don't know. I was kind of disrespecting them too hard.
So like that was something that I had noticed that was interesting, even though yes, you can critique like how close to the edge you were playing. Like you had warded his Raptors in 2 minutes. Way earlier on in the game, you had warded like Pixel Bush next towards a river, so you were trying to get around Pyosik. And the positive is that you never really had to deal with him early on in the game, that you had actually got past the early laning phase. So that was a positive thing. Another thing, speaking of fears, is just mostly like positioning in team fights. So I want to just pick your mind 19 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, and we just talk ideals here. Because at this point in the game, your team has a lot of great control. In fact, Inspired is just littering every bush with just his saplings. And ideally, as a Jace, where do you see yourself positioning? Like, they're the ones walking into you.
I mean, I messed up here for sure. I should be on the mid wave and not where, oh fuck. I should be like here, and I shouldn't be here at the beginning because they can easily trap me here and hard engage on me.
Yes.
So I should have been here earlier, but now it's kind of hard for me to connect there. So I can still walk around. I kind of messed up the marker, but I can walk around like this and then look to poke here. But yeah, I think that's what we should do.
That makes sense. You think that you should be the one on mid wave and not FBI?
I think it depends on what they do. It depends how many people they're showing mid to. And I think if they show too many mid and we're mid, then we can look for Malachi R2 and we can both be mid. It depends what they do, honestly, but.
Okay, that makes sense. Because I just wanted to see into your mind of like how you want to be positioning, poking on sides, and then, yeah. Like,
I mean, I was here because I thought I can also look for an angle on their backline. Since if Kaylin walks up and I poke her, it doesn't really matter, but they can also hard engage on me too, so.
Okay, and the last point, and this is just 21 minutes in, I think a lot of people talk about just like how you play on side lanes. This one, I just want to know what you're, because I found this surprising. So let's just do Fog, right? You push out this side wave, you see Azir top side.
Yeah, I mean, we set that Fear has TP, so I can start a fight bot. They don't know where Malachi and Karma is too.
Yes.
So if I push bot and I start a fight, we thought it could be good with Fear TPing, but I think Fear couldn't TP on the wave, so the wave was gone, so you have to TP far away from me.
Oh.
Like, the wave was not, and I didn't have a ward. Actually, I had a pink, so I could have pinked, actually. It's probably good, so.
So you anticipated this, because for me, I was like, I would believe that Jarvan is topside with Azir.
No, I mean, we knew that they were going to be bot side, and we wanted to start a fight, but I should just ward, and I think this fight is much better.
Okay,
at least that was our idea.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess since this is like the end of the segment, mostly just questioning, like how'd you feel about your performance in the game and the team's performance overall?
Honestly, I think TL did play better than us after, what they did. Before what they did, I mean. After that, they just, I don't know, they lost their minds. But before that, they were playing pretty well. So I'm not too surprised, honestly, like even with their score. They've been playing pretty well in scrims, but I think we could have done much more in this game for sure. We could have been more clear in the comms for sure, too. Like me and Someday, we should have communicated better because I feel like we were both thinking about different things and we weren't communicating as well as we should have, so yeah.
Thanks a lot. I really appreciate it. We got to learn, kind of like the hectic process of being able to punish mistakes later on in the game. We got to learn your thought process in like playing in a mobile champ and how you guys want to position in early game and in team fights later on. So that was a lot of insight. I appreciate that. Thanks a lot and congratulations on the win one more time.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, guys. And we're going to be going to the casters of Flowers. Azael, take it away.
Thank you, Raz. Thank you, JoJo. Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 2 after game number 1 was very, very interesting.
So it was a banger.
Yeah, bangers every day. Coming up next, we got Immortals going up against Cloud9. At the very start of the split, Cloud9 was up there in the conversation with FlyQuest for which team's at the top. FlyQuest has clearly emerged as the #1 squad, but Cloud9 is definitively also one of the others up there around that A tier compared to the S that is FlyQuest. And for Immortals, they're still trying to prove themselves, get themselves some wins for a team that a lot of people are saying is very good in scrims.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have an inverse win rates right now. It is 2-5, 5-2.
Yeah.
Cloud9 going to be trying to keep pace with teams like we just saw EG win. EG just moved to 6 wins, right? So they want to keep within striking distance of FlyQuest here, within that top end of the table. And Immortals, I think they have shown, some bright spots for sure.
Yeah.
But they've definitely been struggling, I think, to find their kind of consistency and to find, I think, the clear way that they want to play the game, right? There's some different ideas, it feels like, that they have about how to actually approach the game. So I'm going to be interested to see if they can kind of really develop that and develop a style that they want to consistently go to. Because, for me, I think they've just looked better when they just unleash Kenby. This is a guy who made his name playing carries, right? That is how he got into 100 Thieves Academy, how he got into 100 Thieves Amateur. He was known as a Graves guy, as a Kindred guy, as an aggressive player, a Kane guy even. And when you're actually taking that sort of a player and then you're just putting him on tanks and whatnot and having him play a supportive style, I think you're kind of hamstringing him and you're really limiting a lot of his uniqueness and his strengths. So I would like to see them play towards that. It feels like those are the only games that they're really winning, are the ones where Kenvi is actually on carries. They won one game with him on Kindred and one game with him on Graves, yeah, and they've lost every other one. So to me, just play to your strengths. Don't worry about what the meta is.
And part of what I've heard about this team and why they're good in scrims as well is the fact that they're willing to pick more bizarre things. They're willing to deviate from the meta more and sort of make you scratch your head and say, wait, what do I do with this? And I want to see that creativity. I'm always somebody that hates really stale metas to begin with, but especially if I hear these whispers, these rumors of a team, I want to see what the reality behind it looks like.
Well, and it's so funny because I'm like, oh, their only wins are on Kindred and Graves. They should play that, right? Cloud9's research is very clearly, we don't have to ban the meta. Let's ban the player, right?
Just ban what they're good at.
Exactly. So they're just going to be able to try to shut him down with the bans. This puts more pressure on other players. Other players on Immortals have to step up and be that real carry threat. You know, I think at times, Revenge has really showcased some of his strengths, but I think he has had trouble transitioning leads that he gets into winning games. That has been his struggle that I've seen on stage. And Tactical, while we know he can be a really big win condition for the team, he also has a propensity to make mistakes and to throw away advantages at times. He hasn't found that consistency to really be that true kind of shining star.
I mean, everybody always remembers the double lift tier list joke of Tactical's either S tier or he's F tier, depending on what day it is, because the consistency varies so much with this player. His highs are incredibly high, but his lows are equally low. And so if they can find that sort of consistency you're talking about, I think they'll feel a lot better. It's Jace, Caitlyn, Elise, Kindred, Graves, and Varus all banned away as the Ashe is first pick for Immortals. It's the Maokai and Zeri response from C9.
It's so funny because I said, like, Kane was the other one that he was known for, right? And if he actually locked it in, that would be pretty hype. Probably not going to get it, but I would still like to see him playing carries, right? You know, enable him in that way.
I feel like we're going to get Vi, maybe.
Sejuani is a strong pick, and he's hovering it, so we are going to get Sejuani, unfortunately. I don't think, you know, this is like a bad pick. It is a strong pick in the meta, but I just don't necessarily think it's playing towards his strengths. What I will say is that Revenge loves playing melee carries top lane, and that does facilitate that very, very well with Sejuani, so maybe they're going to look towards that sort of a style. With the Ashe, it's almost guaranteed to be support. That's almost exclusively where we've been seeing it. I want to see what the pairing is. If they go with Sivir, I mean, you're definitely going to have a lot of wave clear. You are going to have push, but it's not like an overwhelming amount of poke by any means or anything like that. So it feels like a little bit disjointed. I feel like, personally, I have liked more when I've seen Ashe support paired with other champions that can poke and really kind of, you know, more go for like PvP than the kind of the PvE, which is how I see Sivir.
I mean, the Ashe support became popular with Hail of Blades level 1. I'm just going to run at you and machine gun you with arrows, right? I want somebody that also has a machine gun ready to go, right? You bring
Sivir will have
a
one.
boomerang.
You just have to give her 45 minutes, and then she'll have that machine gun.
She's got to go buy her machine gun first.
She's got to craft it.
Okay. Oh, no, dude, we're playing a craft.
It's lovingly handmade. It's not like you're not ordering that machine gun from Amazon. It's coming from Etsy.
You got to chop down trees to build it. I need 600 wood planks.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to take some time.
Unlucky. But we do have the Zeri-Lulu combo drafted as the response to it. Generally, when you see Zeri, if Lulu's available, that's going to be the pick ever since Yuumi was deleted from the game of League of Legends circa 2023. So we do have those mirrored first half of the drafts that we've come to expect here in Season 13 with jungle and bottom lanes being drafted in first 3 picks. That means it's solo lane city here for the second half bans, and Renekton has been getting more and more popular recently. They're going to ban that away. Yone, one of those picks that they're going to keep away from Cloud9.
Yeah, and we saw it twice yesterday as his answer into Azir. So Blaze Olive maybe kind of tipping his hand that he wants to go towards an Azir here with that ban. So it'll be interesting to see if C9 actually want to ban out the Azir themselves or potentially even take it away as a response, because that is very much showing, hey, this is what I am looking to play. Yone has almost only been used in that situation, and there is the response ban. So tit for tat, I think smart drafting here so far, you know, from Cloud9. Banning away the Renekton, that just feels like a revenge comfort pick and also a good pairing with the Sejuani. Fudge also may be concerned, you know, about those potential early ganks if he's going to play something that is a little bit more vulnerable up on that top side. Because we don't know yet if Fudge is going to be blind here or if it is going to be that 5th pick for him, and Diplex will be picking blind.
Last ban on the blue side will be Fiora. So going to focus on one of those potential picks that Fudge could run over there. Ooh, a cat.
Wait, where is that cat? Is that in the studio?
Can I get some plink in chat?
Aw.
Whoa. That's awesome. Okay.
Why don't we have a cat?
We need a cat for the LCS.
We do. Or a dog.
Both.
Yeah.
Let's just get both.
True.
Yeah. Wait, where's Buttons?
He's asleep, guaranteed.
Oh, okay.
That's what he does 80% of his life.
Okay, well.
He wakes up only to refresh himself, to get ready to go back
to get ready to prepare for the next round.
Prepare for the next sleep. So, whoa,
that's a tough job.
That nap was tiring.
Tough job.
Time to get ready for my next one.
We got Jax locked in for Cloud9. They're going to go ahead, blind pick that one for the top lane there for Fudge. Over on the side of Immortals, they'll pick the Victor with the Azir band away. They're saying, all right, well, that's if you want the hyper-scaling mid lane head-to-head, it's always Azir versus Victor. Azir's gone, so they'll just pick the Victor for themselves.
And so far, it feels like they're drafting for team fight, so will Revenge actually step away from a carry and draft just like a tank? Because this is screaming 5v5. You have Sivir, Sejuani, and Victor, right? You're looking to scale, you're looking for 5v5. Revenge could play something for side lane, but then if it doesn't go well, it's going to be harder to actually join the team fight. Gnar, I think, is a pretty decent middle ground. You know, it's not something that is like a monster in the team fight by any means. It's still winless, by the way. We actually decided that. First win for Jace. Congratulations, Jace. We never celebrated that.
And it's also technically still keeping NA Jace at 0% win because NA Jace is a top laner, and that Jace was
that was a mid laner.
So yeah, we actually managed
to
find
both of them
still
suck.
Still 0.
That's perfect.
Yep, we're in there, baby. But one champion who doesn't suck is Sylas, and he is the final pick of the draft here for C9. Diplex going to pilot that one into the Victor of a Blaze All.
Yeah, and people always would talk about, you know, seeing Alistar on the other team when you're playing a Sylas, but Gnar is very spooky as well. There's a nasty amount of damage that can come out from that.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Sejuani ult's great to steal. There's actually a lot of really good ones. Basically everything except Sivir. And even situationally, maybe the Sivir ult could be useful. But Ashe Arrow really, really strong. The boys called off work.
Let's go.
We love to see it. Way to show up. It's going to be an interesting game. Both teams, I think, do have reasonably strong 5v5. I like C9's chances in the side lane a little bit better. I do think Mininar has to be pretty careful about how you're playing out these early stages. If you're in mini and you get ganked by the Maokai, flash on, twisted advance, you're likely to actually get burst down when the counter-strike comes out. You know, that can be problematic. I also want to see how Fudge actually does elect to play this matchup. Because some Jaxes will play this hyper aggressive. They'll even go towards drafts, and they'll actually even like start things like Leap Strike, and they'll just jump on you at level 1, and they'll just keep going on you over and over and over. Because Mininar famously really weak in those early stages of the game, can really be taken advantage of. But more commonly, people will just start E and just kind of play a bit more passively.
So starting off this game, I think most fans, most viewers are going to come into this expecting a C9 win. As you already said, their scores are inverse. It's 5-2 versus 2-5. So from the perspective of Immortals, who do have their backs against the wall in this matchup, where do you think they need to focus early to set themselves up for success against a squad like C9 that is at the top of the table?
Yeah, I would say there's no like super easy win conditions for them because they're good scaling on the other side too. You know, generally when you see Victor as well as Sivir, you just say just go late, but there's also Lulu's area on the other side, which is pretty spooky. I do think they have to play for priority in that bottom lane, especially because Fleshy is playing Barrier. So when you're going Barrier Hail of Blades, you basically need to just be walking in the face of your opponent at level 1 and really trying to play for that dominance. They want to try to set up tactical for success here because Berserker has been such a win condition for C9 for so many of their games. So if they can really enable this bottom lane, get them ahead, utilize the power of this Ashe, they can maybe put themselves in a pretty good spot.
And hitting those arrows always goes a long way, too, depending on how well you can go fishing during the game. Of course, Diplex will have the opportunity to fire off some arrows of his own as the game goes forward. Something to always keep track of when Sylas is in the game is exactly which ultimates he's prioritizing.
Which Ashe is better.
Yeah, who's going to be the true sniper here between those arrows? Revenge and Fudge up there on the top side. Fudge is somebody who's never shy to go after these potential level 1 scuffles in open ground without any minions around or anything like that. Diplex going to drop the ward and see that Kenvi is starting on the chicken camp here for Sejuani. Nothing really out of the ordinary with that, as both junglers are going to be doing the same thing on the respective sides of the map.
And you can notice how Revenge hadn't actually skilled up an ability yet. You don't just want to walk in and actually start Q, because if you walk in and start Q, then Jax can start Leap Strike and just jump on you, and that can become problematic. Now he's actually skilling it up as he gets the push on the wave, because then it's much harder for Fudge to actually go aggressive. Fudge, though, starting to counter-strike, walks forward, gets counter-strike, gets the grass proc. Nice little trade for himself there. But it does feel like Fudge is going to have to sit back, and as soon as you lose prio on that wave, it's going to be just a kind of wait-and-see type thing. You have to sit back, let it come to you, farm what you can.
Revenge hitting level 2 first, also having the Gnar bar mostly charged means if Fudge wanted to try to scrap right now, it would pretty much be a universally bad idea. So time to just chill, wait and see what can happen a little bit further forward. Remember that Blabber on that Maokai point and click twisted advance remains just an incredibly powerful ganking tool if the Gnar does stay pushed up. Diplex gonna go in after a Blaze Olive. Kenvi shows up, Gravity Well gets placed down, forces the flash back out of the C9 mid laner.
Yeah, nice counter gank there from Kenby. It's the ghost of the flash trade. Sure, Diplex actually hits a Z, but Blabber cannot flash in there once they see Kenby. There's no shot. So it is going to be the longer cooldown actually spent here from Diplex. And while Diplex, I think, has been good outside of lane, he has been struggling in lane quite consistently. And that's something that he is going to have to work on to try to really round out his game. Consistently, I think Blabber is often coming up to try to help him. They're trying to enable him, and then he does pay it back once it gets to those 5v5s, once it gets to those skirmishes, but seems to struggle in lane, I think, in a lot of these cases.
And Blaze Olive's just going to go ahead, harass him a little bit more as he pushes this up. Just guarantee that you're getting the maximum value out of that ranged versus melee matchup here with the Victor into Sylas early on. And with Diplex half health, almost no mana, Sylas isn't a champion that has incredibly cheap mana cost that can just keep spamming out everything forever. He's going to go ahead, head back, grab himself a Doran's Ring, teleport back to lane with fresh resource bars ready to go. Refillable potion also purchased up for a bit more sustain. Blabber still hanging around mid lane here, walks forward, drops another ward next to the chicken pit. Meanwhile, bottom side, Fleshy getting run down here by Berserker and Sven. Berserker flashes, it'll be traded for the barrier of Fleshy. So overall, better summoner spell trade for Immortals, but Fleshy is so weak, he has to go back to base, he has to go back to the fountain and heal. So Berserker and Sven are gonna maintain control over the bottom.
Yeah, he will be back to base. And it's not even just the length of the summoner, though. It's the fact that it's Berserker's flash. That is actually, much more concerning. He is more susceptible to the ganks. Of course, he does still have cleanse, but could be pretty dicey. And they're going to look for a Blaze Olive.
Diplex goes in, flash into the twisted advance, Bramble smash for the first blood. But Blabber will die in response as the gravity well from a Blaze Olive's Victor locks Blabber down long enough for Kenby to sweep in and the turret to do most of the work.
And Diplex actually be careful now, because he could potentially get killed off there by Kenby, but his wave is screwed. Like, look how many more red minions there are. So he can't actually fully leave. All those range minions will hard push into his opponent, so he wants to bounce that. But Fleshy is around, and so is Kenby. At the very least, he will reset it. Fleshy can maybe grab a little bit of this experience, so not too bad. Nice kill there, and I think at the end of the day, it's about an even trade, slightly favored to Cloud9 because they actually get the first blood themselves, and it is a trade of flashes from jungler to mid laner.
And up here in top side, Revenge is going to work towards building himself a nice little CS lead over the Jax. You can see that he's already up +7, and he has more minions to farm with the greater wave being pushed up by Fudge. So scaring Fudge back a little bit as Fudge wants to re-engage here with a counter-strike. Revenge down to 150 HP. Narbar's just about ready to go. Remember that when you transform into Mega, you do get a heal from it as well. So I don't think Revenge is actually concerned about a dive here. At least shouldn't be.
Yeah, he's absolutely fine. Just doing his best to actually just tax those resources of Fudge, continually poke away at him. He's playing Fleet. He's actually going to stop the recall. Fudge is in trouble.
He missed the Mega Q. Already used the ulti there, so not going to have the opportunity to get the kill.
Yeah, not quite going to be able to get that, unfortunately, for him. Wave is in parity. Both of them are actually going to base. This is like where it's just full RNG on which way it pushes, and sometimes it can actually go heavily to one side or the other, which can be pretty annoying. But we'll see exactly which way it goes. Both of them are just going to TP back, so not too big of a deal. Better buy, of course, there for Revenge. He did have more gold when he went back. He's got the tabbies. Move speed so big in these types of matchups.
Oh, yeah. Being able to kite somebody out or being able to run somebody down that's trying to kite you determines so much of the damage, right?
And especially with Gnar, because the way that your pattern works against these melee champions is they go in on you, they use their upfront burst, and then you have to chase them down, actually kite them with Blaze Olive in some trouble, should be able to block it out, but it's all about the return damage after the initial trade. Jax jumps forward with Counter-Strike, you're stunned up, you take that chunk, you kind of take the L, and then you try to use your move speed with the hyper proc and everything to chase him down and really punish him on the exit from that trade.
Diplex going in for the dive. Solos out of Blaze Olive. Isaac, you said that Diplex needed to step up that laning phase here for C9, and he's doing it as he finds the solo kill on the IMT mid laner. Now Kenby under pressure from Blabber and Sven. He's got Fleshy nearby. Oh, if Diplex hit that E2, Kenby was just about to be a big old bucket of bacon.
Yeah, at the very least would have been his flash there. Berserker now zoning here, trying to keep them back. But yeah, very nicely done. I mean, they forced that flash earlier on that trade. Yeah, Blabber died, but he got the flash off of Blaze Olive. So Blaze Olive didn't have that summoner, and Diplex is able to punish him. Just really nicely done. Chunked him down with the stolen Victor ult. And then Blaze thought he was healthy enough that he could stay around. Got a little bit greedy, didn't want to give up the wave. He's not playing TP, remember. He is actually playing Ghost Flash. So in those situations, you can get punished very, very heavily if the wave is bad for you. And in this situation, wasn't willing to give it up, ends up getting solo killed.
And down here in bottom, you can see Tactical's about 1 wave behind Berserker and Sven, so nothing too bad in terms of those advantages being built. But let's take another look at how Diplex set this up for his own success after.
Yeah, Blabber is coming around, so he actually spots out Kenby, and then they see Kenby leave that brush, so he knows he's safe to go in there. He knows that the jungler is not going to be coming. He chunks him down very, very low here. And again, Ablaze has no TP, and look how many minions are there. That's 10 plus minions. He's not willing to give it up. So he says, okay, if I just sidestep the E, I'm going to be fine. He has his ghost, but it's not able to happen. Can't actually land the sidestep. Diplex gets in, lands the chains. It's gone to the duck neck, kills him off.
And even though he got that W down, even though the gravity well is there, that's a full HP Silas.
Yep.
You're not going to get enough CC to get the kill back with the turret shots. It's Diplex topping out the gold charts right now as Berserker is in 2nd place around 2,900. Tactical just right behind him there. Berserker going for the level 2 boots here immediately with Berserker's Greaves. Very common on Zeri because boot speed is so critical to the character. Tactical straight rushing towards that mythic item. So even though he is slightly behind in gold, he should have the mythic completion earlier than Berserker, unless Berserker is able to find some kills between now and then. We are going to have the typical neutral objective trade here around 8-9 minutes. First Drake is being taken by Immortals. First Rift Herald being taken by Cloud9.
And both those ADs were basically on perfect farm, right? You know, there's no minions for the first minute and a half in the game. We were about 8.5 minutes into the game, and it was 86 to 81 CS, right? So they are farming nearly perfectly on that bottom side, doing a really good job keeping that up, you know, significantly ahead of the rest of the map. But Revenge, you know, looking pretty good so far up in that top lane, building towards Triforce here, almost guaranteed. We'll see if Fudge wants to go towards Thunder. It's very, very likely. It feels like Jax is almost always will default towards that, especially because he's playing against a pretty heavy HP stacker in Gnar.
Right, yeah, the Gnar's going to get tanky, Sejuani's going to be tanky, and you're going to have to deal with her sometimes too. Divine Sunder is going to feel pretty good in those types of situations, but Revenge versus Fudge, still very close. Fudge always getting aggressive whenever he can. It's like you say, if you're taking the grasp on this Jax, you want to play aggressively in the lane. You want to be able to trade back and forth with this guy, leap in every chance you get, and that's exactly how Fudge is going to do it. Revenge slamming him back into the wall, goes for the wallop, but Blabber is here to shadow his laner, make sure this can get shoved up, try to get it back. If that arrow would have hit, Revenge would have been able to find a kill there. I'm almost certain of it, but Fudge can walk it off. But now they're ready to try to turn it around back onto Revenge, who ends up having to spend his flash there. If Kenby can get something, it'll be worthwhile. Goes over the wall, goes to the ulti, flash out from Blabber. So Summoner Spell for Summoner Spell back in mid. Diplex versus Ablaze. Ablaze getting the better of him here at the start. Diplex low. Fleshy coming around to try to help him. Diplex stealing away the Ash ult, but it won't matter. Immortals tie up the kills 2-2. Back up in the top side. Kenby wants to get away, but Sven has given the wild growth over to Blabber. Kenby escapes back down to his own support. He won't be killed, but a lot of attempts from both sides all over the map.
Yeah, very, very scrappy despite it's only 4 kills here. A lot of close calls there on both sides. Diplex wanted to get aggressive, wanted to actually look for that 1v1 again. He may have been able to do something in the 1v1, but honestly, it was looking pretty Ablaze favored. But as soon as Fleshy shows up, there was no shot he was going to be able to win out. And you have to say, Revenge has been doing a really good job, I think, up on this top side. Blabber multiple times has actually had to been called up to actually fix the wave to help him push in. Hasn't really been able to make it happen. Fleshy was spotted there. So I guess just showing us that. But unfortunately, Fleshy spotted again, I guess, and Berserker takes a freebie.
Yeah, Berserker, you can see he used the cleanse and he used his ultimate to take Fleshy out there. Fleshy did not use barrier, so must have just found himself in a spot. Berserker jumps the wall or something, insta-pops him. He knows he's not getting away.
And you have no flash. If he cleanses your ult, what's barrier going to do? You're never going to win the 1v1. You have no damage compared to that Zeri, you know, in an extended fight. So unfortunately, it's going to be an easy kill there for Berserker, which is really not what you want. And yeah, he just walks in. There's a ward in the pixel brush, spotted by this ward. So Berserker just waits. Season coming over, Ash ult cleansed out, and yeah, there's no need to use barrier. No shot you're gonna live.
They even had the stolen Diplex Ash ulti to try to fire it out and make it even easier for Berserker to do that. But even though it doesn't connect, Berserker still picks up his first kill of the game.
What's the count on the Ash arrows? I think we're at 0 on both sides.
Yeah, they're
battle for best Ash. Battle for best Ash rages on.
It continues. 0-0. Goes like a soccer game.
Yeah.
I can say that because we're the NA region. Okay, let's see what Revenge and Fudge can get into up here still with the Gnar versus Jax matchup. It remains about the same as it has the entire time. Fudge trying to play aggressively, Revenge having a small lead in terms of the farm.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's done a good job in terms of pressure, though, and especially when you consider that Maokai's been up there a couple times. He has been, you know, doing a good job. And we'll see if Jax can kind of take over in those later stages, because Jax does scale really, really aggressively. Just going to drop Herald mid, get some more gold there into Diplex's pockets. Has been a pretty big investment, I think, from Blabber towards the top side.
Yeah.
Neither jungler has really gone bot at all. It's been kind of both guys just turbo farming it up. You can see they're both fast, 10 CS per minute here, even relatively early on. And it's just been pressure up towards that top side really, really heavily. There's the one kill that did go over to Berserker, but Tactical was able to get a plate for himself. So gold really, really close between these two ADs.
Very, very important for Immortals if they want to be able to keep up with Cloud9 once we get into the mid-game. First Drake of the game did go Immortals' way. Remember, we had that handshake on neutral objectives with Cloud9 taking that first Herald. 45 seconds from now, our second Drake is going to spawn, and it's going to be right around the time that plates fall, and more importantly, that teleports become unleashed. So we could see some sort of a bait into a setup if the teams want to fight around that Drake.
Yeah, we'll see if they do. You can see that Cloud9 is starting to actually set up some vision in this area. They kind of have this triangle of wards here. There are a couple wards there from Immortals down on that bottom side as well. But it is, you know, this is going to become really, really obvious right now. When you see the red buff is up and Sejuani is not bot, Fudge knows for sure he's topside now, right? Like, there's no reason that he wouldn't be down there around any of these camps on respawn if he was not actually looking for some sort of a play.
Oh, that was close. I like that attempt from Tactical.
Yeah, really, really close. You can tell Blabber got a little bit nervous. He forces out the smite.
Yeah.
And the smite, he doesn't actually have a second charge up, so he won't have smite for this on spawn, but he is going to start it up. His smite likely will be up by the time he would need it on this.
13 seconds left on the cooldown, so yeah, it'll be really close. Not quite ready when they would immediately want to use it. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, it's not like they were immediately under pressure and Immortals were walking up as they were getting it low. So still works out fine. No real consequence there for C9. Drake's tied at 1-to-1 means no real stacking chance, no opportunity there. Kimtech Rift means those super crazy mega powered plants that can knock you a million miles away with a blast cone or give you the extra healing on the honey fruits. And we talked a little bit about the honey fruits and how those can influence these side lane matchups last game.
Yeah, it definitely can make a really big difference. You know, if you're actually getting control, you spend your resources to chunk someone down, then all of a sudden they just walk into the river, grab honey fruits, walk right back. Now you're the one who's actually really being pressured, and Fudge getting very aggressive.
Yeah.
Flexing a bit here on Tactical, who's got to be careful.
Tactical and Fleshy both lost half HP to Fudge, and he just goes right back in looking for the kill, but he doesn't quite have the damage he needs to find it. Flashes back away as Ven keeps trying to support him, and Fudge grabs the kill on Kenvi. Now Tactical stuck in the alcove, and he's going to be the last man alive. It's a double kill over to Fudge. It's a triple kill over to Fudge. Spin that thing all the way around. A triple kill for Jax is not what IMT wanted to see.
Yeah, not at all, but they did not anticipate the interrupt on Revenge's teleport, and that's what that fight was all about. Diplex had to give his life to actually stop it, but he stops the Gnar from being able to come in. He loses the 1v1, but you almost don't even care because sure, he dies on the top side, but Jax has a triple now. He's going to be way out ahead of the pace of this game and so difficult to deal with. So credit to Diplex, you know, getting in there, being able to stop it. I'm not sure if it was in tower range and that's what skewed the 1v1 or if it would have been a 1v1 that Revenge would win regardless. But either way, it's well worth his life.
Yeah, hopefully we can get a replay of it, check out exactly what happened there. But I agree with you. You take that play 10 times out of 10. I'll give you 1 death in exchange for a triple kill on my top laner that could become an absolute menace in the mid-game.
And it just seemed like Tactical and Fleshy weren't really respecting the damage that Fudge could put out. He was really kind of just flexing on him. They walk forward, they start autoing him, he jumps in on one, he chunks him out, then Tactical walks forward, starts autoing him. Maybe they were just saying, bait them in, but oh god. That one landed, that Ashell landed.
Adios.
Diplex on the board.
Yep, we got ourselves a point here. We also
still count when it's like he's literally touching you.
Totally counts.
Counts?
Totally counts. A hit's a hit.
There wasn't much aiming involved, but we're gonna put it on the board.
I've played solo queue in North America. I've seen people miss those, all right?
I mean, it counts, but it's kind of like, you know, you're trying to shoot trash into the, you know, throw something into the trash and then you put your hand inside it and you drop it.
And you just drop it in. I mean, hey, it still made it into the trash bin.
That's well, come on, bro. Not really, but I guess.
It's still in the bucket. Fudge gets slammed up into the wall here. Kinvi swoops in. But with Blabber ready to fire off his ulti, Immortals know they're not really going to find him here. Arrow hits from all the way down in mid lane. All right, Fleshy with a nice response. But unfortunately, no way for Immortals to follow that up. They can't engage on the Maokai when the Fed Jack is right next to him. The dive comes in. C9 brought everybody to the party, and they're still ready to keep on going. First turret falls. Blabber wants to stick onto Fleshy there, but he doesn't have the mana to keep the chase going. Fudge and Sven can still hang around long enough to try to push this up a little bit further. Maybe get a second charge. One onto the tier 2, try to get this lead even further ahead. Already 3.4 thousand gold ahead of Immortals. And the charge collides. Berserker and Fudge just gonna go in, finish off this tier 2. That's a massive amount of money, up to 4.3 thousand gold ahead at 18 minutes.
Yeah. Shelly, 6 HP left, but gets the job done.
She did her job, and she did it with honor.
Yep. Well done, Shelly. And now Jax, unfortunately, 5-0-0 for Immortals. They tried to actually hold their ground under that turret, but it is so dangerous. You know, it's such a high amount of burst here that's actually coming through. And Revenge was mini. He didn't really have much of a rage bar to actually speak of. They just jump straight on him. They immediately get that kill. And then Sejuani's never going to be able to finish anyone off by herself. So it becomes very, very difficult for them to actually fight back from that situation. I just feel like as soon as they knew Sven and Berserker were heading up there and they're trying to hold their ground on the tower, it's just so risky. Like maybe if Tactical and Fleshy got there a little bit earlier, they could have turned it around, but it just didn't happen.
Nope, Blabber's gonna go down here into bottom lane once more, using the sweeper to get rid of any of the vision that might be in his way. And continuing to look for opportunities to get Fudge further ahead. Diplex versus Ablaze Olive up here in the top lane. Diplex already using that stolen ulti. Ablaze feeling confident to run after him now with that taken care of. Uses the ulti himself. Chaos Storm will tick away onto Diplex's health bar, but Cloud9's looking for something else on the other side of the map. Blabber fires off the Maokai ult. Yes, it will connect onto Revenge, but it connects too late. He's too far behind his own lines. They don't want to pursue this and overcommit. Instead, they'll fall back to the tier 2, work to take that one out. Sven flashing away from the arrow of Fleshy. Minions will do enough damage to take down that tier 2. It is a 5-2 turret count for that 6,000 gold lead of Cloud9.
Yeah, the gold lead is just enormous now. And despite the good laning from Revenge earlier on in those 1v1s, you know, Fudge gets ahead through the team fights and really good coordination from C9. You know, Blabber was always there helping him out when he needed his lane to be fixed, and then gets that triple kill down on bot side, gets 2 kills when they look for those dives on top side. Now you can't even approach this guy. He's basically a full item ahead of the Gnar.
Oh yeah.
After all of this, and it becomes so difficult then to actually deal with him. It's going to be really difficult.
Frozen Heart, too, giving him the extra ability haste, as well as the armor that protects him against everybody not named Victor, because it's Warmog Sejuani. She does no damage whatsoever.
And one of the nice things when you are actually going for these Frozen Heart builds is it's a lot easier to tower dive, because you actually have some armor, so you're much more resistant to the turret. You can kind of shrug off a lot more of that. You obviously get bonus resistances as well when you use the ultimate on those on enemies, so going to be very difficult to actually chunk him down. And I just said difficult so many times, and now I'm just like, why am I saying difficult? It's going to be difficult to stop saying difficult here.
Yeah.
But I'm going to work on it.
You know, sometimes talking's difficult.
It is. It can be. It can be tough. Oh, see, I use it different.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Rather challenging, one might say.
Yeah.
We've got Cloud9 in a position that is anything but challenging right now. They're in total control of Summoner's Rift. Fudge has no fear whatsoever of anyone. The cooldowns on the abilities get pretty low as that ability haste gets stacked. It's why I wanted to bring up the point about the Frozen Heart. By the time he ends the counter-strike, it's only 5 seconds away from happening again. Revenge can't do anything about this. It is completely out of control in the side lane. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is up overtaking Baron, and he's just going to continue pressuring the bottom lane tier 3.
He is TP, so they can't even do anything. If you walk up, you're going to get TP flanked, guaranteed, and you'll just die. So checkmate pretty much in this situation here.
Yeah.
Immortals not going to be able to answer bot, not going to be able to answer Baron. They're going to try to run down here and see if they can catch Fudge, but
yeah, they want to dogpile him. They realize that's about the only chance they have. Tactical pops the Sivir ulti there. With Kinvi providing the CC, Fudge is going to have... Nope. Wait, hold on. Fudge might just be able to... Never mind.
It's close.
Never mind. I thought for a second he was going to try to get all the way away, but then he just went back in instead, tried to fight it out.
Yeah, he didn't have the leap strike. Yeah. I think what he was hoping is that he could turn, threaten them for a split second, and his leap strike would have been back up again. He'd just use it on his pink ward, and then leap strike to the Lulu, right?
Right, okay,
and then get out that way. I think that was the thought process. Because leap strike is a comically low cooldown at this point in the game when you have all of that CDR. So he was probably like a second, maybe 2 seconds away from having the Q back up. And then if he gets over the wall onto Lulu, maybe he's actually out of there. So they do lose the 1 kill. There's no Baron onto the Jax. Sucks, but who cares? At the end of the day, you're 7K up. You're looking really, really good in this game. And Immortal's only real chance, I feel like, is kind of overloading one part of the map and trying to really punish someone who's overextending. So maybe you send 3 for Jax, you get a quick kill there. That buys you some time to then find another in. Because at this point, even the Zeri, who has kind of just been quietly farming away, is going to be really difficult to deal with. You know, 254 CS, we're not even at 23 minutes, and he's got a Lulu behind him. So it's going to be tough to actually get in on him and do anything about it. Also, an interesting mythic purchase here from Blabber. He went with the Even Shroud. So it's kind of the support engage one, which is amped damage. 10% increased damage for 5 seconds after you CC or immobilize. I think is it just immobilizes? Yeah, so it's any immobilize. So your root, you knock them up with your Q or anything like that, your ulti. So it's going to be even more burst damage. And he's just really facilitating his carries. He knows this game is not about him.
Well, we've got the teleport showing up down here in bottom lane for Fudge, who will lead the charge. And there's the follow-up from Blabber for some of the CC out of the Maokai ulti. Fudge dropping the counter-strike on top of everybody, but he will be killed. Immortals are able to fall back and focus fire the Fed player on C9 and take him out. C9 still managing to achieve the force down on both the tier 3 turret as well as the inhibitor here in the bottom lane. Berserker is still alive.
Zeri time.
Can the Zeri find the kill? Yes, he flashes forward into the ulti. He goes on the kill. Are nowhere nearby. They can't push this forward into any other leads, and now they're going to recall.
Yeah, they're going to recall, spend up that gold. That was honestly pretty close to being a penta. That's one of those things where you're a couple autos away, if not for that slow coming through, if not for the chunk that actually comes down and the flashes being available, he would have been able to clean everyone up there. That got really scary. But Fudge, just simply put, I think was overconfident in this situation. He's feeling himself. He has 3 items. The enemy top laner is only on 1. You know, I think going forward here is totally fine, but then going forward again becomes a little bit much because you look how far he's separated from Berserker. If Berserker is there already autoing, but Berserker is a full screen away. He's not even able to actually hit during that entire time that Fudge is actually segmented off. So when you get that far away from your backline, where their backline can hit you, but your backline cannot hit them, that is almost always going to be a bad fight, and that's what happened there. C9, though, threatening it all in here again.
They're only going to find the very end of the CC for the Maokai ulti, so C9 just does not quite have the gap closed to get on top of him in time. Really like the Shirelias from Sven's Lulu to go along when you have a Maokai on your team, because it gives everybody the ability to follow in as the cavalry charge behind those roots, get that follow-up. Unfortunately, wasn't enough right in this situation, but the third Drake of the game for C9 is alive. They'll pick this one up, no contest. Immortals are at the point where they need a Cloud9 mistake. This game is so far out of their control now, with Soul Point being Cloud9's situation on the Drakes, with the bottom lane inhibitor already being destroyed. They need some sort of a mistake to punish, and we'll have to see if Cloud9 gives it to him. I mean, Fudge is still playing very aggressively here in the bottom lane on this Jax.
But he's got a lot of wards, right? Yeah. There's a ward right here that was covering him. There's a ward right here that was covering him. So even though this ward around that area got swept out, doesn't really matter. He has full information pretty much, or at least close enough to full that he's going to be safe. And Jax, unlike things like Fiora, you really can start to be a beast in those team fights. You kind of just need CDR. Once you get the levels under your belt, once you get the CDR under your belt, and he's an enormous amount as you're highlighting, it's very difficult to actually get away from this guy, because in the early levels, he leap strikes on you, you dash away, or you flash away, and he's kind of just stuck, right? At this point in the game, he's just jumping forward on you constantly here. It's a 3-second cooldown on leap strike. You're not getting away from this guy whatsoever.
That's a little oppressive. Immortals being forced back from the tier 3 turret here in the top lane now. Fudge stays on the front line. The counter-strike expires. He has to get back away. He barely survives it, as Diplex is going to be focused next. C9, they committed. They got the tier 3 turret, but it cost them a lot in terms of their health bar, so they have to disengage.
And it is worth mentioning that there's no true frontliner here on the C9 side. You know, Blabber went Demonic Embrace into Even Shroud. He's going for Redemption third. He's not a full tank.
No.
Jax is a tanky build, but this is not a Scion by any means. He's got a Shojin, you know, and a Sunderer. Sure, he has a Frozen Heart. Sure, he has a little bit of MR, but they have no real tank. So Sivir Victor are always going to be threatened, right? And when Death Cap is actually completed here, when the third item is completed for Tactical as well, which is going to be an LDR, they are going to have a significant amount of damage here that they can actually put in on these frontliners. So Fudge still has to play these lanes out well, still has to play out these team fights very, very well, because if he does make mistakes and missteps, you're going to get burst down.
Well, Fudge and Berserker will take away the enemy blue. Why not give a little bit more ability haste to the Jax? Get that leap strike down to a 2.8-second cooldown or whatever it would end up after that. Baron spawning here in 10 seconds. Cloud9 have control over the map. You would expect him to have priority over this pit. Kenby's going to find Fudge face-checking the brush, and there's not a lot he can do about it. Has to Arctic Assault back over the wall. Revenge is still in the bottom lane right now. He does have the ability to TP in if he needs to. Diplex using his teleport on a ward behind Immortals, seeing if there was an opportunity to flank, but Immortals are staying grouped up to the right of that location. So now that just means C9 will move into the Baron pit, move into the topside river, and force a response from IMT.
Yeah, they're trying to get the TP at the very least from Revenge. Revenge is trying to prep his Meganar, and now he's going to TP in.
Berserker gets stunned up by the Ash Arrow, but now they're ready to counterattack. Here comes Fudge, jumps in, finds the stun on 3. They've already killed the enemy jungler, they've already killed the enemy top. They ain't gonna stop anytime soon. Fudge keeps leading the charge, and Blaze Olive has to try to kite it out. The Ghost might be able to get him away, but the Leap Strike is once again too fast. A double kill back to Fudge, and Blabber wants to run down the last man of Immortals. Sven and Berserker come flying in over the wall, and that'll do it. 5-0. 17-5 overall. The second triple of the game for Fudge, and C9 will walk it in.
Cloud9, a really strong showing here today. Blabber, I think, played a near-perfect game, setting up his lane for success, really enabling Fudge to get through those difficult early levels. And then Fudge just started to take over, winning those team fights, getting himself ahead, and really becoming unstoppable.
C9 bottom lane duo also both remaining deathless by the end of this one. You talked about the quiet scaling of the Zeri, and then just being able to pop off in the team fights, supply the DPS. Cloud9 gonna do exactly what EG did, move up to 6-2 in the standings, stay within that striking distance of FlyQuest at the very top, make sure that they're giving themselves the best possible record heading into the second half of the split.
Yeah, absolutely. This was obviously a very different style of game than the last one, though. I think Cloud9 played it out pretty cleanly. You could throw some small criticisms about maybe Fudge shouldn't have gone so far and died in that earlier fight, but I think Cloud9 did a really, really good job of pushing the pace of the game forward constantly. Once they got that lead on Fudge, they were always in the face of their opponents. They're taking away jungle camps, they're expanding the gold lead throughout those later stages of the game very, very consistently. They're showing up to Baron on spawn, they're taking every dragon. They're really kind of checking all the boxes and limiting the options that Immortals ever had to come back, because they were few to begin with, but it became almost non-existent. Like, there was no real windows where you started to feel like, ooh, maybe if Immortals does this, they could actually win this game. You know, you look at that first Baron, Fudge kills Revenge on bot side. They're already taking the Baron on the top side, and he has TP available, so you know you can't even contest it. Like, those are the kind of situations that you really want to set up, so you know there's no options for your opponent.
And they did end up killing Fudge there, but it becomes a 1-for-1 that you also lose Baron for, and it took 4 men just to kill him, and he still almost got away.
Yeah.
So when that's the only thing that you're quote-unquote giving them, you're doing a really good job controlling the state of the game.
Yep, absolutely. It's been a strong season here for Cloud9. And we saw Berserker, he's always that threat in the later stages of the game. You know, Fudge, I think, has been really stand out for Cloud9, you know, being able to play a lot of these carries to a very, very high level, has had a lot of games that he has taken over, but it helps a lot when you have this consistent threat coming out of the bot lane. Zeri Lulu is that kind of ticking time bomb. When you have those champions, you know, in the hands of someone like Berserker and Sven, who are so consistent, you know, they're not really making any mistakes, they're farming incredibly well, they're laning incredibly well, you know they're going to show up in the team fight. So it's so scary to be actually on the other side of that, because even though Fudge was the main problem for a lot of it, you know, if you ever make a misstep in a team fight, it could be a Zeri Penta.
Plus, you also had Diplex sort of answering the call to action that you were looking for, saying, I want to see a better laning phase out of him. He got the solo kill early. The solo lanes from Immortals were never able to get big enough to answer the very scary Zeri proposition that was going to happen once he farms up. So, hey, well played from C9 in that victory over Immortals. And now we are joining Emily and Diplex on stage for the Verizon post-game interview.
Hello, I am joined by victorious C9 mid laner Diplex. I believe it's the first time we've gotten to interview and gotten to talk to you, so congratulations. Welcome to NA.
Thank you.
I'm actually going to start with some of the early game, because I noticed, especially around, obviously Blabber revisited your lane a few times. Around 644, there's actually a point where you end up solo killing a Blaze Olive. However, Blabber and Sven are already there to kind of cover you. I want to know, like, who is making these calls around your lane, and how well have you been able to communicate with Blabber thus far?
I mean, this play happened because I was like poking him with Victor ult, like I saw his ult and he got chunked. And after I got like the chunk on him, I was like screaming dive mid, because the mid lane wave was also like so huge. So they cannot really defend it. Even if Sejuani is there, they just get double dived. So I was like screaming, come mid lane, and they were like, okay, coming mid lane. So yeah, I guess.
All right, cool. I mean, just generally, how has it been kind of fitting on the team? Because I feel like in this game specifically, but also in a few of your more recent games, you do seem to be a lot more comfortable communicating with Blabber, communicating plays like, for example, stopping TP right before the Fudge triple kill, I believe. How has that been kind of meshing on the team?
I think it's going pretty well. Like the TP cancel on top lane was like, I thought I actually one-shot him, but apparently I don't, so it looked a bit troll. But I ended up canceling his TP, right? So setting up Fudge for success. So.
All right, awesome. Generally, I talked to a lot of people who watched you in your LFL days, and there was always this kind of sense that, you know, like you had a really, really great start, but there was this kind of this untapped potential. And I know in coming to C9, one of the things that they said is that they felt like they had the system and the players to kind of really help you succeed. Do you agree? And how has it been going just with C9 overall?
I think it's going pretty well. Like C9 has like a good idea how they want to play the game, and I just give like my information and my team fighting kind of, and it kind of works out well, I think.
What do you think the role of mid has kind of evolved into in such a bot-focused meta?
I think mid lane right now is like either you pick like push, or you pick push, or you pick fighting, like one of those two. In this game, Victor is like push, so I have to pick like kind of something to fight with. Otherwise, we cannot really win, I think. So for me, yeah, kind of just push or fighting right now.
And then finally, I have to ask, just because there's been so much community sentiment about it, you know what's coming. You've leaned into it yourself. Just how much do you think you look like former C9 AD carry Sneaky?
I mean, before the haircut, there were like some similarities, I think, but now I have like a different haircut, so
okay,
it's not that close anymore, I think.
All right, so you're separating yourself now with the haircut.
I think so.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much for joining me, man. On the other side of this, we have CLG 100 Thieves with special guest Courage coming in to cast our third game.
Who's your favorite league champ? I'm gonna say Aphelios. Why? 200 years.
I mean, we're all pro players, so we just play whatever's meta. I'd say probably Trundle, not because I enjoy it, I'm just good at the champ. So, but if it's like for enjoyment, Lee Sin, Silas, these kind of champs.
What was your first league username? I don't actually remember what username I used first. I had a lot of names. I don't know.
Wait, were you up to?
No, that was later.
That was later?
Yeah. I used to have like the name Wizig, so I think that was the name we used. But I'm not even entirely sure. I think I'm getting too old to remember things.
I don't even remember my names before Centaur or anything. I remember in Counter-Strike though, that was rename every second day or something. So.
I remember mine was, like I didn't think I was gonna play League again. So my name was I am too buff. But I spelled the 2 wrong. It's just 1 O. And yeah, it was like a joke between me and my cousins. Obviously not buff, so I had to change it.
Dude, you were kidding. I thought you were trolling, but you're...
No, I'm actually like, maybe it's Yumi. How do you feel about Yumi?
Wow, I don't know.
You don't know.
Just like my pregame ritual, probably something.
I was either gonna say taking or playing a warm-up game.
Working out / music.
You don't listen to music before the game?
Like once in a while. I didn't listen to music today.
You never wear your earphones before games.
So it's mostly working out, to be honest.
Okay.
If you don't know this, then you're cringe and we're not friends.
What?
Yeah.
Is it people breaking into your home?
No. It's bugs. Bugs, bro.
You would be streaming, dude. You better have written that. What did you write?
Working in gaming or boring like lab job.
Oh, you told me this recently.
We talked about it.
We talked about it. The Prestige?
Whoa! Who would I want to be in real life?
Orn.
Pantheon. Giga-Chad.
I was actually thinking about someone who's strong.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like Set or something.
Oh, Set's pretty cool too. It was a
Set
flip.
is kinda,
it was like a flip 1 in 160.
That's kind of sexy. Is it just like taking right before we have practice every day?
Dude, come on, no. That's not my worst. That's actually a good habit. I like that.
Never being on
Does that
time?
count as yes? Never being on time? Who's just slaving me?
It counts, no.
That doesn't count. I said can be rude and toxic.
You'd get a car, for sure. Because you guys only have one car.
I said electric car, bigger house, yeah.
No.
Yeah.
My stepmom said your house is the biggest house she's ever been in, and she compared it to a castle. Is it like the magic tricks? The card tricks?
It's remembering almost every SpongeBob episode.
Path of Exile.
Oh, he's right! I put Dark Souls 3! This is actually before I started playing Path of Exile.
I know him better than he
Yeah,
does.
I know.
What do I ban in solo queue every single game?
How am I supposed to
So
know
you
what
don't
to
watch me play? I'm sitting right
I'm
next to
really
you all
trying-
day.
no, I'm
every
really
day,
trying to
just
think, what
playing League of Legends.
Does he ban?
And banning the same champion.
Yasuo?
Katarina, bro.
No! How did I not know?
I don't play against Katarina.
His pregame ritual, which is, I don't know what you do. It's like some sort of like meditation and music and earphones and just ignoring your whole team.
No, it's music.
Yes, it was music. I knew it. Like, did you answer like deeply? You know,
It's
like
kinda deep,
thoughtfully?
yeah.
It's kind of deep. Is it disappointing people? No.
I wrote growing old.
Whoa, that is. Mine was bugs.
There's two
Yours
people on this
Yours
planet.
is like the fear of mortality
Yeah.
and death and like.
You're like,
okay.
I hate those bugs with Playa Vista. This is like sort of a meme answer.
It's sort of a meme answer. Dude, no way. Did you put streaming?
Flipping burgers.
Okay, this is okay. Bro, based on your answers to we have the same favorite movie, I was gonna guess The Prestige because I thought we had the same favorite movie. We talked about this. No?
I'll actually
Fuck it,
let you in
mention-
because I feel like I can't really put it because I haven't watched that movie in so long, but I remember the first time I watched it, it was like very impactful.
Like when you answered this question, did you think about like if you could like be that person in the real world?
Yep.
Then Zillion, because then you could reverse time and you could live forever. You would never grow old.
I really see that because I can just teleport. But
So
also,
you can never be
TF
late?
makes more money.
Surely.
What?
Surely it's being late. If it's not being late, I don't know what to say.
It's biting my nails when I'm stressed.
What? You do that?
Yeah.
I didn't know
Literally,
that.
like ever since you know me.
Oh, dude, I'm just gonna immediately blurt out my answer. Is it a house?
Hell yeah.
Let's go! You have other talents?
I don't know.
Okay. I'm thinking. Chess?
Being a good cat dad.
What the heck?
Dude, I don't have any talents. No.
Are you better being a cat dad or better at chess?
I suck at chess.
Dude, if I get this wrong,
Bro,
then
I even wrote 2 options.
Dark
so.
Souls. It has
I
to
wrote
be.
Chess or Dark Souls series. Okay.
Yeah, it's Dark Souls.
I don't really play that many other
he
games.
doesn't.
So.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 3. CLG going up against 100 Thieves. And we have a very special guest today from 100 Thieves themselves.
Yes.
Mr. Jack Courage Dunlop joining the broadcast here for the TriCast. Welcome, Courage.
Man, this is a dream come true. I do want to clear the air. I am not standing on a box right now.
No.
We are all the same height.
Yes.
Of course.
So without,
I'm actually on the box.
Yeah, thank you for doing that. I need that. But no, this is an incredible honor. I've been playing League of Legends. I'm actually the best Ahri gold mid laner of all time. I'm a Firefox Ahri fan.
Yep.
And this will be completely an unbiased cast. I actually have my match favorites here today. The jersey right in front of me.
Oh,
yeah.
All right. Well.
CLG, baby.
Is Nate gonna let you go if he sees that?
It's fine. I have security here with me.
All right.
Is one scrawny man, so I'm not worried about it.
Match number 6 of the day. Nate Shot versus Courage in the parking lot.
Boxing has been big. Boxing has been big. But
We've seen chess boxing. What about league boxing?
Folks, who would watch that?
There we go.
I would. And you two fight? You two fight?
I'm going to be the announcer.
Yeah.
I'll Bruce Buffer it for
that.
you.
I'm a lover, not a fighter. You know?
Good. But no, this match today, so excited. So thank you to everyone here at LCS for making it possible. For you two for even letting me be up here. I'm a little bit nervous. I'm not gonna lie. I'm never really nervous on broadcast, but right now I'm definitely scared.
I mean, you're a vet. You've been casting Fortnite. You've been casting Call of Duty. So it's gonna come right back to you. It's like riding a bike. Easy peasy. We'll get in there. You'll just get flowing.
And I'm already impressed with you because you are the first guest caster, because I have offered it to every other guest caster that we've had to let them take a play-by-play for a fight or two.
It's about to be a pop-off.
And you're the first one who actually agreed.
I can't wait. Trust me.
That's a Chad play.
I'm not worried about that at all. I'm most impressed right now. We have 2 near 40-year-old men on the stage. There's one of them, Bjergsen and Double Lift. Actually at the venue, they drive our rookies. Because both of them are so young that they have to either ride a bicycle or walk to the venue. So thankfully they take shout out Ryan Marty right there on stage looking handsome. This is going to be a fun matchup. Looking forward to this because 100 Thieves, I think for most people would be the favorite coming into this one.
Yeah.
But we've lost a couple games in a row and I'm hoping CLG keep it close. I'm looking forward to seeing this squad run it back this year.
I mean, CLG's been a team that's been very volatile so far. They've had some high highs, they've had some low lows. And 100 Thieves, I think still a lot of people have eyes on you guys for being one of those competitors for the top spots. FlyQuest is currently the runaway from the rest of the pack, but 100 Thieves has been going blow for blow with a lot of teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to keep pace with EG and C9 and those teams at the top of the table. And I think you would have been the heavy favorites if it wasn't for CLG looking better yesterday, because they were on that 4-game losing streak. They came in yesterday, they took down TL, was a bit of a pop-off game for Dokla, who looked great on the Aurelia. So I think a little bit of confidence building there for CLG, much to your dismay, unfortunately.
Hey, no, I think it's great. The boys need it, right? We have 2 rookies on stage for 100 Thieves. We have 2 of the NA LCS League of Legends GOATs, and then we have closers. So for me, I want to see him tested, especially this early on. Right now is the time to be tested, right? I think for most people, a 4-3 start for 100 Thieves, especially with this lineup with Bjergsen and Double Lift coming back from the old folks' home. It's something that I think everyone's kind of happy with it overall. Okay. Could it have been a bit better? Sure. I think the guys would love to get that match back against EG yesterday. Had some opportunities to win there, but had some unfortunate fights that didn't go our way. But either way, they kept their heads in it versus them as well as FlyQuest.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we're seeing a lot of positive things from the rookies. Busio and Tenacity have been playing super aggressive, have been playing mechanically really proficiently. Yeah. Are going to benefit from that experience. Double Lift and Bjergsen trying to work the kinks out of their knees a little bit, trying to get the joints moving there, stay flexible.
Well, all righty, gentlemen, it's time to hop into Champion Select. Some early marksman focus from both sides. 100 Thieves banning away that Ashe at the very beginning. Caitlyn banned out by CLG. The ever-popular Sejuani in the jungle. Going to be deemed important enough to ban away in the first half of the draft, this time by the Thieves.
And I'm not surprised to see Caitlyn ban. I mean, Double Lift has looked so confident on Caitlyn. I even love that. He'll go in. He'll just call. They did a few of the team comms on the 100 Thieves League of Legends YouTube channel. And you can still see right now the boys are still trying to gel, right? At times, Double Lift is maybe getting a little bit far ahead of the rest of the squad. They're not playing with as much confidence. Tenacity had a couple fights where he was late, especially in the EG and FlyQuest matches. So they're still finding their spot as a Jinx ban comes in. I think that there's still a lot of room for improvement for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also interesting to see the Jinx come out because, that hasn't really been the meta, but it is a bit of a double lift ban. He did bring it out yesterday. Zeri's the other one if they really want to try to focus heavily on double lift, because all of the wins for 100 Thieves have either been on Zeri or that Caitlyn has looked really, really strong in the team fights on the Zeri, and that's something that we know 100 Thieves are comfortable going towards.
2 marksmen, 1 support, 2 junglers banned out so far. The Elise just never allowed onto Summoner's Rift these days. And we're going to complete it with a jungle ban, so they're not going to fully invest in the targeting double lift strategy. Maokai, just whenever you're on red side, if you leave him open, you feel like you're giving him away guaranteed for that first pick on blue. Over on 100 Thieves, there's all the options in the world for them to go for. Obviously, Tenacity will hover a couple of different champions. It would be fun for him to play, but picking a solo laner first in the draft is pretty much unheard of, so I'm not falling for the bamboozle here just yet. Instead, it will be that Zeri that was left open, locked in for double.
Yeah, absolutely. He's 3-0 on the pick so far. His team fighting has been really, really strong. We'll see if CLG want to do any sort of a takeaway of Lulu, because that's the pairing we know 100 Thieves are going to be going for. But if not, there's a lot of options for them as well. We have been seeing a lot of Lucian Nami, but it's not really something that Luger is as comfortable with. He strikes me more as someone who would want to be going more to the Sivir side of the matchup and kind of looking for that scaling. And Sivir Lulu would be a great pair.
Well, Lulu picked right away. Lulu for me, every time I face her, I'm the guy that gets baited where I see a player that's right on the edge, right about to die, and then Lulu comes in, fight gets flipped, 4-1 of the surrender vote at the 15-minute mark. held captive forever. Shout out all my hard-stuck golds out there. But no, there's a Lulu Sivir. Hey, it's like you do this for a living. You perfectly called it.
Oh,
unbelievable.
He's pretty good at these.
Yeah. Hey, chills.
Here's the thing. I know a guy. Freak just went over to the balance team. Maybe we can hook you up with some Ari buffs.
We got the inside man.
Freak, please. I first met Freak when I went to MLG Providence 2011. And I think I was watching Scar on Dig
Back
time.
when Freak was only 52.
50? Really? Oh, I thought he was at least in his 60s. But I talked to Freak all about his favorite champs. I got to give a shout out to Freak in Rivington, who at that time gave me the time of day. I was just a young fan, just getting into League of Legends. I've been playing on and off for the last 12 years now. And I still remember that very vividly. So shout out to those two.
Hell yeah, man. Freaking Riv, great dudes. And we've got the Jarvan locked in for closer here on 100 Thieves. Remember, still technically a flex. We talked about it a little bit last game. This could still potentially go top for Tenacity if they want to switch that up. Expecting it to be in the jungle. The Soraka locked in for 100 Thieves. Remember, we see Soraka, our brains always go to heals, but it's the silence that often ends up standing out as the big turning point in some of these plays.
And it's actually a really strong laner. A lot of people actually neglect leveling up the heal until a couple levels in, put a lot more points in queue, and it does have a lot of laning prowess here, as opposed to something like the Sona we've seen people go towards in these situations. I actually really am a fan of Soraka, and the silence works incredibly well with Jarvan's ult, because you dunk him into the Cataclysm, throw down the silence on top, and it's a guaranteed route coming out.
And I also really like the fact that Sivir can be a little bit of a tough champ to lock down and stay sticky on, but when you put her in the middle of a ring, it can be a little bit easier to get some lockdown finally on her, especially with that spell shield. So far, I think Pick and Ban looking all right. I like seeing closer on the playmaking type champ. Oh yeah. I've always been a Vi fan though. Vi, Lulu, point and click ultimate. Point and click abilities and lockdowns are pretty good in League of Legends. I just realized. Just realized after watching Maokai.
Why are you playing Ahri? All those skill shots.
Yeah, man. You can miss those.
Because I'm humbly the greatest player of all time. But let's focus on the game here, right?
Right, yeah. We got to focus on these guys, right? We got the Jax. We got the Akali band away. It is the jungle plus bottom laner first half of the draft that we've come to know and expect in the current state of League of Legends in Season 13. Jax and Renekton double bans up there towards Tenacity from CLG. The Akali banned away from Palafox. We know that he likes to play aggro into some of these mid lane matchups, go for the kill lanes. Akali is also sometimes the thing that's picked into the Azir. If Azir is going to be your choice, you want to go for the kill lane there.
Yeah, absolutely. And knowing that they may be picking blind here, for 100 Thieves, we're assuming that Bjergsen is probably going to be picking blind. Usually he's saving 5th pick for mid on the side of CLG. But with both Dokla and Tenacity being guys who are down to go for carries, it could be a blind hit pick here for Palafox. And I'm really excited to see these two top laners going at each other because they're both really aggressive. They're not afraid of going for those 1v1s. And something that's been really exciting about watching Tenacity this year is that he'll throw down. No matter who it is, he's going to go right at you.
Oh, it's a couple solo kills already in multiple games for Tenacity. Aurelia coming on out now. We'll see how 100 Thieves fills out their roster here. Again, if you guys are just tuning on in, this is 100 Thieves versus CLG. It's day 2 of Super Week here at the LCS studio. My friend Andrew just bought himself a Timo hat. Got to give him a shout out here in the crowd. My friend Nick is also here. He has no idea what's going on in League of Legends, but he's here supporting his boy. He needs
Hell yeah, I love that.
So it's awesome. And this is my first time in the studio since the changes, and it is absolutely beautiful. As the lock-in for Azir is there. One pick left for each side.
Yeah, you called it flowers. The Akali getting banned out. There is potential, though, of a Yone as an answer. We've seen that already a couple times in the last couple days. And Palafox is one of the guys who's down to go to the Yone. So I wouldn't be shocked to see CLG, going towards that. It would make them very physical damage heavy. But this is going to be exciting. Gwen versus Aurelia in the top lane here.
All right,
for two
let's go.
carries. These guys going to be going at it.
Now, for Poom to pick up this mid laner for Palafox, I want to see the Yone. I really want to see the Yone here.
That's not Yone.
That's not Yone, but I'm not going to be bamboozled just yet. I'm not going to be bamboozled just yet.
That's not Yone either.
We're going to have to see. Come on, CLG. What'll it be?
It's also not Yone.
Come on. We know what he looks like. That's a samurai. Okay. A little bit of a different choice instead. Talia going to go with some of that powerful roaming opportunity, try to affect the rest of the map better than Bjergsen can.
Yeah, so to be fair, I think they were worried about potentially going full physical damage here, but it does give them a really strong ability to play towards the side lanes. You already talked about it, Jack. The Vi with that point and click lockdown, but you can also bring Talia out. Talia, Vi overloading one side of the map, really trying to get Dokla ahead, put Tenacity in these 1v3 situations where he's going to have coverage from his team. Closer are going to have to be there. Bjergsen going to have to be there to cover him on these dives.
And look, coming into this one, I don't think, for me, there's a super heavy favorite looking at this pick and ban. I guess I'm happy the chat is spamming 100 for 67% in favor of our pick ban and champ select here. But look, the story is right there, right? This CLG team, they have a big win yesterday. They're coming on into it. They have an opportunity to fight up against the 100 Thieves team that's coming off of two, honestly, pretty tough losses. I think both teams here with a great opportunity to have a mid-season defining type of win here. 100 Thieves would go to 5-3, would stop their skid. CLG with a win against, I would say, a favored team, up against the favored team, and 100 Thieves would be a great momentum boost for them as well.
I mean, absolutely. Both of these squads could feel really good about this, especially with it being Super Week, still having another game to play tomorrow.
Yes.
Momentum, confidence, all these things factor in that much more. So let me ask you this. As a fan of 100 Thieves, as somebody who watches all the games these guys are playing, what is your favorite way to see this team play? Like, who do you like seeing them play around early? Like, especially for closer, where do you see who do you want to see them invest in?
I mean, my biggest thing is this. What I love about the squad right now that 100 Thieves has built is that anyone can really pop off. Even listening in their communications, Tenacity, when he played Fiora, was immediately saying, I'm ready to 1v9. And then everyone in the lineup said, I'm going to 1v9. And they made the joke. At that point, why don't we just play 5v5 as we get on out to the Rift here? I just love the confidence. The camaraderie's there. You can see the potential. And I think the boys know it, right? They're starting to get their nerves down a little bit. They've got two incredible leaders. Closer always has that killer mentality. So as time goes on, this team will just get better and better. But, a few players here on CLG were previously in the 100 Thieves camp and both of our, in through Academy. And love seeing them at the LCS now. But as the dance begins, let's get into the game. 100 Thieves versus CLG.
All right, CLG. Not going to do anything super interesting here early on. You can see Palafox just hanging out near his own chicken pit. The one ward was already placed down from 100 Thieves to just keep an eye on that. Lots of junglers do like starting with the chicken camp these days. The addition of the pets makes it very easy to clear out the AoE, but it does look like Closer's going to be starting at the red, as will Contracts. Sometimes we see these top laners more and more frequently, ever since we saw the one Fudge versus Contracts game, starting off trying to harass at the red buff.
Exactly, and Gwen's another champion that can do the same thing, right? You can actually start with the skip and slash, start with the E, go over that barren pit, and end up in this 1v1 that the other jungler cannot win. It actually happened to Contracts, I believe, in that game.
Yeah, he was the big
so definitely going to be playing safe around that. You can also see Tenacity is going Ignite, so this is not actually the Ghost. This is more about the early kill pressure. Ghost more facilitating the team fights, more facilitating those later stages. But look at these heavy trades, and it's all about how many Qs Usio can land, because every single Q is such a huge health differential. It's not just about the damage, but it's also the healing you get back every time you hit someone with it.
As they trade damage in the bot lane, you've got to think the sustain is there. Having Soraka has already, the fight's happening up top. You mentioned it, Tenacity does hit level 2 first, so Dokla will have to show respect there, as still just continue to clean up this lane. As early advantage in the top lane going to Tenacity.
And I really like the Ignite, especially in a matchup like Irelia versus Gwen, because of the fact that both of these champions are heal stackers. They both go Conqueror, they both love to have a deceptive amount of lifesteal, and the ability to guarantee the cut on that healing could be what gives Tenacity the edge in a matchup with two players who can both explode to take over the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Irelia almost guaranteed going Bladed Rune King first. There's so much healing off of the Q executes on minions as well, so it is really, really important. The push here, though, going to 100 Thieves in that bot lane as well, and Tenacity getting aggressive, but Dokla, without the passive stacked up, can't really fully commit. But you can see they're calling Closer up, so Tenacity's job now is to try to play a little bit dumb, try to actually get him to come in, look for that fight without giving away too much.
See, this is what I try to plan in gold, and then we're just completely off by too far, and then I'm jungling, the blame begins to happen, mutes happen in the chat, but you can see here as we get rid of the Fog of War just how close this would spin. And remember, Tenacity does have the Ignite. Nice job quickly stepping back. Unfortunately, maybe a little bit too ahead of himself there, Closer, as they're not able to find this early gank, and he'll just have to back on off.
Yeah, it feels a lot better if you can get the knock up there. It feels like you might even be able to force away a flash or get enough damage to make him really scared about a follow-up dive. But because it doesn't connect, Dokla's just fine. He'll farm up everything underneath the turret. Farm's still pretty close between these two. Closer still has priority over the top side, so he'll grab that Scuttle Crab. You're going to see Contracts doing the same thing on the other side of the map. He took one extra camp during the time that Closer made that gank, so that's the trade between the two for now. Contracts, again, gonna swoop around and see if maybe there's an angle here on Bjergsen, but Bjergsen all the way on the other side of the lane. Might not be able to find what he's looking for, especially not with Palafox having no mana to really follow up.
Yeah, there should really be no shot. I mean, Bjergsen knows his jungler's top side, so he's playing towards that side of the lane. Contracts could come in here, but if you go for a Q flash there, nothing's gonna be there to follow it up. Palafox is so Bjergsen respects it just enough and will back it off. And I like the Closer look for the attempt on top side, but also that he's not fully overcommitting to it. You don't want to get too inefficient with your pathing. You don't want to wait too long. He's bailing out. Basically, he went for that EQ as soon as the Scuttle's about to spawn, and then he just heads right down, picks up his camps, and he's even on farm pretty much, after he picks up these grubs.
Tenacity with this ward does spot exactly where Contracts is. Might let the bot lane play a little bit more aggressive down towards this turret as they had a nice health advantage, and that's exactly what will happen as Doublelift gets a great chunk of damage onto Poom. As look at the size of this wave pushing on in now, 100 Thieves. They smell blood in the water, but Closer has been spotted.
Yeah, he's going to try to wrap around here. The Vision Plate comes out, and they want to try to push them off this wave. Even if they don't fully commit to the dive, they want to make them actually miss these minions here. They take one plate, and once Contracts gets here, Closer will have to leave.
Luger's at 200 HP. Closer goes over the wall, but now he might be in some trouble. Luger is still alive. Contracts gets the kill, and it's Closer who burns down. CLG get the outplay on the 100 Thieves dive.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough and forced play right there, as Closer was not only spotted on the Scuttle, but then doesn't know that in that brush he's seen at all times, and unfortunately does get taken down there for first blood. Nice help from the CLG camp to slide on over, as they will take a slight gold lead to start. Top lane continuing to brawl as expected when Gwen and Irelia are in the same lane.
Yeah, not going to be happy about first blood going over Contracts, but at the end of the day, one thing working for them is they were still denying that farm, from this Sivir. So you look down to the bot lane, you look at Doublelift, he's opened up, 15 CS lead there in that 1v1 already. So the buy is going to be much better for him. The gold went to the enemy jungler, which you're going to be really happy that it's not in Sivir's pockets.
Yeah, the Vi obviously likes to be a little bit ahead of the curve of the game, but you would much rather see that money on Sivir. You would much rather see that money on something that's going to scale into a true win condition later on. CLG is up just about only the amount of gold that you get rewarded for the first blood, so it's not like they're building up these huge advantages anywhere else.
And Azale, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't it something along the lines of like 12 or 13 minions is the equivalent of a kill? So, right there, yes, the gold goes towards a jungler. But when you see how Doublelift's playing right now, you think, hey, maybe there's a potential to continue to swing this wave in their favor. And with Closer coming down towards the bot lane, maybe more priority there, especially as both teams dance around this first dragon. We'll see if the stacking comes into play, as that has been obviously in the repertoire of 100 Thieves throughout the season. We've seen them get all 4 Drakes and Soul in a couple of their games so far. As the continued trading happens in the bot lane, and just as I call it, there's Closer continuing to put bot prio on the map.
Well, Closer will have some vision over that bottom lane neutral objective in the Drake. Remember, a lot of times these days, we're seeing those first Drakes be taken around 8 or 9 minutes because they're often traded with the Herald on the other side of the map. Teams just handshaking. All right, we're not ready for a big old fight over any of these things just yet. Tenacity also establishing some vision here in the topside river for 100 Thieves.
And, with that early gank from Closer, we saw it, especially with Tenacity on Fiora, where they got the first couple kills. when he gave that double gank. And in the team comps, Closer actually says, all right, don't lose your lead, as we'll take a pause on that for a moment as the gank does come on, and Tenacity now trading damage. Aurelia ult comes down. Unfortunately, it does not look like it's enough, and there's that point-and-click stun. CLG out to a fantastic start now, up by 800 gold and 2 kills. But on the other side of the map, there's Closer now on the Dragon.
Yeah, Contract's 2 early kills here. It's going to be up to him to try to snowball this game. The Closer will try to trade it back for the Dragon on that bottom side. You know, they do have 2v2 Prio still down there. Are into a quick pause, and we'll give you any updates we get as soon as we do get them. But, you know, that is that disadvantage when you are playing with Ignite on the Gwen. It's much more difficult to actually get out of some of these situations. Yeah. You don't have the Ghost, you don't have the Flash to really escape. Right. And he didn't have full vision. Even though he had that one ward down the river, he had no vision in the Tri-Brush, was pushed up pretty far, so it's a dangerous spot to be in.
And CLG are loving the way that this early game is looking. I talked about the volatility of this squad. They have some games that look really good. They have others that don't. Getting off to a start like this can inspire that faith and inspire that confidence to be able to push forward and be able to continue building this lead as we go into the mid game. Doublelift, I think, is still going to remain the #1 problem, the #1 thing that they know they have to deal with and find some sort of an answer for.
What I'm wondering is if that was just a great timing from Vi there in the jungle, hitting 6 off that top camp and immediately going, hey, Tenacity's been pushed up all game. He's been throwing those lanes forward. We already saw him go down and ward his river with potentially trying to get some vision there towards the Rift Herald, but he is punished. Did he even use his flash in that? I think he just registered that he, or didn't have
it. Yeah, he's playing the Ignite, so no flash. He's
sorry. I didn't even realize that he was running TP. That shows the gold in me. See? I would have not realized that in my game, never ganked that lane, and then been complained when I never punished that before the Unleashed teleport is available. That shows how clueless I am, so.
No, but I mean, it was a really good call out from you, right? Because he did spend his Trinket Ward on the Herald, right? And that hadn't spawned just yet, but he wanted to have that vision down preemptively. Had that Trinket Ward actually been spent on Tri-Brush, he probably would have been safe. But, you know, felt that he was in a position where he'd be able to escape from those ganks if they were coming in. So felt confident with just the pink ward in that river. Fortunately for them, you know, not going to work out. I saw one ready call in chat from 100 Thieves side, so maybe just waiting on CLG to ready up. Maybe some issues working on their side.
Yeah, I've been told that the issue is not gameplay related. It is related to some sort of like tech issue here in the studio, so hopefully we'll be able to get that resolved. So it won't be anything that can delay us too much longer, one would hope, because I don't want to lose the momentum of this game. We know how disruptive it can be, like players talking about like, oh, we've already got this momentum built up, and then we got to take the break.
No, it's perfect. It's given me just enough time to go unplug one of their mice. So
the saboteur.
Yeah, hopefully we can help Tenacity up there from the level 6 Vi coming right on back. But no, so far, I think a pretty solid laning phase. If you're a fan of CLG, you've got to be happy with what you're seeing up to this moment. And it's quite aware, right? They know Doublelift now as a 22 CS lead in the bot lane. And as that continues to swing more and more, you've got to begin to wonder when the item differential can come into play, where we've seen Doublelift. He's had the killer instinct. You mentioned, Azale, 3-0 so far on Zeri. He knows when he's got that advantage and he knows when to press it.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things that I think has always been the hallmark of Doublelift. He's been a great laner, but he has won his championships in team fights, right? That is always where he made that money, where he was able to really take over in games. And it's been great to see him coming back and still maintaining that level of aggression. I think that was something that a lot of people were excited about. You know, we came into these team fights on the Zeri. We're seeing him dash in. We're seeing him really try to maximize that championship as Busio's family here in the crowd.
Shout out to Buzio's parents showing up to support the rookie, support the young 100 Thieves talent here, who's been having a pretty solid showing next to Doublelift so far throughout his debut here in the LCS, finally getting to the biggest stage here in North America. Of course, on that Soraka this game, which is something we don't get to see a whole lot of. So whenever I see one of those unusual picks, I'm always excited to see how practiced the player is on it and what they can achieve.
And that's something he's been confident to do, right? He's role swapping over from mid lane to bot lane a while ago. We saw him bring out the Azir. We're seeing him bring out the Soraka. I love that flexibility. We're back into the action here. 100 Thieves going to grab the first dragon of the game here, and still relatively early on. So with this bot lane prio, going to be interesting to see if they want to continue stacking those up and try to force some soul wing conditions.
And that's a great answer. They just saw Vi near the top lane. They know that they've had vision control towards the bot side, and I actually like this a lot. They might just run it right up the map a little bit, try to put some pressure now as that Rift Herald does spawn on in. They already had the vision from what Tenacity dropped down earlier on. Doublelift getting back to that lane first himself, as I like this answer a lot, Captain Flowers.
Oh, absolutely. It's not the handshake that I was talking about earlier. Instead, they're just walking it all over the rift, taking everything they can find. The Drake into the Herald. It's 100 Thieves being happy with these neutral objectives. CLG conceding them from the very beginning. Luger and Poom both staying in bottom lane. They've no desire to roam. They wanted to just grab the turret plate there, try to catch back up a little bit to the lead that Doublelift is building himself. You can see up about 200 gold at this point over his counterpart in Luger, but it's still CLG with about a 1,000 gold lead overall.
And now, look, I'm obviously a League of Legends expert, Azale. I know what team scales more and more and would prefer to play into the late game, but maybe for our lesser players out there in the chat, like, I don't know, the silver players, us golds are really sophisticated. Who do you think going into the late game would favor between these two pick and ban drafts?
I mean, I think it depends how you want to play it out. You know, when I'm looking at 100 Thieves, I think their 5v5 is going to be a lot stronger in the later stages. But I think CLG have a lot of ways to play through the side lanes and to try to set up picks with the Vi, with the Talia. So for them, it's going to be more about splitting up fights if they are going into a 5v5, finding that good Talia wall to section someone off, or playing more heavily through that side lane.
And that's what I want to see Palafox come into here. I need to see some big ultis. I need to see some coordinated efforts out of CLG to make these things happen. Because remember, even though they have 2 kills, one of them was initially instigated by 100 Thieves. So either Palafox needs to be ready to punish another one of those 100 Thieves plays, or invent something of his own to get out there and get involved. Dokla and Tenacity will trade back and forth, just snapping around a little bit here in the top side. Tenacity, very early tier 2 boots purchase versus Dokla just hard rushing for the Blade of the Ruined King. Tenacity is going to feel a little bit better right now until Dokla completes that first item.
Absolutely. I mean, I think Tenacity, after that first death, especially because it is physical damage jungler, physical damage top, he's going down towards those tabbies, and he's more going to play this lane defensively now. He knows he has to be somewhat careful, and especially once the Blade of the Ruined King is completed, he's going to be very far behind as far as power on these 2 champions. It's going to be a long time till he has his Riftmaker, and it's going to be Dokla running the lane, really, you can expect until that point.
You see Busio looking to get some forward vision there into the enemy jungle. One thing I want to keep track of, 400 Thieves, Busio in the player comps has done a phenomenal job of keeping track of vision for the opponents. I mean, being, yes, your typical support player, but one of the things that really stuck out for me was calling what abilities were available. And I'm going to tell you right now, I've played a lot of Vi. When you don't have your ultimate, you almost feel naked, right? When you don't have that lockdown. So it's important, 400 Thieves, to really keep track of, when that gank came in top lane, when they last saw the Vi ult used, because when that Vi ult's up, they're going to look for a gank on cooldown.
Absolutely, and one of the things that's really difficult about that is actually tracking the impact that CDR has on this as well, right? And that's something that I think a lot of the great support players can do, is take that into consideration. The Black Cleaver completed here already very early for contracts, so gonna have a good bit of CDR for himself there.
But the reason that Black Cleaver is completed so early is because both kills are on contracts. So I want to see CLG continue to try to make something happen here with them. I think when you're up against Azir and you're up against Zeri, you're always thinking about how ferocious that's going to be later on in the game. Remember, it was 100 Thieves that were at the cusp of victory off of scaling against Evil Geniuses, and then it didn't work out. Contracts coming bottom. Not quite getting the turret here. Kraken Slayer done for Luger, making sure that he's got a little bit more power than Doublelift directly right now. Let's see what they can find. They're ready to go for a 4v3, and it's CLG looking for Doublelift. Contracts wants to take him out. He's nearly got him. There's the Vault Breaker. Will break his face. It's 2 kills over to CLG.
CLG went big in the bot side there. 100 Thieves was sticking around after the Herald crash, trying to push in and knock down that first turret. But Palafox makes the roam faster. Bjergsen committing the TP, but it's before Unleashed teleport, so he's nowhere nearby to really join the fight.
And, you mentioned Captain Flowers, the Kraken Slayer coming on in. They knew they had that item advantage. Even though Doublelift had more gold on him, 3+ turret plates, he just now got the chance to go back and spend that gold. So with that power spike, with the Talia, we'll see it again here. They know, hey, let's go. They don't even get the turret, unfortunately, as now the wall's going to wind up coming on through. And you can see the middle roam, you wound up mentioning it. You wanted to see Palafox do it, and here he does.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he gets down there very, very early. Bjergsen was actually really fast on the response TP, but this is the problem. It's not 14 minutes yet.
Yeah.
Unleashed TP not available, so by the time he TP's in, Doublelift is already down. It felt like they were aware that the 3v3 was there. They felt confident in that, so they wanted to stick around, try to knock down that turret. But Doublelift positioning very aggressively gets punished a bit for that greed, just not taking into account how much later Bjergsen would arrive than Palafox.
And with CLG making a move towards the bottom lane of 100 Thieves, towards the point of strength of 100 Thieves, they've nullified that lead and that spot where 100 wants to fight around. And it means CLG now has the confidence to be able to take the second Drake. They're not going to allow 100 Thieves to stack towards any sort of an early Drake win condition. Meanwhile, topside, Dokla versus Tenacity. Dokla's looking pretty good here in the 1v1.
I mean, he's got the Blade of the Rune King done, and like I said, you know, once you go for tier 2 boots, if your opponent is rushing Mythic, you basically take the L until you get Riftmaker. You're gonna have to sit back, you're gonna have to play it defensively. So Dokla really wants to exert that pressure and try to get CLG winning through multiple lanes now, because as you said, bot has been equalized. They're actually ahead now in gold there for Sivir. They've taken a dragon of their own, so they've really eliminated all the advantage that 100 Thieves had built up.
And now think about it, when you get the 2v2 in the top lane with the jungler in the top or down in the bot lane at 3v3, this is where the gold differential on one character really begins to swing. 3-0 now on the Vi with an assist as well, and a slight CS lead. Vi is absolutely one of the most powerful champions out on the map right now, and they know it. As you can see, that gold difference, 5,300 for contracts, and closer over 1,300 behind.
And this is a point in the game where 100 Thieves basically just can't fight, because the mythics are all getting completed by their opponents. They don't actually have them yet. It's a full item completion for Dokla, for contracts, for Poom, for Luger, and their counterparts, are not actually completing those items just yet. So they're gonna have to wait until at the very least they have their first items completed. Bjergsen obviously has his now. You can see that the Core Drinker as well coming in for closer. So they are closing in on that, but definitely don't want to fight, I think, until they have it done.
I thought we were about to see contracts go right over that wall. That's what I would have done and probably thrown the game, but CLG, they know they have the advantage. They're thinking on the same wavelength as they'll go capture this Rift Herald.
Yeah, Contracts has got to be careful with those sorts of opportunities that come along to throw yourself in there, especially when you have all these kills early on. You can see the extra 300 gold bounty on his head. He will be a priority target for 100 Thieves to take him down if he does go in too early, if they are disjointed in the comms on CLG. So again, they're going to try to take things cleanly and slowly. They've got themselves that second Herald. Contracts is the one with it. They'll be able to pick and choose where they want to deploy this thing. And one of the big things here, even though CLG is ahead 2,000 gold, the only turret taken this game has been taken by 100 Thieves. So with this Herald, I'd like to see CLG open up the map a little.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tenacity, gonna have to be a little bit careful here, but no one too many people in the area. I'm just interested to see what CLG is going to do with their lane assignments now, because for now they look like they're sending Palafox out towards top, and you want Sivir to have this kind of safe bastion to farm in mid lane, but the problem with sending Taliyah top is that it really limits your mobility on the map, right? You can't just get out to both the side lanes. If you're playing through mid, you have the ability to threaten those side lanes really, really easily with that Taliyah ult, and really want Taliyah to be actually grouping up with Dokla and finding those plays through that. So if they're on split sides of the map, you're not really going to be able to play together at all.
Dokla farming up bottom side here, has his tier 2 boots completed, Mercury treads to help him against the Gwen just a little bit more. Tenacity still trying to get that Riftmaker pieced together, and he pretty much just has to stay away from Dokla until it happens. 2 minutes until the next Drake spawns. It is a Hex Tech Soul, which means all these individual Drakes will also be very valuable.
As again, we are getting towards that middle game with CLG continuing to expand on that gold lead. You mentioned the turret difference. With that Rift Herald still in the pocket, that gold's still on the map. So once they get that turret down, that'll only increase their lead even more. And at this point in the game, 2.4K, it's not insurmountable, Azale, by any means, but Doublelift recently did an interview where he mentions that the best teams in the world in a scenario like this will know how to perfectly play the map, continue to snowball, and that 2.3K lead will go to 3K, then 4K. Next thing you know, they're one off Soul. Next thing you know, the Baron's spawning, and they're going for that. I'm interested to see if CLG can make that happen, because 100 Thieves against some of the best teams in the league have kept in the game, even down 7,000 gold.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been very tenacious, but we can see CLG trying to expand that lead. They use the Taliyah wall, zone them off the turret, drop the Herald, so they will crack that. And for 100 Thieves, it's going to be about, minimizing mistakes, waiting to get towards those power spikes, and trying to set up that one really powerful fight where the gold disadvantage isn't showing itself in completed items. When you have 2 items and they don't yet have 3, things like that is where you're really looking to fight to minimize the deficit that they're at.
And I really like seeing Palafox use the wall like that. Taliyah walls don't always have to force a fight. Instead, they can do exactly the opposite and say, no, you can't come anywhere near the turret. We're just going to take the objective, continue building the lead. Nearly 3,000 gold now with 30 seconds till Drake.
Well, the biggest thing that also does, too, as you mentioned, it opens up the map. I'd rather use that wall to give the ability for Contracts to roam even more, find more opportunities to maybe get in that jungle, force some fights with that ultimate. It makes complete sense, and as you mentioned, they're not wanting to fight. They also know 100 Thieves don't want to fight. Let's just make sure we can get some more map positioning for ourselves, as they're now up to a 3,000 gold advantage, and you see the Hex Tech map now coming into play. as the dance around the dragon begins. It's spawning in 4 seconds, river control over to 100 Thieves, and vision control as well. You can see all blue all over.
Yeah, and they do have their 1-item spikes, obviously, on their side, and the second item isn't done for CLG, so this is the same principle that 100 Thieves are trying to fight around. They're trying to fight before the second item completion does come through. You can see Gwen is actually roaming down, so they want to potentially force the TP out of Dokla. When Gwen shows mid, they have that early 5v4 to try to get something done, but they're just using it for wave control for now.
He's got to be careful. He's got to be careful. He does not have flash, and there it is. Tenacity now being ulted, players flying in from both sides. Closer tries to answer, down goes Tenacity. Zonya's used by Palafox, damage still coming in. Double lift is gonna push forward. There's the killer instinct we mentioned, but again, he's a little bit too far split from the team as he dashes through the wall. Oh, that is one slippery pickle as he gets out with his life.
Double lift, barely escaping there from CLG, trying to collapse on him, but look at the health bars. That's the other thing you got to remember here. There's not a lot to work with for double lift. No summoners, no health bar, low HP across the board. Even though it's a 1-for-1 trade, it's CLG who have enough of an advantage to secure the second Drake for themselves.
And this is almost the second time this game is out where I almost feel like Tenacity thinks he put his flash on F, which is what the better players use. But here again, no flash. They recognize this and they immediately dive on in.
Yep, no flash, no ghost, no hesitation there. Contracts gets within the shroud, then uses the ulti. 100 Thieves just pile in, trying to bail him out. Double is largely untouched, but you can see Boom, delays it a little bit here with the polymorph, buying time for Palafox to get in. It costs the flash there from Double to get that kill, but then intelligently kiting back to the wall to create that space to get out without giving his life up.
And Dokla on Aurelia right there. You see Bjergsen having to show a bit of respect. 215 CS already. And wow.
I agree.
Thank you.
You're smurfing it.
Thank you, guys. Wow, these are all paid actors. Feel free to send your payment of choice after this. And thank you for the love, everybody. I really do appreciate it. As we continue on to this game, I want to see if 100 Thieves can come back, though, because down 3K gold. Yes, it's tough, but it's not insurmountable. I feel like even in that last fight, for example, if they're there maybe a little bit quicker, or they're able to keep Tenacity alive with that Soraka ultimate, maybe there's a chance they can swing it. And even with double lift going that far in, maybe if he was a little bit closer towards Bjergsen, there's a chance to still swing that one. Doesn't feel out of reach yet.
And talking about Bjergsen, one thing I feel that he just has not done this game is had any impact at any moments that matter. We saw him have the late TP in bottom lane where initially it was a couple of kills going over to CLG, but because it wasn't unleashed, he couldn't get in there. He is the only player on the map that is 0, 0, and 0 right now, and I feel like for 100 Thieves, if you want to stop this CLG lead from becoming bigger, if you want to stop them from building up these advantages that now they can just start running over the game with, Bjergsen's got to get in there.
And then I guess I want to ask you, Azael, how do you do that when you are an Azir going up against a Talia who has the ability to use her ultimate and get around the map much, much faster?
I mean, it's difficult, especially because they lost a mid-tier 1, which is generally where you want to be camped up. Azir isn't much of a side laner, so it's just going to be about answering these waves as well as he can, and then trying to find that good setup at a team fight, right? We saw that last team fight got preempted by CLG's engage onto Tenacity. And that was a moment where Bjergsen would have been able to get involved and try to flex his muscle.
And getting involved is going to be more difficult now that second items are coming online for critical CLG players. Radiant Virtue done for contracts, extra tankiness, extra power when he goes into these fights, as well as Archangel's Staff being done for Palafox. He needs 12 more mana, and it evolves into Seraph's Embrace, which means it's going to be much more difficult to trade him as a kill like they were able to with Double Lift finding it in the last fight.
Absolutely, and that's actually really important because he lost his stopwatch in that last fight. He lost his flash in the last fight. He does have a spellbook, so potentially could spellbook over to a more defensive summoner here to try to stay alive. But we'll see if 100 Thieves are even going to be ready to fight at this next objective, because it's going to be about, can they complete their second items here for that next fight? We can see CLG's richest members are already doing that. Dokla and Contracts are already on those 2 items. Palafox already on 2 items here as well. And Luger has to have a lot of gold in pocket. He's got 1,500 in pocket, so he's getting close to his Navori quick blades.
This is one of those moments where it's so interesting to see how the early game and just some bot priority can really be the saving grace for 100 Thieves in this one. They could very well have been in a scenario where this dragon spawning in 90 seconds could have been sold, but because they get that early bot priority, because they're able to go and grab that first Rift Herald, the damage isn't as bad as it could be. They can forfeit this one, get those items online, and fight for the 4th Drake later on around the 29-minute mark. But instead, right now, vision control beginning to be fought over again about a minute and a half out. That's when you begin to see it. as it looks like some players from 100 Thieves will be backing and buying some more items.
And you can see that vision control for CLG is largely focused around the mid lane. Switching over to the 100 Thieves view right now, the jungle is dark. It is pitch black leading towards that Drake pit in that bottom side river. There's vision being placed down, but it's only from the other camp. And with CLG destroying the last remaining tier 1 turret. Oh, no, never mind, excuse me. They still got that top one standing just barely. But getting rid of the tier 1 in bottom lane makes it that much more dangerous to approach this Drake for 100 Thieves. It feels like it has to be a just give it angle.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, second item is already done, though. You know, for double lift, Bjergsen has it as well. Tenacity is pretty far off, and he's actually falling very far behind now in that 1v1. Dokla got the early advantage.
There you go. He got it.
Sorry, he got,
All right,
got
taken care of.
With the Wits End through, it becomes really, really tough because either the Soul Laner is actually going to get sent to Dokla. He's got a lot of MR to deal with them with both the Merc Shreds and the Wits End. It's a super efficient build. He's going to be kind of unmatched in these 1v1s, and he has a nearly 2-level lead over Tenacity as well as Dokla's closing in on 16.
This could be scary now for 100 Thieves as you look at your mini-map. Aurelia is there on the pinch. Dragon spawning now in 4 seconds. This is not a make or break fight for this Dragon. 100 Thieves still have the time to back it up, and it looks like they might just try to force the engagement here in the mid lane, as they know Aurelia is a little bit more split. Maybe try to force that teleport out. Nothing will happen as of yet, though, as river control continues to be in favor of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, you can see where Tenacity is playing. He's actually trying to mark the Aurelia to make sure that Aurelia can't have a free entrance into that fight. He doesn't want to get caught in a 1v1, though, and Dokla is a lot more powerful, so he has to be somewhat careful. Bjergsen playing towards that bottom side as well. They are well aware of where Dokla could be.
Yeah, they want to make sure that Irelia does not get that dream flank with the ulti hitting multiple players in the middle of the river, in the middle of one of these neutral fights. As Boom contracts and Palafox back underneath the tier 1 turret, Luger wrapping around the longest possible way to make sure that he doesn't get caught out, regrouping with the rest of the team. Tenacity will go ahead and dash right into the Drake pit, clear out the vision that exists from the side of CLG, and he'll start up the Drake on his own. Even if he's behind as the Gwen, he can still solo a Drake very easily. Palafox fires off the Weavers while Poom nearly dies to Bjergsen there. You can see he popped the Shirelias, still has his ulti, still has his flash, but he had to walk away there, and Bjergsen has the impact that might just be able to win this Drake for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they've got to start it up here. You know, this should be theirs. We can see the chunks that they got is actually really, really important. Dokla was spotted on that bot lane wave as well, so they're exactly aware of where he is. And just slow, patient play, the Azir makes a difference in this one.
And one of those moments where, hey, we'll take that. You know, you're down 5K gold, you'll take the Dragon again. That now just adds to that timer. Azale, you mentioned early on in this game, 100 Thieves, you favored their comp in the late game. 100 Thieves know that as well. They'll take that one. Now Dragon split 2-2, but they might look for an answer on the other side of the map. It's Tenacity caught in the middle of the recall there. The ult does not connect as he does. Wait, Gwen's ability dodges that?
Yep, if you can get out of range of it and pop the hole of mist, it disjoints it.
I knew that. No.
This is a really fair ability.
You guys, come on. Really?
It's a really fair
Actually, it just feels so bad, too, because it doesn't even fizzle it. It puts your ult on cooldown for Vi. So it's pretty rough. And that's why we see contracts generally. He's using the Vault Breaker. He's trying to get right in on top of Tenacity, then pop the ult when he's point blank, so you can't actually get that disjoint.
Well, getting the disjoint feels great for Tenacity not getting caught out here. Let's take another look at it, because you can see he draws the line, but then as soon as he approaches the edge, he touches the edge of the mist, he's immediately stopped.
Yeah, see, I could never do that. I knew, like, now that I know, I maybe could try that, but no way I could ever pull that off in the game. The gold lead, though, now up to 6,000 in this one. 100 Thieves down 3 turrets, 4 kills, but even in Dragons and potential still on this map to make plays happen.
And the big thing is that, you know, in the 5v5, Dokla has most of that gold lead, right? So you have to worry about him. But if Tenacity can actually just answer Dokla in the side lane and keep him in that 1v1, the 4v4 is actually pretty even on gold because almost all of that differential is in the top lane. It's nearly 3,000 just between the 2 top laners. So, you know, 3K split amongst 4 other players, not nearly as big of a deal. So if 100 Thieves can find 4v4s, there is more potential for them to be fighting on an evener scale.
Yeah, and 2,700 gold difference on the junglers as well. That's almost a full item in this one. Contracts, he's feeling real confident on the map right now as he's going to continue to clear vision around this Baron.
The big thing is the carries are very close. It's Palafox ahead by about 700, Double Lift ahead on the other side by about, what, 500 here? So that equalizes almost entirely for the most important damage dealers in the team fights if those top laners are absent.
And we've seen a way that 100 Thieves can win out the fights. You know, they have much better sustain. You have the Soraka, so if you can actually poke away prior to that fight with Zeri lasers, with the Azir Qs, you can soften up CLG and dissuade them from engaging.
And am I wrong in saying that there's no true tank here as the engage comes on in its contracts with the ultimate, as the polymorph does connect as well, but it's not going to be enough to take down Closer. 100 Thieves will walk away from that one for the moment, and with Soraka sustained, they should be able to recover, but this might be enough to start on the Baron.
The big thing is, it was Closer they went after. It's Closer that no longer has a flash, and it's Closer that was chunked away. But now he's getting healed up by the Soraka. Baron at 6,000 HP. CLG looking for the turn. They go after Tenacity first. He's polymorphed. Hallowed Mist going to come out as that wears away to keep him healthy. Dokla with a flash in. Dokla thinking about chasing this further with contracts coming in. That might just be the angle. Dokla's going to be careful here. Tries to use the W. Tenacity's already down. Double's going to be scared away by Luger. CLG got 2, but can they get any more? They'll fall back. Puma 200.
Oh, the laser!
Going for a snipe potential. Not quite going to be there. No opportunity to dash over the wall. The laser from Doublelift won't get it either. 2-0 for CLG, and they're back onto the Baron.
Yeah, they're straight back onto it. Boostio has spotted it, though, so Bjergsen and Doublelift have got to get back there. They do have the Honey Fruit to heal up a little bit. It's up to Bjergsen. He's got to soften them up here. Puma's really low, so he could try to pick his moment.
Oh, but they have the contracts ulti ready to go once more. Now Dokla's into the back. He wants Boostio. They go after Bjergsen. The damage is true, and the damage goes through. Palafox going to keep Doublelift zoned away. Puma is the only one lost. A 1-for-1 trade as the mid laner of 100 Thieves dies for the support of CLG, but it's 100 who have stopped the Baron.
Yeah, that's the big thing to take away right there. You think a death sentence if Baron does come on through. This gold lead continuing to build for CLG as this deficit looking scarier and scarier. And from my perspective right there, Doublelift might get caught right here by Dokla. Yeah, there's no chance, my friend. That is one scary Aurelia now at 2-0-3 with 338 CS at just the 30-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, Dokla is monster fed. He's almost 18 at this point. 100 Thieves played the early moments of that scuffle around Baron, I think, really, really well. You know, Tenacity was able to disengage. Dokla used his flash, couldn't actually connect to him, but then they kind of just hung around a little bit too long.
Yeah.
It allowed Contracts to get back up on Tenacity, to take him down, and that pulled 100 Thieves into a losing fight, and now they have no way to actually contest this whatsoever.
And not only can they not contest this, but look at the timers perfectly desynced. 100 Thieves was not able to steal away the Drake as a consequence of CLG going to the Baron. There's just enough time for CLG to walk down through mid, walk down to that Drake pit, and now secure this for themselves as well, bring them to a 10,000 gold lead and soul point.
And you mentioned in the last game we watched here in the LCS studio, 100 Thieves now in a pretty similar scenario to what Immortals was in. You need CLG to make a mistake. They needed C9 to make a mistake. Now you need CLG to make a mistake with where the deficit is, as we'll take a look at this fight again. And another time in this game where Tenacity gets a little bit further up, but they immediately call it out and jump right on him. And this is where I thought it was all going to go downhill really quick. But I thought, Azael, they had a chance right in this moment to potentially swing things, but it just didn't seem like they were able to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, Tenacity just mispositioned, honestly. You know, he got a little bit too far forward. He was chunked down. When Dokla flashes out, though, he actually had the distance. And the whole time, he did have vision because there was actually wards over in that blue buff. But as Contracts was channeling the Q, he walks back into him, gets in range, gets Q'd and stunned up.
I'm going to say something crazy. What do you got? I feel like this game feels a bit different if Tenacity has flash instead of ignite. I don't know. That's just my crazy thought.
It's definitely possible.
Oh, Dokla in a 1v5 kills Closer and buys enough time for his team to secure the tier 3 turret in the top lane, as well as the inhibitor. CLG gets a 1-for-1 and a 1v5. Palafox is just going to fire the Weaver's Wall into the fountain to stop them from being able to rush out and save the Nexus turrets. First Nexus turret still under a little bit of pressure here as Doublelift just gets the snot knocked out of him. He manages to live thanks to some of the healing and support of Boostio, but CLG are not done. They want to continue this pressure. They want to continue pushing forward and pushing 100 Thieves away. They've got 2 enchanted Baron Cannon minions providing some damage. The push is finally going to be stopped. They'll take the Hex Gate out, and CLG are not slowing down.
And it's just tough, right? You get a 4v4 right there with Aurelia gone. I'll take Aurelia and Jarvan out of the fight and hopefully have a 4v4 if you're 100 Thieves. And there's just not enough damage to be able to make a play happen. I mean, they put everything into Doublelift. They kept him alive, but at the end of it, CLG wound up walking out with more health than they started with. And that's one of those moments where you begin to think, they didn't even have Aurelia there. How is this even going to be possible?
I mean, that's the gold lead in action. They're just smacking you over the head with their wallet at this point. Dokla is so ridiculously strong. I mean, yeah, Closer finds the engage, but you are 5 levels down. The silence is there, but he just autos them to death straight up. Stopwatch was used, but he's going to have a GA completed after that death. And CLG, as you said, just weren't really dissuaded. They continue to push. The items are coming through across the board here. Death cap's done for Palafox, so he is super strong now as well.
The little bit of a silver lining here for 100 Thieves is the Baron is about to run out, so CLG will not be able to hard force anything else with that bonus. However, 100 Thieves is now stuck in their base. There are no tier turrets remaining, tier 2 turrets, excuse me, remaining standing, so those tier 3s are going to be under pressure. Fortunately, they have the wave clear of Bjergsen, of Double Lift, to be able to remove most of these minion waves as long as they are not Baron enchanted. Unfortunately, both the Drake's Soul and the next Baron are spawning in under 3 minutes, and CLG has total control over Summoner's Rift, with Guardian Angels up on both of their engaged champions.
Yeah, at this point, you'd almost be impressed if CLG can throw this game, because there's really no way to take a 50-50, as they're just going to go ahead and take this split as the entrance comes on in. It's Contracts leading the charge, teleport being used, closer does get cut down low. That Q already ready again, as they won't find more off of it, but guess what? The survivability is there. Palafox puts down the wall, and that won't just be the green light yet to go on, and I thought they were about to explode onto Tenacity and Bjergsen right there.
Yeah, but they're going to just take the inhib. Easy peasy. They go to mid. They already had the wave prep there as well. So looking at triple inhib, 100 Thieves, which is almost impossible to come back from, as there goes Dokla.
Dokla's ready into the back line, and he jumps onto everybody. Now he's going to be focused fire, but it will not matter because Double Lift is already down. That's the AD carry. That's the Zeri. That's got to be it. Tenacity wants to fight back, but he can't even kill Poom. It's 2 traded for nothing as Closer tries to run away, and Palafox sets up the alley-oop for the 4-man play. Nobody dead on CLG, and they will run over 100 Thieves. The final kill for the Ace. 35 minutes in, 15-2. CLG gets it done.
Brilliant performance out of CLG right there. And coming into this match, we said the storyline. They have a big win yesterday, now 2-0 to start Super Week. CLG have got to feel good taking down 100 Thieves right there.
Absolutely, and back-to-back games from Dokla on the Aurelia, where he is just taking over these games. Him and Contracts, I think, really had a strong performance. Contracts early on, answers the counter gank on bot side. You get the first kill there, gets up towards top side, takes down Tenacity, got Dokla going, and Dokla, never gave away that lead.
These two top side guys in Contracts and in Dokla really just set CLG up for success there. Yes, Double Lift was able to farm, build a lead for himself in the bottom lane, but CLG answering it with the points of strength that they had built, stopping that from becoming a problem, and then picking their fights wisely, not allowing the Gwen to constantly block things with the Hallowed Mist, always being coordinated with how they engaged. And CLG is looking like a scary team if they can keep putting up performances like this.
I think I'm being told I need to leave, so...
yes, sir. It's been a pleasure having you here, Courage. You had an awesome first cast, but now we got to send you down to the stage.
I'm going to do this interview.
Best of luck, my friend.
He killed it.
Yeah, no, that dude
That was straight up just like a regular cast.
Yeah.
A man slotted right in, did play-by-play, did the color cast as well.
Yeah, nothing to it, man. He was 100 Thieves' most valuable player. This game.
Absolutely. He gets a dub, even if the team doesn't today. But this is one that I think 100 Thieves are going to want to try to learn from. It's one that Tenacity is going to want to try to forget. This is a game where was punished for his positioning. I think a lot of different scenarios. Courage even talked about, hey, would this game have looked different had he had Flash? It's possible if he had Flash or Ghost, some sort of mobility summoner there to actually escape from some of these situations that he was putting himself in. It could have helped, but definitely I think a lot of unforced errors on his positioning, early on, pushing up, spent his Cricket Ward on the Herald Pit instead of actually putting in Try, dies because of that, unfortunately. Then we saw in mid lane him getting caught out and killed off. We see again over by the blue buff, he actually gets away from Dokla, then walks back into the Vault Breaker from Vi. There was a lot of situations where him dying actually caused not only that to happen, but his team to try to bail him out, which got them into losing fights.
And I think that honestly, Dokla and Contracts just played the game much better than their counterparts this time around. And then you had a situation in mid, Bjergsen's on a Azir, and when this is already happening, when your two frontliners are that far behind, like you were talking about in the game, it's hard to have that impact. Yeah, he was 0-0-0 at 20 minutes, but he's in a game state where it's hard to really do a whole lot without feeling like you're just
burger flipping it and throwing yourself in the middle for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly difficult. And even for people who would say, oh, well, you just got to get in there and go for a shuffle. Well, it's actually really hard against Talia because you're just stunning yourself if you go through the rocks and instantly dying. So the windows which you can go in are so rare.
Well, it was a very good game for CLG. And now I want to officially remind you all that we are live with tickets for the LCS Spring Final in Raleigh, North Carolina on April 8th and April 9th. Head over to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot. But coming up this very moment, we're tossing it over to the stage to join Courage and Dokla for the Verizon post-game interview.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen. I just teleported down here, folks. Give it up again for CLG on their big win against 100 Thieves. Dokla, you were the story of the matchup right there, absolutely taking over in the end. You had all 4 players or 5 players of 100 Thieves jump on you. You still got a kill. How's the confidence feeling for CLG at the end of that one?
I mean, the game took a bit longer to end than we would have liked, but by that point in the game, like, I was just so strong. So, I mean, I knew I could take maybe 1 or 2 down with me when, like, they all send 5 after me, so I was pretty confident in that situation.
No, it was great to watch. I mentioned early on that, you know, you guys got an early lead, and you did a great job of closing it on out. Was there any moment in that game where things looked a little bit sketchy, or was it smooth sailing all the way through?
No, I mean, they kind of just did nothing, and, I mean, they just did nothing. I mean, on that dragon, we just messed up on how we wanted to contest it, but I don't think they had any, like, really proactive plays, so they kind of just rolled over and died.
Yeah, now I am a very high skill gold player. Would you ever want to duo queue with me?
In ARAM? Like...
Yeah, major shout out to the rest of the CLG players for popping off today. No, Dokla, look, you guys are 2-0 now in Super Week. You've got to be feeling good. What's the mindset heading into tomorrow? How much would it mean to this team to finish 3-0?
Yeah, I mean, we play FlyQuest tomorrow, which they are undefeated as of now. So, you know, we beat EG when they were undefeated last split in summer. So, hoping to do the same with FlyQuest, you know, end off Super Week right.
Hey, well, look, you got the momentum in your favor. Big matchup tomorrow versus FlyQuest. This has been Dokla on stage with me. Guys, TSM versus FlyQuest is up next as we go to this break. Go ahead and take a look at Vikla and Prince taking on the LCS Lounge to School. We'll see you there.
Okay, today we will teach Korean League of Legends good word and bad word. So Vikla teaching good word first.
Yes.
Let's go, Vikla.
Okay. Good word first is 개지렸다. Is my team is very well played. Wow, 개지렸다. It's good.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's good to know.
First bad word is 바보. So
Papo.
this word is your team give to kill to enemy. You say 바보, this stupid guy. 바보. 바보.
Babo.
And 멍청이 also same means. 바보 멍청이.
Who on FlyQuest is Babo Mongchungi?
Why?
I was pointing at Vikla.
I didn't tell. Okay, other good word.
Is good player, or good player, or 잘한다. Just 잘한다. 잘한다. Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Cool.
Okay.
Awesome. Yeah.
Alright.
Awesome. Nice. And second bad word is
Yes. I know.
similar. So if good play and bad play also, this is like wow. Yeah. Wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say that to all of my teammates.
Add words. This mean if our jungler like speaker give kill to enemy bot lane, I say like means. Yeah, he know this word, so I didn't use that to him. Last bad word means. Yeah, it's not good player. Can use not good player.
Okay.
You use this word in Korean solo queue. You can't play league 3 days.
Yeah.
Remember this. Careful.
I feel prepared.
How do you say
prepared.
like good game?
Oh, GG can but use Korean sugo. Sugo.
Sugo.
GG. Well played. Sugo.
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 Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, guys. Sugo.
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 Go. Go? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh! I saw this 10 years ago.
No, it's okay, bro. It's good. It's nice to meet you. It's really nice to meet you. Respect.
Welcome back for our MasterCard Player of the Week interview. We once again have Prince. Congratulations, your second Player of the Week statue.
Thank you. Oh, I promised this last week, so
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm come back.
So you have 2 in 3 weeks. How many more do you want to get this split?
If I say I don't want it's live, but I want our teammates also come here and take Player of the Week. Yeah.
Who do you think the first teammate will be to win one of these?
Bingla, cause
he's been good.
Yeah, our teammates whole good team, but in fact is just GOAT. Always have confidence, confidence. So I wanna take this Player of the Week with Bingla. I wanna Bingla take this and have more confidence.
Do you know what the best record is for a previous team in the LCS? Like best record in a split?
Sure, C9.
Yeah, 17-1.
Yeah.
Are you trying to beat that record, or doesn't matter?
If say it doesn't matter, it's light too. But this week is super week, so
yeah.
This week is more important Don't care about 18-0.
Last week, you played against Doublelift.
Yeah.
Part of why you won the Player of the Week, you took him down so he couldn't win one. What was it like playing against Doublelift?
It's just present for me.
Right.
Yeah, present for me. It is. I thought this is not match, but this is match, but is very good experience and present.
Yeah. You also got to meet him for the first time and trade jerseys. How was that experience for you?
Oh, that either is our manager's thing. So, and when I heard that, oh, it's possible?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, and I just nervous for exchange jersey. And when I exchange, just brain is stop and just nervous.
Yeah.
So I can't tell English word.
Did anything surprise you about Doublelift that you didn't expect?
He said, "Oh, we can be good friend."
Yeah.
But after we didn't talk, I'm sad for this, but he when he stream first number 1 Prince fanboy, and today also I met him and hello, say, oh, you come, oh, you have a good match, and I just happy.
Thank you very much, Prince. Congratulations again on your second trophy. He's got 2. He needs more hands for the extra ones. That'll do it here from the Player of the Week.
Against likewise, I think super easy first. No. I think it's gonna be 50-50 because against friends, I think it's just not that good. For my fans who even love our team, just continue to support us. If you hate our team, just continue, guys. No worries. Just do it. And yeah.
Well, spicy words from Neo there. Well, welcome back to the casting desk, ladies and gentlemen. It's Rafa, and this time I'm working with Jad. I'm just going to tell you right now, man, 17-year-old Rafa would be freaking out right now. So this is awesome for me.
35-year-old Jad is happy to be here. I don't cast much anymore, so this is going to be fun. We got TSM, we got the undefeated Fly Quest, and then we also have a good game to end out the day. So these next 2 games are going to be fun.
Hell yeah. And Neo already opening up the spicy talk. We know what happens when you trash talk Prince before a game. He gets upset. He's like, oh, you're trash talking me? No, I can't have that. He plays at 200%. But for TSM, this has been a roster that has had some surprises early on first week, and then kind of what we were expecting for this team. But I think especially more on that TSM Legends episode that recently came out, Charlie was talking a lot about, hey guys, we're not expected to be a top 3, top 4 team. So don't feel nervous. Play with confidence and play the style that you guys feel comfortable with the most here.
And I think so much of League of Legends is about expectations. And I would say coming into the year, there wasn't a team with lower expectations from fans than TSM. So many people put them, I think myself included, at 10th place in the power rankings. But I have to say, I really do like the way they've collectively decided to play.
Yes.
They've almost manufactured 3 wins in 7 games. They're 3-4. They're actually in playoff contention based on their current trajectory. And I think so much of that is because of their commitment to a style. And that style, to me, is they pick heavy scaling, and then Boogie plays like a maniac in the early game. And if something just ends up going right in the first 20 minutes, their champions come online and they can win a game. To me, that's their style, and if they stick to that, that's going to be their best chance in this one.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about heavy scaling. I mean, which other top laner in the league willingly picks tanks almost every single game? I mean, Solo is such an awesome person just to have on your team to say, hey, you know what? We're going to play away from your lane, but we know you're going to be super reliable come late game engages, just being a solid front line so that Maple and Neo can always step up with safety, knowing that you've got their backs there.
Yeah, he's got 2 Cassante games, 2 Ornn games, 1 GP, 1 Gnar, and 1 Scion. And the Scion and the Cassante end up waiting until the 4-5 in the draft fairly often. That is pretty common for the meta nowadays, so you're able to fit in these kind of team comp glue picks, and he just manages his lane. Like, no one is expecting Solo to win top. no one is actually really expecting Neo and Chime to win bottom, which makes the TSM win conditions very narrow.
Yep.
Which is why Boogie then, they're going to first pick Elise if it's up. And they don't care if they can combo it with synergies because it's just something that can make action happen. And it has been working generally well for them.
Yeah, a lot of expectations on Boogie to be that one source of early deterrent or early agency to keep TSM moving smoothly along so that they can get to that late game scaling. But on the flip side, you are going up against FlyQuest. This team, undefeated in the split, as you were talking to Prince earlier. They want to kind of rival some of the highest records that even C9 has put out, 17-1 during a spring split. FlyQuest, currently undefeated. Is there a world where could we see them go 18-0, Jad?
There is a world, but I also do feel like that's kind of a caster narrative. Like, we want it to happen. I don't actually think they're thinking about it that much. When we had Spica on for VOD review after week 2 or something even, and they had beaten a bunch of top teams, we're like, are you guys just going to go undefeated? Like, how do you keep motivation? And Spica told us, well, we lose a lot of scrims. So they are not blowing people away, but they have just been so steady on stage. So I really do think that FlyQuest is a very solid team that currently is staying very focused on the present.
Yep. And it's great that you bring up Spica because I think for the most part, we have to accredit a lot of the reason why FlyQuest gets to have such a strong early and mid game is because of what Spica does for this team. Sure, you have superstars in Vikla and Prince coming over from Korea that gives you great damage, resilient, almost topping every other role, but Spica's the one that gets them there in the first place.
Absolutely. First blood in 6 of their 7 games. Probably the highest rate in the league. I'd have to double check that statistic, but as we talked about, the Elise was the first ban by world champion Coach Song for FlyQuest.
Got to get rid of that comfort pick from Boogie. We've seen him on other picks. I think Graze was another one, but in terms of early just ganking power, early aggression power, Elise kind of tops the areas. This Jace coming in from FlyQuest, we know that it can be flexed. Vikla has played it before.
Is this the end of FlyQuest undefeated spree? They picked Jace. What have they done? It did end up winning earlier today when EG flexed it into mid lane. That was a very messy game they played against Team Liquid, and you can see immediately afterwards the Vi is locked in. It's generally a meta jungler for Boogie, but specifically it will be very good at killing Jace if, whether it's Impact or Vikla playing it, if they step out of position.
So far already, we know that Maple, great at picking champions that could roam the side lanes. You want to snowball ahead. FlyQuest, I mean, this is a very solid front line already being built. We don't even know what the bot lane is going to be at this point.
Yeah, well, this is actually something that some other teams have done against Solo in a different way with the Sion being locked in already. So they're just saying that they're fine blind picking a tank in the top lane because they don't think Solo is going to pick a Fiora to counter it. Not to mention, if there are things they do think he will pick, they still have their 4 or 5 bans to go against it. But this does telegraph exactly what FlyQuest is doing. They're saying, we wanted Jace mid. The Talia ended up being locked in, so Vikla's okay taking that matchup against Maple, and Impact is just going to be, you know, tank wars against Solo.
Right, and when you consider the damage that TSM has already locked in for their main backline, Varus and Talia, you don't necessarily know them, especially if it's the poke Varus build that they want to go for. That's not a tank shredding damage build. So either Neo needs to kind of switch it up once they get into game, or TSM need to find other ways to break through that front line.
Yeah, and FlyQuest has been very comfortable picking their AD carry later in the draft. I remember their game against 100 Thieves where there were 5 AD carries picked or banned, and they ended up actually playing the Kaisa, which is then banned away now. I like the Kaisa ban because it would have synergized well with Jace, but they just lock in that Jinx. This is very much 2 really big tanks in the front line to make space for Prince's Jinx later in the game.
All about the Prince show later in the game, baby. And FlyQuest, I mean, the fact that they are just doubling down for the late game team fight, it just speaks volumes of confidence that they say, TSM, we don't think you're going to be able to do that much early on. So we're just going to pivot for the late game. We're going to wait you out. And now we're putting on a timer. Or if TSM can match that somewhat, Cho'Gath. Is this our first Cho'Gath of the spring split?
I think it is. Stats is going to have to confirm, but it's definitely not the first Cho'Gath against Sion. So if I had to pick a tank counter to Sion, it would actually be Cho'Gath. I think it's one of the picks that has the ability to match him in beefiness in side lanes. And generally, I like the pick for Solo.
TSM might just round out this composition with a little bit of extra follow-up engagement with that Rakan for Chime, and now FlyQuest. It's down to the support pick. What do you want to round out this FlyQuest team fighting powerhouse with?
Yeah, so Winsome can actually go with a lane dominant support if he wants. Weirdly enough, you could pick a Thresh here, just because they already have a good front lane and enough damage, and it's going to give Prince the mobility he wants if he ends up getting caught by a Cho'Gath or a Vi ults him, and that's what they end up going with.
It's always nice to have that dark passage to get out of harm's way, especially if you get caught up things like by that Vi ulti combo into the seismic shove. This gives Prince that extra bit of safety to maneuver around these fights. So FlyQuest, the fact that they have doubled down on just going for the scaling, what does TSM then need to do to really accelerate this game before we get to that point of Prince just takes over?
Yeah, I really do like what FlyQuest has done with the draft, by the way, because we just talked about how TSM likes outscaling teams, so FlyQuest just said, there's no way in hell you're doing that, we're just going to pick more scaling, and it puts the timer on TSM. They have to play through mid-jungle, I feel like. Boogie and Maple have to try and make something happen against Vikla, who's a very aggressive player. That way, they can have lane prio when the Taliyah hits level 6, and they can try and crash down bottom lane. But again, the reason I like that FlyQuest draft is if they ever lose mid prio, Winsome can just stay 1,000 units back from Prince and camp with Lantern, and they can pull him out of there.
Yeah. Maybe at most, you might force Prince to lose some waves of CS, but if you can prevent him from going down, then you just diminish that advantage that TSM need to really snowball out of control. And we just got confirmation from production and stats that this is the first Cho'Gath split ever since 2021. So Solo bringing back a champion from the grave of viability just for this specific matchup.
Was that Alfari versus Fudge Spring Finals?
Oh, you have
Game
to tell
5 when we got lane swapped on? Because we definitely picked Cho'Gath into Sion, and it, you know, if it was a lane versus Sion, it might have worked, but it was a lane swap. So unlucky.
Unlucky. Oh, we just might get some 5-on-5 action early on. Shh, everyone quiet.
Yeah, they can get the stun
Jack, you're supposed to
the wall.
quiet. Oh, here we go. Oh, rupture from Solo. Can they capitalize on that? No flash has been burned other than impact. Solo is back and forth. Despite the rupture, FlyQuest still find first blood, and they're out of there.
Oh man, they landed all the CC on all of FlyQuest, but no one was there to do enough damage. Neo still has his heal. He could have saved Solo most likely, but first blood ends up going over to Thresh. That was fun.
Yeah, that was awesome. Let's do that again.
There's been more and more parties in the bottom lane, especially in the LPL, because everyone just wants to get something for early game prio. But, oh my, they slow everyone with Pharisee. They Rakan knock up. Solo walks in there, but then the Thresh hook just lands, and it's all about the efficiency of damage. There's probably more damage overall done to FlyQuest, but it's all AoE. And then everyone is actually able to single target Solo down. Look at Winsome's health. He lost about 450. It's a tragic opener for TSM.
It almost looked so good, too. Multi-man knockups on top of it. And unfortunately, the Solo mullet does bite the dust. Only for a moment there. It is early game, but that early bit of gold going over towards the bottom side of the map. I'm not going to cap. I'm not sure how much that really cements in terms of advantages for the side of FlyQuest's bot lane. It does feel pretty bad, though, for Solo opening up.
Yeah, he's definitely going to understand that there's no flash on either side, but I don't really think we're going to be seeing much interaction in that lane. I think both of them are going to be able to relatively good CS. I did get confirmation as well. It was that 2021 Spring Finals Game 5, the last time Cho'Gath played Sion. Sion did win that game, unfortunately, but there was thought behind the pick. We're seeing it again.
The proof of concept was there.
Yeah.
The execution, unfortunately, fell flat, but it is what it is, Jad. Don't worry. You don't have to live in the past. You can move on, just like Azale whenever he talks about winning a world championship 10 years ago. Happens. Now, Buki is on the bottom side of the map here, already level 3, but Spica's going to be here first, and because of the sapling, this should give good protection to Prince and Winsome while they're crashing in this wave.
Yeah, as we were mentioning earlier, it is very difficult for TSM to make things happen. They did manage to get Winsome's flash, so if Winsome wants to play this lane aggressively, he does want to get in range to auto attacks, and this would be the window for Boogie to get him. Boogie does have flash, so he might charge up his Q and try and get him. I think they get the kill here.
Chime connects the flash here. Boogie doesn't even have to use his because he gets in max range thanks to Chime using his own summoner spell. Great call out and great pathing from Boogie coming over the dragon wall to avoid that sapling that Spica put in the bush.
Yeah, it was actually perfect. That ward that is placed right now is the ward that FlyQuest needed before that gank happened. They were pushed up in a fairly illegal spot based on the state of the game and the fact that Thresh was the one without flash. It's really just when you pick Jinx Thresh against Rakan Varus, your idea is that you can win the lane, but because they didn't have that flash, it was punishable, and that's a great move for TSM.
There you go. TSM still recognizing what windows are available even when things go south in that early level 1. Now, TSM cannot run away with just this lead, but we can take a look back to appreciate how Boogie made this.
Yeah, I mean, here's the fishing tackle. Look, they feel safe because they have those two saplings.
Yep.
But Vi hops over the wall, and then really, if they just have that one ward in the river, they are completely covered. They would have had time to move away.
Damn.
But because they didn't, Boogie had time to let his Q recharge while waiting in the bush. Then he's able to pounce and kill Winston.
All right, now, TSM, how do you capitalize on this lead? Vikla, good sidestep. He still has flash to play with. Flashing away. That was a 3-man gank attempt from TSM, but Vikla still survives.
Boogie playing like a maniac. And that's what we said needs to be their win condition. They need to get flashes down as quickly as possible, and then they need to move around. Rakan is a much more proactive support than the type of stuff we've been seeing in these Ashe, Varus, Jhin, Caitlyn support games. So very much what TSM needs to do as they try and accelerate the pace of this game.
Spica's just going to walk up. He knows that Solo still doesn't have flash from the early level 1. Commits his own. That should be a kill over to the side of FlyQuest. One more rupture from Solo, but Boogie... not enough time for Boogie to get there to salvage it.
Actually ended up being very close. Impact was sitting on a biscuit that was also possible to be used to bait, so I don't think the counter kill was as close, and overall I think that was just a bit of an awkward space in the lane for Solo. He needed to try and finish the wave before resetting, and the timing from Spica was good. He doesn't see that. Now he knows.
Wow, that was a great prediction from Solo. That sucks for Impact.
Yeah. He'll be alright. He's still got TP and ultimate. He could even save his TP and ult back to wave depending on his preference. He'll be alright.
Yeah, he'll be fine. As you were talking about before, TSM and Boogie, this guy has to just be places on the map where FlyQuest are not expecting and just manufacture these early game leads. It is the key for how TSM get ahead before the mid game comes online, and FlyQuest naturally just have a better advantage than them.
Yeah, and I will say, FlyQuest has clearly been the best team in the LCS.
Yes.
Based on the eye test and based on their record. But one thing that they haven't done is blow people out in the early game. Part of that is because they pick very sound teamfight compositions, but the other part of it is things like this do happen, right? Winsome gets picked off, they get Vikla burning his summoner spells in mid lane, and it's not the cleanest thing, and here comes Maple trying to make something happen.
But they turn on to Maple, and Art of War always turn on to the weakest side of the flank. Maple is forced to flash over the wall. He's no longer involved. He gets out alive, but that pick that TSM were looking for flubs.
Yeah, that was a pretty ugly look from the roam into the river. It was off camera, so I didn't see why he was at 50% health there, but definitely would have liked to not have done that. Now he's down flash and definitely loses a reset, so Vikla's going to have that mid-tower.
Yeah, and I think FlyQuest are quickly adapting and realizing, hey, TSM are looking to be much more proactive. They're willing to sack resources. They're willing to sack lane farm just to make these plays happen in the mid-game or early game. So Vikla and Spica are being a lot more proactive about adapting and responding before TSM can make those plans happen.
Yeah, and you can see Solo, like, still doing pretty well in this lane. Gets hit by a full charge Q, which is credit to Impact, considering there is both a Q and a W by Cho'Gath that can interrupt that, but both were on cooldown. So we're just going to watch this one more time. As the play is developing in the bottom lane, yeah, Vikla just gets a really good trade-off on Maple, and Maple still tries to support this play. Very interesting.
Yeah. I guess TSM were willing to call for it, and because FlyQuest collapsed onto Maple before the rest of TSM's bot lane and jungle 2-0 or combo could get into range, that means that FlyQuest had the advantage right there. But just looking at the total gold so far, thanks to that early pressure from Boogie punishing Winston's flash, Neo is currently ahead.
Yeah.
And that is one of the things that we've talked about. You know, Prince, as amazing as he is, has not always been the best laner, but he shines when it comes to the mid and late game when he's online.
And I also have to say that has been one of the criticisms for Winsome when he was on Cloud9 in spring. Even though he was very solid with Berserker, Berserker was able to succeed much like Prince, he hasn't been a lane dominant support. So getting some good reps in while Ayla is having VC issues, and here's a fight.
We're looking for it. Winsome is gonna maybe look to pull Prince in, but Prince is just fine on the right side of the fight. Spica is frontlining all he can. Boogie barely gets out of line after Prince empties most of his damage, but they're still looking for the resets. Once Jinx gets one kill, you just start running them down, and TSM have to flee because they know that Prince is excited, and they're gonna take that one-for-one trade.
Currently, this game does seem like a bit of a toss-up, but remember, FlyQuest is scaling. That was so close for TSM, but another one of those things where everyone is so low, they have to reset, and both objectives just get to stay up.
Rift Herald and Dragon were the prizes on the table that both of these teams were looking at. They were postured over towards that Rift Herald, but as these resets come in, we get a chance to look at that replay once again. I'm looking at Spica.
Yeah, so FlyQuest with a lot of vision in the river, which is generally why I think they feel safe, and Pookie just kind of flies in, but makes the best of a bad situation. Look at all the CC they're able to throw down onto Spica right off the bat, but they just can't quite finish him off easily. Solo needs to flash in, doesn't actually get an assist or a kill on that.
Yeah.
And then ends up dying. So 2 plays there, actually. Like, he's 0-3-0, but there was the first blood where it felt like he was generally in the right place, and then there was that one.
Yeah. You know what was crazy in that fight? Both of the solo laners for FlyQuest were both kind of single-man targeting out. I'll hold up here. Is Chime okay? Box is thrown out.
Oh, wow.
That's just a lot of damage off the top, but TSM still feel confident about taking up this dragon since Spica is on the other side of the map.
Yeah, wow, look at the waves right now. So, basically, mid was all the way pushed in. Berserker stuck at the turret. They got bot lane pushed in, stuck at the turret. So it's very easy for them to actually just take this Drake uncontested. Well done by TSM.
And you got to get those dragons stacking. That is one of those ways that you can get early pressure for yourselves and start forcing FlyQuest to react to you before they really come into that comfort zone of those items being online. It's one of the ways that TSM need to accelerate this game pace and really put FlyQuest on the back.
Let's see. This is the minigame. How many times can they kill Solo? So this is not... It's actually Solo's specialty. He draws a lot of aggro for the team because realistically this bottom lane is going very well. They just made a read that Spica was top lane, and it allows them to deny a few CS from Prince.
I mean, this is something that maybe teams should be doing more often, but for TSM, they're already recognizing, as we talked about before, if you target Prince during the laning phase, if you slow down the pace that he is accelerating at, he's not going to be that scary team-fighting monster that he has been for the first few weeks of the spring split, or even what we've come to know him from his time on Lil V's Sandbox. The Spica might be in a world of trouble. Gets flashed on, he flashes out, but there's no help saving him there. Sean gets a flash out of Winsome as well. TSM forcing moves on FlyQuest.
Underdog mentality right there. This is a demonic embrace completed on the Maokai, and they just fly in. Now they fly all the way over the mid lane to get the flash from Vikla as well. They are making FlyQuest respond to them.
And when you go back to what we were talking about, how Chowie wants this team to operate and why so many of the players on TSM have loved working with him. He knows, as a former pro, how to proficiently talk with them and give him the feedback that he needs. The most important thing that just really stood out to me in that recent Legends episode is that you guys need to play with the confidence. Don't expect to be a top 3, top 4 team, but if you just play the style that you're most comfortable with, you're going to catch a lot of teams off guard.
Yeah, you're going to have a chance, and this has been a very good start to the game, but I also think FlyQuest is holding on decently well. Whenever there's a bunch of craziness that happens in the top lane, all that Jinx has to do is just get plates down here, and he's going to be fine. Nice reset there by Neo to stop the recall, but even though Neo was the gold leader before, look at this, Prince, 4,700 gold now.
Yep.
Sneakily the richest player in the game.
Yeah, just being able to clip that gold amount off of that Rift Herald fight we saw a couple minutes ago. And Spica still, I believe, has that Rift Herald on his side.
Yeah, can still summon.
Looks like he's actually...
I feel like they should give it to Prince, but they have about a minute
You would
to
hope.
get in the right spot for it.
I mean, TSM, they are just puppy guarding this bottom side of the map. They've set up tents and pitches over, preventing FlyQuest from being able to play around sprints at the moment. So Spica wants to make sure that they can capitalize on the Rift plate still being available, so they're going to throw it down mid lane instead.
Yeah, so I don't love this. They might not even get it to crash.
Oh, no. Oh, wait, it's stuck? It's stuck? Oh, my God, TSM deflect the Rift Herald. Spica's going to just throw out the Nature's Wrath, but, I mean, TSM got what they wanted out of that one.
Yeah, that was, I think, a really poor Rift Herald by Spica. Possibly, there's some... Every team has a different approach to Rift Herald. To me, that was one where they said, okay, Rift Herald's not going to kill any turrets. If we drop 2 Rift Heralds mid, we'll kill mid.
Yeah.
But they didn't even get the first one, and Winsome caught out again.
Winsome doesn't have flashes before. TSM just great tracking the flash summoner spells and just being proactive. As soon as they see someone out, they're going to look for it, but Prince can get resets. He already finds one. He's excited, and that's signal for TSM to get the hell out of there.
1-for-1 kill over to Spica. You understand why TSM is being so aggressive. It's because FlyQuest's inevitability of their team fight is so strong, but when they trade 1-for-1 like that, it is going to be an advantage for FlyQuest.
You say that like FlyQuest is about to become Thanos later on in the game.
I mean, that's kind of how a lot of their games have gone. Part of why this roster construction works so well is Impact, for years, has been one of the best players in the league at managing waves and understanding how to space team fights, especially when he's on tanks.
Yeah.
So his Scion play in team fights is going to buy so much space for Prince, and Prince has looked like the best player in the league in team fights, not even in laning phase. He leads the league in kills, he leads in so many statistical categories, so that's just what they're waiting for.
Yep. We even saw a glimpse of how well Impact is just doing his job of spacing out and manning targets in against TSM just early ago in that Rift Herald. Being able to push Maple away, so even though Boogie found that pick on the Spica, neither Maple nor Neo could get on top and look for the follow-up damage onto that pick, which made that fight even look good for FlyQuest as it ended up being in a 1-for-1. So we have a lot to look forward to for FlyQuest, and it's just more onus on TSM. They have found ways to get early picks, but they need to keep the ball rolling.
Yeah, Mountain Drake coming up in 10 seconds right here, and Boogie has ultimate but no flash, so much of this will be about who can pull the trigger first. FlyQuest doesn't actually have the greatest protection to start this safely. Could be a dicey dragon here.
Prince does have both of his sums, but Winsome would have to position backwards if he wants to give Prince dark passage to safety. Weaver's wall from Maple cuts off Impact from the rest of the team, but Impact is just fine. Single manning all 4 of these members. Are they even doing damage to him, Jet? I don't think so. Impact turns it all around. Boogie's gonna throw his life in there for just one last chance. Chime gets a knock up on the Prince, but he still is gonna get excited. Throws up the Super Mega Death Rocket. Boogie is forced out of the fight, and the rest of TSM, you better run. You take out Impact, but it looks like TSM are gonna look for ways to reposition and regain control of the river.
It's just the tanks who died. I feel so bad for them. They're both trying to 1v4. It looks so much like the tale of 2 tanks at the start of that, but ultimately, when Maple entered the fight, they were able to land a good CC chain. Both top laners have teleports, so we're just going to do round 2.
Oh my goodness, Jab. They're going to get back in the ring all over again. Spica has healed up from the jungle camps. And as you called it out, that's a TP already from Impact. Solo is not going to TP. He's just going to walk the long way. I think TSM has just accepted, unless... No way they can seal this, right? You got that, Smite? Okay, let's go. Let's go. FlyQuest, we're going to cleanly take that second dragon, and now we might get a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, but I will say TSM really keeping the pressure on. This is a little bit different than the way they've played a lot of their games. They've been even or slightly ahead of FlyQuest for most of this early game. 2 kills now onto both of their carries. They still have that big ticking time bomb in Prince's Jinx, who's now at 2 kills, but has less overall gold than Neo. And Solo is just the peskiest 0-4-0 player I think I've seen in a while.
He's just been almost surviving every single engage. Now, take a look back at this replay.
Yeah, I mean, Impact just sidestepping the Rakan engage from like an inch away. Unreal. And then Solo, he's not, he shouldn't be there. He was buying enough. He was generally thinking that he's just going to buy space while his own team kills Impact, but the damage just doesn't quite match up. But it's here actually when Chime gets a giant charm into what would have been a 3-man Talia combo if Impact hadn't already died, and they made it a pretty even fight.
That's right. Well, Solo might be called out again, but the flash allows him to survive. The rest of TSM were positioned for that Rift Terror. Looks like they secured it, but now just need to walk away. FlyQuest have a moment to maybe pressure for this mid turret, but TSM all get back on their side, and that defends, preventing FlyQuest from getting anything more done.
Dude, this is the soloist game that's ever been soloed. Like, it's... A lot of people don't know that the scrim solo oftentimes is 0, a lot, and 0. But then he will still win the game sometimes.
Still win the damn game.
You just get... You feel like he's killable, and you end up using so many resources, and then... Think about it. They just used all his resources on solo. Now Vicla's dead because they forgot about it. It's just a weird superpower he has sometimes, but part of that was set up by the fact that he sat in mid lane, he's not even worth that much gold, they burned a bunch, didn't kill him, and then they're able to turn it around and kill Vicla later.
That's right, because then even if FlyQuest members were there, they don't have the same amount of ultimate resources available to counteract that pick. TSM just all-inning everything for the right priority targets. FlyQuest, is this the most that they have been challenged? I don't want to get...
Probably? Like, it is really interesting, and the Cho'Gath is creating a ton of side lane pressure. He just got another 600 gold. Who cares if he dies in his head? It's going to Prince, so it's probably pretty bad, but he's going to be a problem later in this game.
Yeah, it's not like you're getting shutdown gold off of the 0-4 Cho'Gath.
I actually wonder, is he going to be worth the full 300 because he has enough CS?
Let's watch. Come on. All right, we got there.
I couldn't tell. Probably not. If 300 didn't pop up on Prince, it's probably less than that. But again, the wave pressure by TSM has actually been so high this game. Like, think about it. 2 people just had to go down bottom lane to stop Solo there. And that just buys, what is that, like 10 seconds straight?
Yeah.
That Maple just got to free hit that turret, and now they're up 3 turrets to 0 against FlyQuest. So really keeping the pressure on. They have Rage Blade now, which should marginally help with the ability to proc max percentage health, hit E, hit Q on a Scion for Neo's Varus, and TSM staying alive in this game.
Damn, FlyQuest, what?
Yeah.
Out of all teams
this
to challenge you.
This is the first FlyQuest loss. We'll see.
Well. There's still 20 minutes into the game. It's 6-6. It's just only a 2,000 gold lead, so still the onus is on TSM to maintain this pressure, to keep this snowball rolling. FlyQuest might have to be pushed back in a corner farther than any other team might have been being able to push them in the early game, but man, TSM, this is the big challenge. But remember what your coach Chawi said, play with confidence.
Yeah, 274 gold for that last kill, so he's still pretty much a real champion, but the more he dies, the less that is true. As long as he doesn't get assists, that would reset the bounty.
45 seconds on the next dragon. This is the 3rd one of the game, second to either team. So far, Solo has already taken the liberty of pushing in that top wave so he can get a free walk over to the mid lane and cover it. And I think TSM, they're in position to be able to take the 2nd dragon without FlyQuest being able to really contest.
Yeah, 25 seconds, and it is hard for FlyQuest to make these entrances, and part of this is the Cho'Gath versus the Scion. Like, Impact is amazing at normally prepping sideways, but he's not able to get the push in a lot of cases this game, and
Oh, do they want to go for the fight? Not quite. Winsome gets chunked out. They're looking for a little bit more damage on the back end, but Impact is making the counter engage. Solo eats a lot from FlyQuest backline. Rupture momentarily stops Vicla from pumping out damage, but Prince looks for the Super Mega Death Rocket. Good hold on the Chime. They want to look for it, but Maple still capitalizes on a Winsome, and no one from TSM goes down yet. Solo still has a TP, so he can recall and he can reset.
They are just able to stay put. They get Impact as well.
They don't stop here, Chad. Pookie goes right into the heart of the back line. Maybe that was a little too optimistic, but if their goal was a tower, then they got it.
5-0-2 on Maples Talia, and he is actually just shredding through this FlyQuest team. They're going to be able to pick up their 2nd Drake of the game here.
I can't believe it. This TSM making great moves against FlyQuest. This is awesome. This shakes up things a lot. I mean, FlyQuest, now how do you bounce back against the surprise performance from TSM? And for TSM, I mean, no matter what happens at this point in the game, this is already a huge confidence statement boost.
Yeah, and we're gonna see once Prince has Infinity Edge, these fights are pretty long, and currently no one is really able to shred through Solo. Weirdly, he also just, I haven't done the math, maybe this is like Cho'Gath tech, the Abyssal Mask first. It's like a 40 MR item when most of FlyQuest is AD, and it still looks like it takes forever to kill him. So he's gonna be really, really tanky. He's literally already sitting on 7 stacks and 3,800 health. But watching this fight one more time, so that's basically Winston getting one shot by a Root and then Talia. And then when Impact comes in, it's really about like not going the Poke Barris build, making sure that Neo is getting off enough DPS. And as much as I talked about FlyQuest frontline, like the TSM frontline is doing a reasonable amount of work as well.
Yeah. I mean, for FlyQuest, it seems like they're trying to fire on back, but Impact can only sustain so much before Prince doesn't get the walk up forward. Yeah.
That was so deep by Boogie at the end.
But it almost makes sense to the madness, right? And Boogie knows, I'm going to stop Prince from doing damage, take out Impact. I'm going to trade my life 1 for 1 here.
Wow.
Oh, Maple.
Yeah. It's a Maple diff currently. It is currently a Maple Talia diff.
You know, Jab, back in the day when Maple was on Flash Wolves, Flash Wolves were known for being pretty damn good against
T1.
Yeah, against T1 in the past. Obviously, it's a different story here today, but Maple.
Oh, jeez. I actually hadn't even.
No!
This does happen all the time. I don't know why, but it does.
Oh, well, TSM fans, you can thank chat for the surprise performance from TSM so far. Now, FlyQuest, they are still coming into their own. We cannot count out Prince just yet, because he is still deathless. 3-0-3, 500 gold bounties, making his way towards that last Whisper item as well.
Yeah, but also 25 minutes in, 1,000 gold difference. It only takes 1 fight for either team.
That's
With
right.
how explosive Jinx can be, it could be a Baron Raptor fight, but they go straight onto him.
Flash. Oh, Maple falls off. Beautiful combo. Prince is shut down by TSM. Solo eats up Spica as well. And now the damage comes and falls to Vikla to clean it up. But FlyQuest know, without Prince, it's time for them to bail. And TSM don't have a jungler anymore, but they still want to press the advantage forward. Chime takes a blow. Damage from Vikla. Solo trying to take it up. Fire on back, but there's no feast available. So is this really a wise fight for them? Neo's got to get in range, looking for the piercing arrow. But FlyQuest are going to be able to back off for now.
Oh man, that was some miscommunication by TSM. They got the immediate kill onto Prince, and in my head, that's Baron. But as they chase through, Boogie goes down. It still might have been Baron. We'll watch this one more time, see how much time we have as they run back to base. But immediately, Boogie is just making plays. The classic Flash R. But look at where Chime is, top of the screen.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, he's one shot by Maple. He was gonna be backed up anyway. And they're able to then take down Spica. What? That just goes to show you how much damn damage the Talia is doing right now. I was just thinking, I didn't even catch that the first time, but I think they could have done Baron afterwards.
Maple is just putting on a clinic today. What a standout performance on a champion that he has really put a lot of time and effort into making his name on, between that and Galio, two roaming proficient champions. But I mean,
Solo
putting so much. Solo.
I think he can one-shot him.
I mean, Vikla still has flash. Oh, the feast comes out early, but Vikla's trying to dodge it, force the flash away from that last rupture.
Solo saw the execute health, and as he was pressing the R, the Eclipse Shield procced for Vikla, and he didn't get the eat. But still, that just goes to show you, when a Cho'Gath is that deep in your jungle, a 2-5 Cho'Gath, and he does that to your 250 CS Jace, you got issues.
That's right. I feel like we have to bring up the Scrim Solo story again, where it doesn't matter how many times this guy gets taken down, he just gets stronger and stronger and stronger the later the game goes on, because he knows what his role is and how to pilot these champions.
Chill-proof, man. So I'm going to check his feast stack. So he's currently at 8, and he has maxed out the number of minions he can consume. He's got 1 champion, 1 dragon. So he can no longer get any bigger from minions, but if he can eat Baron or champions, that's the way he's going to be able to stack up that ult even more.
Damn.
Yeah.
What a game, Jad. I mean, it's still 2,000 gold difference between these two teams, so there's still a world
they're
where...
just going to go for him.
Okay, well, looking for Spica. Spica still has flash, but this CC lockdown means that he ain't going nowhere. TSM, that's right. Baron fired away immediately for this team, FlyQuest.
Okay, so Chime still has ultimate if they want to peel off. Boogie does not, and they're just gonna turn.
Yeah, Chime looks for Winsome instead. No flash on the Thresh available, so it's a CC city all over again. As soon as one person gets locked up, the rest of the CC follows up. And just like that, chat, it's a 5-on-3 advantage.
And it looks like FlyQuest is not willing to give this one up. Prince does still not have IE. He's sitting on 3 items. Feast is there for Cho'Gath. They can easily secure this.
And he doesn't have flash, so Prince can't step up too far forward. Super Mega Death Rocket. Oh, it's not a Spring Jinx like last year where those things could steal the damn thing, but TSM managed to walk away with the Baron and now have put themselves at a 5,000 gold lead, 28 minutes against FlyQuest.
Yeah, it definitely looks like TSM is now in pole position to hand FlyQuest their first loss, make it so there will be no undefeated team left in the LCS. And let's just check if Solo's screaming at his team, say, let me eat this, I need to get big. Don't let some sweat. Boogie, don't fight it, let Solo eat it.
Maybe Solo's saying, you know what, let's fight immediately right after.
If he dies on like 100 health later, you can point to that point in the game. But yeah, this is a fight that FlyQuest is never going to win. Also, Winsome being in the front as the Thresh, I hate that needs to be Impact. They can engage on Impact. You can pull him out with Lantern. You can buy more time. But he is just not in the right spot, and TSM is crushing them.
That's right. And TSM, man, oh man, who would have thought out of all the teams to match against FlyQuest, a team fighting powerhouse is TSM itself. They're doing a hell of a job. They have 3 dragons to their name, 4 more minutes before their soul could be theirs to claim. And they're, once again, Jet, they're setting up all the ways on the top side of the pressure map. Vikla is going to have to recall soon.
Yeah, and here they go. I mean, this is going to be the inhibitor completely opened up. I think they're going to be cautious not to overstay. We did see a Team Liquid team earlier today not use their Barons well, so it's 4 people here with no tank. This is danger zone for TSM.
They want to throw out the engage. Spica's going to fish for the Nature's Wrath, but Maple throws out the Weaver's Wall instead, and because of the Baron empowered cannon minions, that means the inhibitors is there cleanly. TSM don't even have to worry about trying to bail out super aggressively. They can maintain posture in this jungle and see if they can pick out anyone from FlyQuest on rotation.
They have just had the waves pushed, it feels like, for the last 25 minutes, and FlyQuest doesn't have a reliable forward engage when behind with this team comp. If FlyQuest is ahead, it'll be different, and it's Winsome again!
Okay, it's off the seismic shove. Chime follows up, and Winsome is forced to flash once again. Solo comes in with the TP. This second turret belongs to TSM.
Absolutely. Level 16 Cho'Gath means he gets another jump in health. He's now on 4,500, but more importantly, 230 armor, 202 magic resist, and just not enough damage on FlyQuest to cut through that giant Cho. So that's going to be it with that Baron. It wasn't the most effective one, but it still gives them a healthy lead heading into what will likely be a Hextech Soul fight.
And I imagine that this is where FlyQuest just have to show and just throw everything against the wall. Even if they don't feel like they are in the most poised and the most ready to fight TSM, this is now the time. Prince will have both summoner spells up. He already has them now. If they can avoid conflict for the next 2 minutes until they get right up to the point of entering into the Dragon Pit, find ways to protect Prince, let him carry. That is your only window as FlyQuest.
I mean, like, realistically, this FlyQuest team comp can work if they get first setup, because it's hard for other teams to walk in and get access to Prince. But when FlyQuest is the ones trying to enter and they don't have vision, it's too hard for Prince, because Winsome doesn't have a spot that he knows is safe for Lanterns. So you can have Boogie, who can just flash ult you, or Q flash ult you from like a screen away. That can be easily chained with Chime and Solo, so it's really difficult for them right now. And I don't see an easy way for FlyQuest to even contest this Drake without losing the game off of the contest.
Yeah, I mean, look at the vision control from TSM. It's so damn hard for FlyQuest to actually even get in. It's completely dark on that side of the jungle, so if FlyQuest step up, you don't know if you're gonna get hit by seismic shove, knock up from Recon, the whole CC damn train.
I mean, realistically, you need to be able to pick a lane to play through. If you end up trying to play through bottom lane, like if they sent everyone here, they probably just lose this inhibitor, and then it's like Talia and just dashes into your base and can start killing your Nexus turrets. So normally I would say you just try and like literally just group mid and force your way in with Scion Thresh, but that still leaves you open to too many angles, and FlyQuest is in a pickle.
A slippery pickle, one might say.
Pickle.
Shout out to Courage. Great cast earlier today, man. That was good stuff. TSM on the brink of doing what no other team in the LCS have been able to do so far, of taking down an undefeated FlyQuest, by far the most incredible team that we have seen in the spring split.
Yeah.
TSM just a few moments away.
Really, FlyQuest are just hoping that TSM runs it down. Like, they really, the ideal fight for FlyQuest is that Boogie or Chime think they have an angle on Prince, and then Prince can like gale force away and they can turn.
Yep.
Because if it's any type of straight up eye contact team fight with how fed Talia and Varus are, I think they lose it at this point. And if it's a clean engage, it's also a loss for FlyQuest. So that's why they're kind of just posturing in mid. I think if they go any further, it's not going to work.
They said, screw the dragon. We can't contest it. Yeah. We're not going to flip for it. We're going to look for the positioning on Baron. And as you talked about, if FlyQuest can set up positioning first on an objective, that gives them a more advantageous fight. It's a big gamble giving Hextech Soul over to TSM. And TSM say, we're not going to even try to contest you at the Baron. We're just going to pressure you at the base.
Yeah. Why bother? Like, they can easily just step up here, get a few autos down, and mainly just buy space so they then have time to set up at Baron. They can also get a reset off if they really want to when they have full control, but I think, honestly, they just hope that FlyQuest checks somewhere, and then they make an engage happen.
FlyQuest treacherously and cautiously stepping through their red quadrant jungle into complete darkness. It looks like Boogie is found. Oh God, Spica's blown up! TSM have already taken out the jungle for FlyQuest, so that means there is no possibility for a 50-50 smite. It would have to be a miracle steal from any member of FlyQuest. 7,000 HP. TSM, they have feast and they have smite, but they're going to turn on the impact instead. Prince, look at Chime, look at Chime. He looks for it, flashing right into Prince. It delays his damage. Prince tries to reset, but he can't carry this one. TSM, off the back of miraculous and incredible playing, they are able to take out 4 members from FlyQuest.
Doesn't look like the game is going to end at this moment, though. They clutched out at the very end, killing Boogie and Maple. It really did look like that was going to be the end of the game, but TSM win the fight. They're going to burn down this Baron, and then I think they're going to push for the end.
All the dominoes are set up to fall for a TSM victory, chat. Who would have thought?
Not me.
FlyQuest. Oh, man.
Not you.
Not any of us. But TSM never said die, and they have persisted through almost every single step, and just it all starts with the flank over the wall.
What a play there. Like, just the crazy nature of being in that spot when you have that big a lead, because that's actually the spot you would have to be in to, like, throw the game. He's all alone. The team can't get there to help him, so Spica doesn't expect him to be there. Then he dies. Chime around the side as well. Gets the original CC, but, like, man, if Boogie doesn't land that Vault Breaker onto Prince, maybe Prince actually pops off in that fight because he's doing a ton of damage, but they pull it off. They have yet another Baron. They still have the soul, and they want to hand FlyQuest that first loss.
And you see Maple holding his chest. He's like, all right, guys, it's still not over yet, but
a little nervy.
We're almost there. We're doing it.
Okay, like, stopwatch on Prince as well. So if they Boogie needs to check that inventory, because if he presses R and gets stopwatched, could be a little dangerous. He can be someone who gets reset off of. He's not that tanky on the Vine. No stopwatch anymore.
And for this team to come together, TSM, amidst everything, amidst all expectations, it's these 5 players, it's the coaching staff, it's the managing staff that have just given all the faith and confidence to these players as FlyQuest make this engage, but Solo just takes up everything and then just wins them alive. Chime going forward, catching Spica up on ahead. Boogie is just singling out Vikla, preventing him from being able to touch Neo or Maple in the backline. Bottom inhibitor falls. FlyQuest limited to Prince, Spica, Vikla, and Impact. There's no Winston for another 30 seconds. It's 5 on 4.
They want it.
They still have a teleport from Solo, so he can take up damage, and as long as he gets out alive, he can always reset and teleport for another go at it again. Seismic shove into Grand Entrance. Impact is gone! FlyQuest, though, might have been able to defend long enough. They have to wait on another minion wave from TSM.
Yeah, mid-wave is there, so TSM is going to take this one down. There's still 55 seconds on the buff. Solo can TP back. I think TSM is going to stick around. At the very least, they're going to clean 3 inhibitors. But also remember, it's 90% chance TSM's going to win this, but it just takes 1 reset for Prince. We got to see this.
Prince doesn't have flash, doesn't have heal, so it would have to be everything from FlyQuest to set up Prince for success.
Yeah, there's a stopwatch.
He's got a stopwatch. Can he take out moving foot? But they got the CCJ. TSM has done the unthinkable. FlyQuest have been upset by TSM.
TSM move to 4-4 and hand Prince and FlyQuest their first loss of the year. That is the happiest I have seen this team in a long while. It has got to feel good.
And you can see if the managing staff, the coaching staff, Chawi, Glenn, how important is it to them to show their players who they have been given full confidence and full trust to turn around amidst everything, the image that has been given around them when it's not even about those players. These players just want to play some damn League of Legends.
They just want a game, man.
They just want a game. And they have shut up all the negative posers and all the negativity around them. This team shows that when they band together, they trust in each other, they can do anything.
Shout out to Solo, man. 0-5-0 to 5-5-9. 5-0-9 after the start to that game. 8-0-8 for Neo, 7-1-12 for Maple. Definitely the best game they've played all year as well, because their early game had been so weak and their win conditions had felt so narrow, and it felt, to me, it felt like the right play in the moment for FlyQuest to just say, let's pick a huge amount of scaling and TSM won't be able to jump out to a lead. But that's exactly what TSM did. They stepped up. And they won in what felt like a different way.
Yeah.
They applied so much pressure on a TSM. They were the ones initiating every fight. They didn't screw it up. They didn't int. And they take home the win.
Just let that settle in, everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, my goodness. When you go back to what these players have talked about in multiple interviews with, I know one of my closer friends, Nick Garrity from Upcomer, he's talked to both Solo and Chawi, or Chime, and how much both of those players in particular, and pretty much I think everyone on the team enjoys having Chawi, having Glenn, who are former pro players, and being able to have them as their kind of superiors and mentors. They understand what it's like to be the stress of a pro player, and they can give them feedback and give them confidence, unlike any other coaching staff that they've ever had in the past. I mean, this is an awesome new look for this team of 5 here under the TSM banner.
Yeah, before this game, the expectations were very different than what I feel like the expectations are going to be going forward.
Yep.
Because they were this scrappy team that could occasionally pick up wins with scaling drafts. Not to say this draft didn't scale well, but it wasn't the superior scaling team, and they actually pushed the tempo and had to use teamwork to beat FlyQuest, a team that no other team had been able to touch. So now that they're 4-4, I'm really curious to see what TSM can do the rest of the split.
Yeah, and on the flip side, I think FlyQuest now have a lot to think about, and going forward, unfortunately, they don't have an undefeated streak anymore, but it might be an early wake-up call needed. But for us, from now until February 24th, use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-client store and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win a trip to a League of Legends event or a set of 8 Player of the Week statues and a MasterCard prepaid card. That is a hell of a deal right there if you get in on that. But of course, we're going to be throwing it over to Raz for our Verizon post-game interview.
What's up, everybody? Thank you for joining me with the victorious Chime. What the hell, man? You defeated an undefeated FlyQuest. What was your mentality going into this game? Because it felt like you worked insanely well with Boogie, consistently looking for fights, and you guys just took them.
Yeah, I mean, I just think our draft was really good, and losing to GG yesterday, my former team, really pissed me off. So I think we just went in today like there's nothing to lose, and yeah, it worked out.
So that's something to prove, right?
Yeah.
That's sick. Just tell me how the team environment has been, because yes, the inconsistency is there in terms of winning and losing, but you take down a team like this, you have to feel as though there's a lot of trust amongst your players. Just like talk to me how, yes, losing to Golden Guardians, but being able to bounce back today, how's that been?
I think it's really good that I feel like we have no egos on the team. So I think that's really helpful in terms of not pointing fingers and accepting that, you know, we all have work to do. So yeah, I mean, I think like our veterans are really like wholesome people. They don't like, you know, they don't really throw blame. They just kind of tell us what to do. I mean, yeah, I think it's just a good environment overall.
And a message to the fans, people just out there, because yes, us as analysts, fans are there just to generally have kind of sold you guys down the river coming into preseason.
Yeah.
Not a lot of people believe that you guys could be that team after like keeping together the core players from preseason or this last season. So like, what's a message you tell the fans after a game like this?
I mean, you know, you're entitled to your opinion, and I don't really mind, to be honest. But I think we had a good game today, and we're better than people think.
Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear. And for people out there, after a win like this, I think the analysts and people in general have a lot to talk about after something like this. So we caught up with Golden Guardians because they have a tier list of their own, and I wonder what that is. Thank you, guys.
Ooh.
As you can see behind us, analysts often make power rankings, and sometimes they don't hold up very well. So we thought it was only fair if we gave one of the teams that we look pretty wrong on right now a chance to get back at us by power ranking the LCS analysts. Huhi and Licorice, take it away.
All right, here we go. All right. Should I start with Emily? Yeah, we'll start with Emily. She has dogs, so that gives me a plus. Dogs? Okay, yeah. The tier list. We like dogs. We like dogs. So we're going to at least D. We're just starting there. We're just starting there.
Remember, I have 2 dogs.
Okay. Any other dogs? Any other dog owners here?
I have cats.
Oh, cats.
We love cats, right? Cats are kind of nice.
Oh, you like cats? Yeah. I'm a dog person.
You're a dog person?
Okay, let's
Okay, this is the new dog here.
New dog here.
This is the cat here.
Okay. We will start here.
That's all?
In fairness, Kobe does want a cat.
We'll let him start.
No follow through. Not enough confidence.
No,
I think.
Kobe, I think.
Oh, Kobe?
Yeah.
Same person, honestly.
I was going to say, Azale has dogs and cats. He's the most committed to whatever this ranking
He
is.
starts with B then.
We're
just
starting.
We love animals.
Okay.
Okay, and then...
do you even like animals?
I love, okay, I have a family cat at home.
Okay, you can start there then.
Oh, no!
Start there? You're not done? You're going to...
No, we're going to start here. And then...
Okay, fair.
Now what will you do if you factor in our analysis?
Actually, for me, Kobe, I have something with him. You know, like he casted a lot of my games. And
Yeah, you like him? You like him?
I like him.
Okay, all right. Where would you put him? Where would you put him?
CLG
Move him up one tier.
Yeah, like my CLG days. Yeah, like maybe I'll give him a C tier.
Okay.
All right.
He's moving on up.
Who runs it down the least?
Who runs it?
Who's
down
the most consistent lead?
Oh, then I think Jad, you have to go down there a bit. But it's because I always remember like those moments where like you will like have a shirt in the playoff and then you will rip it off because you're wrong. Like you have like a TSM shirt and then you will rip it off and it's like a C9 shirt or
This
CLG
is true.
shirt.
I mean, going off the power rankings, like Marks, he has FlyQuest first, so I feel like that gives him some points.
Yeah,
Let's go. I did read some comments on Reddit that said he wasn't a very good analyst, so I think it's probably D.
It balances out to D? I'm above Raz. We'll take it.
Oh my God! Now you have to reconsider me at some point.
What's your best analysis right now? Hit me with it.
Ooh, I mean, look, I started out actually at the top of show, like literally promoting you guys. He may have talked about me doubting you versus 100 Thieves, but I said you guys were going to be the one to shoot up the rankings.
Question was, who other than FlyQuest will go 3-0? And you'll be like, I have a team that definitely won't go 3-0. Golden Guardians.
But I didn't say that.
Out of the
What's your best analysis? I said you weren't going to win this game.
All right, I guess if you guys are comfortable locking that in
final
the
list?
final one, this is what's going to get screenshot.
We have to put everyone up there so that they talk good about us.
Oh, you know what? That's a really good idea.
Yeah, because as soon as you guys went on stage after, you know.
You guys are amazing and everything you guys say.
I love your analysis.
Oh, wait a minute.
Wow. Bump you all up, you know. We're going to keep the order the same.
We like this. We like this.
But look at that.
This
now
is the screenshot tier list.
There we go.
That's incredible.
And yeah.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
Hey everyone, Freak here on the Summoners Rift team, and I've been told that our pro players have suggestions or comments or questions, so we're going to pull them at random. Some were able to attach their names, some were not. We'll see how this one goes. First up, Summit says, I love Top Zach. I'm glad you should play him. I think I would have fit this comp better than Gnar in the game I'm watching right now, so, consider that. All right, next up, Fudge says the game is very balanced right now. Good job. Well, Fudge, I appreciate that. I do think we have a little bit too much bot lane fiesta going on, and I think AD carries are a bit OP, but I'm glad you're liking the game, Fudge, so thanks very much. Well, next one is, I miss Ardent Sensor. I think the item is not horrible for what it's worth right now. The difficulty here is if Janna really, really likes gold or Lulu really likes gold, are we back to like Janna, Lulu solo lanes, and it's like top lane plays Enchanter, jungle plays Enchanter, mid plays Enchanter, and it's like just about the AD carry. That's extreme, but if we go too hard, right, I don't think that's a good world for the game where 3 Enchanter teams are optimal gameplay. I think that's pretty bad for the game overall. In general, I actually personally believe that supports don't get to buy enough items, and so they like get to finish Mythic, and then a Kindle Gem in the game ends. And I think it'd be cooler if supports got to complete more items. I kind of agree with your point about missing Ardent Sensor because it does feel like you don't always get to be a specialized support buffing like one person really, really well. I think it's actually a cool thing to get to do. Next up, bot lane is too strong, submitted by an AD carry player. This is the first sane AD carry player I have ever heard commentary from. Everyone else says their role is weak and that they can't play their champions. You're the only one to break the curse. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. I have no words. Marksman supports should not exist. And from Anonymous, but I think it's okay if they exist as long as they are counterable. I think it is probably okay for marksman supports to exist on a certain degree. Certainly the way that Senna's been designed, her auto attacks are very strong, but they're very slow. She's very fragile early in the game, and you know her goal is not even just about harassing her opponent, but about acquiring souls and her auto attack being relevant at all points in time. Whereas I think a lot of the current marksman supports are like, well, I run Halo Blades, we fight really hard level 1, 2, 3, and then I have like okay-ish tools, so I don't really need gold. And all my power levels and Umbral and Cling Wards, and that's just my champion. I think that's like less healthy than, for example, the current design of Senna, which I think is actually pretty cool. Alrighty, next up we have Xmithy with Remove Jungle, Trilane Bot. Okay, so I can tell you're not playing League right now because that is the current jungle meta. Now I understand why you're missing all your ults because you don't practice. Okay, well that's disheartening. Anyway, thanks for your comments, everyone. Hopefully we'll do this again soon.
Always love David for being able to fire back at those as well, but damn. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with our last game of the day, Dignitas taking on Golden Guardians. And I mean, let's address the elephant in the room. Dignitas not looking so hot right now. Ignar is finally back after yesterday. Yep. They still need to find a way to form an identity that'll turn the ship around.
Yeah, and weirdly enough, I feel like when you're 0-7, so much of it is about your ability to create positive vibes going into the game.
Yeah.
They're 0-7 on stage. There's no way they're 0 everything in scrims. So this is clearly a team that has found a way to win in the past. I mean, Jensen literally won the split last time. Santorin makes it to finals nearly every year. Armut's an LEC champion. Ignar's been to Worlds. There's just a lot of experience on this team, but as we've seen, it just hasn't come together whatsoever. So if they can keep a positive mindset, I think that gives them the best chance.
Yeah, and I think there is some, I guess, a silver lining that with the recent support changes, some of Ignar's, real wheelhouse champions like the Nautilus are back into favor. It's what they insta-locked for him yesterday, and he was able to create some openings, and I think it can lead to some mid-game proactivity. But when you look on the other side of Golden Guardians, one of the big strengths that they've recently started excelling in as of last week is 2v2 dominance. Sticks and Huhi getting isolated solo kills on their own back-to-back games.
Man, they have looked so good since they started 0-4. We got to chat with Huhi and Licorice yesterday, actually, when we taped that Power Ranking Analyst segment just now. And it wasn't a great start. I even got to ask them, hey, do you think it was like kind of a blessing that you faced the top teams early on in the split so that you could then get Gory come together a bit and go on a streak? And his answer was like very quickly no. Because, well, one, starting 0-4 sucks, but two, they actually have the expectation that if they had Gory, they would have just beaten those teams, right? So they definitely have a winning mindset at the moment, and they kept that after the 0-4 start.
I think it just goes to show back to, when Inero has spoken to, I think, Travis last week. Like, are you concerned about the 0-4 start? It's like, no. And it's like, well, do you expect your team to still do well? Absolutely. I mean, these guys, it's taken a while to kind of come together, but obviously Gory not being there for the first week and then not really having the best performance second week because they had only had him for a couple days. Once you got to see that third week come alive, we got to see makings of why Gory was so hyped up for this roster, and 6A and Huhi kind of bringing everything together, which all leads to River being such an adaptable and on-the-fly intelligent jungler for this team.
And he's still not giving me Jarvan.
Damn.
He was the Jarvan man on Dignitas in Summer Split of 2022, but I understand the Sejuani early on just picked that front tank. It's also Santorin's most played so far. Santorin has played it 4 of 7 games. So very understandable first pick for the Guardians.
Ooh. Azeri lock-in for Spawn. So this is... You're going to have to double-check some stats for me, Mr. Jatstat, man.
Okay.
Is this Spawn's first Azeri game of the split?
It is his second.
Okay, it's his second. Okay. So normally, what Dignitas have been trying to prioritize around is... In the beginning, they were trying to give Spawn some early game dominant champions so that they could hedge a lot of his laning weaknesses that we kind of knew him for during the Academy and Challenger scene, and especially in this pool of 80 carries that is just so stacked beyond all belief. it is understandable that you need to get him through that early game stage before he can really shine in what we saw on the Academy stage in those team fights. So if you give him something like Zeri, Dignitas need to find a plan that gets him through that stage and gets him to the team fighting.
And if they end up locking this Lulu, it is very much what other teams have done, and it is something that could outscale. But I'm looking at Ignar here, and thank goodness for Games of Legends, because it has every game that he's ever played. He's played 468 games that are here, and 7 of them have been on Lulu.
Only 7?
Yeah, so it's like his 20th most played champion. It's clearly meta right now. Everyone knows Ignar as the melee engaged guy, but they're clearly playing to the meta right now, and it's not a combo that is supposed to win lane against the Lucian Nami.
Yeah.
So either Santorin is going to have to pull something off early for them, or they're going to have to get lucky in later team fights.
Honestly, I thought this was going to be the opposite of what Dignitas were going to do. I figured, considering the performances from the bottom side of the map, Dignitas were just going to bail and say, Spawn, good luck, buddy. We're going to give you something weak side, defend for yourself with, which is what they did yesterday.
Yep.
Xayah Nautilus setup is not necessarily known for being a kill lane. Xayah, you're just saying, all right, peel yourself with Featherstorm, and then good luck, we're going to try to win the game by ourselves. But Dignitas now maybe putting a little bit more faith into giving Spawn a little bit of that agency.
Yeah, it has been an incredibly, incredibly rough start of the spring split for Spawn. And whoever has been his lane partner, Biofrost for 6 games, Ignar for 1, and so many tanks being banned away. A lot of this game could end up being frontline. What's interesting, like when you have Lucian Nami, if Armut isn't on something tanky, Lucian Nami can just shred through whoever they want. Like, you really do need someone to block that, like, 2-item power spike, Gale Force, RFC with the Imperial Mandate, because you just, you can basically slow someone from off the screen and then one-shot them with culling. Jax is okay for that. Understand the pick for Dignitas.
Not necessarily the front line that you would expect traditionally, but maybe it can fulfill the job. Maybe it can give some other avenues for Dignitas to succeed if all the eggs in the basket for the bot lane does not go their way. Meanwhile, Golden Guardians, as you've already called out, the Lucian and Nami lane, Golden Guardians already confident in their 2v2 laning prowess.
Oh.
Whoa! Hold up, Lee Sin! We got a Lee Sin! Let's go!
We got a Sejuani top and a Lee Sin jungle, most likely. That's how this is going to play out. He was changed on the patch. He now has total AP ratio on some of his spells, so he's going to be a little bit buffed and a little bit better scaling.
Slightly more lethal on this patch, as you called it already.
What?
Oh, man.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, well, I mean, this is fantastic. You have such a potent kill combo now with Lee Sin and Akali. When they're both level 6, if you're roaming and you're skirmishing, you do not want to face them head up first. You have got to be careful around River and Gory.
I will say, though, this is just like a 4-5 Victor or Azir angle. Like, if Jensen just picks a control mage and Golden Guardians doesn't take over this game early, they're short range, they have a ton of melees, and Jensen could carry this game. Oh boy. So he's gone full skill matchup against the Akali. Still something that can punish squishy targets, but in a much different way.
Did you see his face? I was like, nah, give me the LeBlanc. I'm going to throw down against this guy. I'm not going to let him push me around.
Dude, Jensen is tired of losing. He wants to carry this one.
Let's go. I love seeing the fire out of a team that is not performing well, because even when the teams that are not doing so hot, you never want to underestimate them when their backs are pushed up against the wall, because that is when they have the least amount to lose. And for Golden Guardians, they are really... You're going to swap this top lane and jungle pick, right? Oh my god, it's the top lane Lee Sin! Wait, it's the top lane Lee Sin!
Guys? Really?
Jat's not impressed.
I'm surprised. I mean, it makes sense with the Sejuani to have double melee soul inners, and top lane Lee Sin is something that was really in like a couple years ago. Have I been asleep under a rock? Did someone else do this? I gotta check this out.
Investigate the internet, Jat. We must go deeper.
Dude, I love having a PC while casting. Yeah, so it says he's been played top once and he lost. So it's definitely not super prevalent currently. This match list says, yeah, it was played by Zest in the LCK Challenger League. He went 7-1-12 against Anar and lost, but still, like...
Okay, so clearly not his fault.
Yeah. Team diff.
Happens.
Man.
It does sound like some, like, developmental league dark tag. Something that maybe either in the LCK Challenger League or even the North American Challenger League, which you can catch on weekends. As we head into our last game of the day of this Super Week, Golden Guardians against Dignitas with, I mean, this surprise top lane Lee Sin. I am really curious now how they want to play around this. I mean, because I almost imagine you just want to force 2v2s all the time.
Yeah, I really want to see the path that he ends up going. So he's gone Conqueror. I'm just scrambling here. You could go Eclipse. That's the highest win rate item I see, but most likely he's just going to go Gore Drinker and be a bit of a bruiser.
Sure.
Which is generally how you would play him when he was more in meta. Can't wait to see it.
God. I've been waiting the entire 4 weeks of the spring split to cast some freaking Lee Sin, man. And we've just been, even though it's not in the jungle, I'm still happy to see one of my most played and one of my favorite champs of all time finally on the Rift. So Licorice, don't let me down. I want to see some sick insects.
Man, so often the 5th game of the day is like this sleeper game, but I'm just looking at the champions and they are so skill expressive. Like everyone is going to be flying around this game. In a bit. They got to get items and abilities first.
Yeah, we're still chilling for the first few minutes of the game, but I mean, the volatility has been amped up this game already. That's one of the things about Lee Sin in a solo lane. You have so much control, just being able to start and max E first. Just being able to both harass and clear minion waves at the same time.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the exact patch note just so we're more well informed on what happened. Apologies that I really was not expecting to see Lee Sin top.
You know, the funny thing is when we had lunch with Freak earlier this week, I thanked him for the Lee Sin buffs. He's like,
did?
Yeah. And lo and behold, we finally get a Lee Sin to pay off dividends here on the LCS stage. So far, checking in.
Oh. He's shoving the wave in, trying to push him out. W for the shield, E for the wave clear. Got to be a little careful about an early Vi gank, but it looks like he's pathing the other way. That's why he's going to leave the lane now and probably put a ward down. So yeah, the bonus AD ratio on Sonic Wave went up 0.1. That's not huge. Resonating Strike also 0.1, so just a 0.2 overall, like burst if you're building AD. But the biggest change is that his Tempest, his E, now has a total AD ratio instead of a bonus AD ratio.
Yeah.
And the base damage has been changed overall.
Definitely favoring more fighter bruiser builds rather than just full AD lethality builds.
Yeah, exactly. So that's more likely to go Gore Drinker than I think, based on this list. Cool. We'll see it.
Yeah. I was getting a little mad sciencey here and thinking if there's any other mythic items that you could go. But I mean, I'm pretty sure Gore Drinker has usually just been Bruiser Lee Sin's best item in the past. I mean, maybe with the way the Black Cleaver has been super good, maybe you could rush it as a first item, but I don't know if you necessarily need the sustain as much early on as you do.
Yeah, and this is also just like, it's definitely something they're trying to surprise Armut with.
Sure.
Because they already had this 20 locked in, they saw the Jax, like this is their counter pick to it. Santorin also making some visits bottom lane early on in the game, even just to buy them space, because honestly, if the Zeri Lulu does get going in this game, that is one of Dignitas' win conditions.
Yeah, and already Santorin, just the way he's been pathing has been covering and protecting Spawn and Ignar as they make this push against Stixay and Huhi. We already know off of their performance last week that they've been dominant in the laning phase. So far, Spawn and Ignar are doing just fine. Your goal is not necessarily to win this lane, you just need to survive and you need to be able to at least go even. The fact that they're slightly going up is still a win for Spawn and Ignar.
Yeah, there's been, it's not every game.
Yeah.
But it feels like every game where Spawn is getting killed under his turret. That just cannot happen, especially in this meta. All the top teams you look at are the teams that have their AD carries perform.
Yep.
Because so much of it is about getting this advantage bot lane, snowballing the game, and having your AD carry take over. And it just has not been possible for Dignitas so far this year.
River's in the area, throws on the control ward, so both Spawn and Ignar now know that River is on the bottom side of the map, so they have to cede control for the moment. But thanks already to the early proactive members from Santorin, at least they have been given some defensive measures so that they can go even. Because as we said before, it's all about getting to the first item, getting to the second item without too much harassment, too much pressure from Stixay and Huhi.
Yeah, I mean, Six already burned through all of his health potions versus the Doran's Blade, but here we go. Nope. They don't see him. They see him. They definitely see him.
He can see him. All right, Licorice just still being fine on the top side of the map. He burned through one ward trinket. That's an awkward place to recall for spawn. Unfortunately, his reset is delayed by River, but I mean, they've gotten through the first few minutes of the game. No deaths to be had so far. This is massive plus for Dignitas, especially with the composition that they have in mind.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to have a huge influence as they're trying to crash that wave, but Spawn can get back to the lane pretty fast. They going for a plate greed?
Ooh.
No, just get a support item stacked up. 60 gold.
Huge.
Yeah, had to do that before Stixay recalled, otherwise the item would have turned off. No ally proximity.
Yeah. It's been a very quiet early game, and I know we were super hype about a lot of the volatile picks that have been drafted by both of these teams. The LeBlanc on one side, Lee Sin on the other, the Akali is one. It hasn't really been that bloodthirsty between both of these teams, and I'm not sure if that's really been a credit to Santorin, who has just been deflecting a lot of the early pressure that River has been looking for, or if River has just not been able to find some of those moments, or even necessarily needs to feel proactive in the early game.
Yeah, and thinking about this more, this is possibly Dignitas' best chance to pick up a win so far. Like, I just see a lot of champions that if they get a couple kills would be able to take over the game. Spawn is one of them. Jensen's Akali is another one. Like, there's just, he can just maneuver his way around the Sejuani and really provide lethal damage onto the Lucian Nami at any stage in the game. So, Dignitas really good. And I was looking this up, yeah, 28 and 8 on LeBlanc. Of champions that he has played this much, it's his highest win rate pick.
Damn.
So the next, you have to go all the way down to a zillion, which is like an 85% win rate, but in much fewer games to find a pick he's found more success on.
And it changes how Dignitas will want to operate in this incoming team fights, right? As you called before, you wanted to see maybe, oh man, if Victor and Nazir would slap right now. But the fact that he's on LeBlanc means that he gets flank pressure. He gets to look for assassination potential on Stixay or Huhi before a fight. We know what happens when a LeBlanc hits level 16 and you distortion over the wall and suddenly you don't have a support anymore.
Yeah. Changes the dynamic of the game for sure. This is the issue though. Let's see if Golden Guardians can go for a dive.
Spawn
no.
Chunk down.
Success. Success.
Look at that, Jet.
He's alive.
Improvement. We're seeing growth from the side of Dignitas as Spawn and Ignar are able to survive under the bot lane turret pressure. Even River was in the area making sure that they could follow it up, but not enough health chunked off of the 80 carry. No sums burned either. Spawn and Ignar are just riding this one out so far.
All good, all good. Really tense game, and thinking about the way Dignitas has made it here, they've actually had a couple games where it looked like they were in a winning condition. So they've had decent early games. Santorin has been able to pick up a lot of first bloods. Armut has been able to get some early advantages. It's about the cohesion as a team.
Yeah.
So there's still a lot that we have left to track in this game, and currently Spawn and Ignar are kind of stuck on their turret, so it makes this Rift Herald very difficult to contest. No one is going to be able to move up and help, and I think River will be able to take it.
It's not like the best situation, the best turnaround for Dignitas, but I think we can at least say that it is improvement from what this squad wants to see. Yes, they cede control of this Rift Herald, but Santorin has been clearly dedicating a lot more of his time and his resources into protecting his lanes rather than trying to proactively look and fish for every single objective. They got the first dragon, so it's not completely a net negative. So, I mean, so far, we already know Santorin has been great in the early games, and it just comes mid-game where they feel like they don't know what to do, how to be proactive and take that lead over. But with a little bit of extra scaling on their side, I mean, they don't necessarily have to press them.
Yeah, and I do also wonder if there's a little bit of unconscious bias against Dignitas if you're Golden Guardians, thinking like, it is a super week, they won yesterday, they're playing 100 Thieves. Even in our conversations yesterday, it was kind of like, oh, you got to beat 100 Thieves to go 3-0. Like, this game was already over.
That's right.
But that's what you call a trap game, right? That's what FlyQuest ran into today, I think, a little bit against TSM, where you're just not mentally getting up for the game because so many teams have beaten Dignitas before. Like, do they pull out the Lee Sin against other teams?
That's right.
And Is it going to be good or bad? We'll still have to see. But this game is very close and very competitive currently.
River is set up on the bottom side of the map. I don't think he's been spotted since he has been hugging the walls inside. He's the only one that shows himself traversing through the river. But they don't know for sure as River decides that there's nothing to be found, whereas Jensen could look for a dive with Armand onto Licorice.
Oh, yeah.
Dragon's Rage not even gonna be enough. That's first blood over to the Fed LeBlanc, and Dignitas Spawn is gonna clip on a kill as well. Hui was caught out by Santorin.
Yeah, and there's just no coordination from Golden Guardians at the moment. Kill and 2 plates over for Jensen, and a teleport needs to be burned just to defend. So just Hui completely in the river, not expecting the play to happen. It's Dignitas who is on the ball at the moment, and getting that kill onto the 2 most important players in the game is huge.
Dignitas already with a bounce back of a lead. The last time that we saw a great lead like this from Dignitas, I want to say it was week 2 against Immortals. And unfortunately for them, Immortals was able to kind of wait out and stall out to the point where they found their way back in. But Dignitas, if they can capitalize, if they can grow and improve and learn from all the games that they have played so far in the spring split and build upon, I mean, this is a way to bounce back in a super week.
Yeah, there is an element of playing the long game. I've spoken with Dignitas' GM, and he said he's trying not to overreact off of early spring results, and it's definitely about scaling up towards summer, but that's a long ways away. This was just a perfect dive. They get the stun before the kick is able to block anything realistic, and then also getting the kill over the Blanc I think is important. And here, like, Hui is just killing a control ward. He was kind of gambling that Sejuani would be shadowing there. The recall completes though, Dignitas calls the bluff, and it actually is just Anami alone in the river.
Almost unfortunate for Golden Guardians that the timing of Santorin being in the area did not come until after River had completed the recall. But for Dignitas, they're going to take any chance that they can get. And because Jensen was already calmed by Golden Guardians that he was coming towards the top side of the area, Licorice has to back off, giving more pressure over to Armut. Spawn and Ignar are now left to fend for themselves under the tower. Gory is in the area as well, but Santorin alone is going to allow Dignitas' bot lane to still survive amidst the pressure.
Just trying to get gold onto a win condition. Oh, they're going for 6A.
They're flashing on a 6A. 6A still has a flash to work with. I hope this isn't too far forward for Santorin. Wild growth from Ignar keeps him alive. 6A calls him backwards, but the pick shield is going to keep him alive for now. Spawn tries to flash away. Pervert stuns him up, and now 6A is unleashed. The bubble is what clips him in the end. And just like that, Golden Guardians fire right on back.
Disaster for Dignitas in the bottom lane. Santorin just had the trigger pull, gets just yoinked all the way into the Golden Guardians team. And then Spawn also ends up burning both summoner spells, trying to follow.
I'm not gonna lie, chat. I don't know what they saw. Maybe they just were very optimistic about the damage that they were gonna be able to provide. But 6A still had a flash available. He distanced himself so far away from Spawn and Ignar that they felt like they had to follow up. And that leads to Golden Guardians being able to reap the benefits of what seems more of a given play rather than an earned play.
Yeah, I'll have to see it again. It feels like a lack of synergy. The Gale Force was completed for the Lucian here. The Rift Herald crashes. It is just a 3v3, so they can see River killing that ward, and he just goes, but Flash Gale Force pulls him all the way in. They don't have the item advantage. I do not like that engage by Santorin, and it equalizes the gold for Golden Guardians, and Stixay being able to flash for that kill is very big.
Yep. Almost seems counterintuitive to be able to deflect all that much, and then to think, okay, well now we take the fight. It's like, what? Aren't you guys cool with just riding out the wave? But
I mean, look at top lane.
Yeah. Armut smashing with Jensen.
Yeah, Sunderer completed. Your LeBlanc has a kill. Their turret is no longer under threat. But you can also understand it, like, you're 0-7, you in this mindset that you got to make plays happen.
Sure.
Who knows if he's been able to stay off social media, but I heard Sven talking on the dive like, oh yeah, Santorin, he's not the type of jungler for this team. Like, they need a jungler to go crazy like Boogie does for TSM. He was good if his lanes were winning, etc., etc.
Sure.
Sometimes that can put you in a mindset that you have to make something happen, but clearly that was not the time to make something happen.
And for Golden Guardians, I mean, for them, they haven't necessarily been the most proactive in the early game so far, but I mean, they'll take any opportunity that they can get, even if it's given. Right now, Rivers, 6 and Huki are set up to counteract against this Rift Herald, but Armut is going to get the first collapse.
Yeah.
I think Dignitas should be able to secure this, but it's still 6,000 HP. All 5 members from Dig are here. Licorice isn't, and yet Golden Guardians are still wanting to go forward. Spawn gets taken out by Corey. Santorin forced to go over the wall. 1,000 HP on the Rift Herald. Santorin can't even contest it. Golden Guardians. Licorice wasn't even there at the beginning of the fight, and they still won it.
They are able to kill Spawn at the start. That is the go button for the rest of the team. They have hit that Gale Force Imperial Mandate power spike, and they're going to be able to get a lockdown with that Rift Herald.
Crashing it into the mid wave, it's going to break open the map for Golden Guardians. And as we talked about before, the skirmishing potential of Sejuani comboed either with the Lee Sin or with the Akali Hell. Now you have a very fed and online Lucian, 2-0 and 2 for Stixxay. This jungle no longer belongs to Dignitas.
Yeah, and now it's just so important that Armut is able to get out of lane and be that front line. Otherwise, you're going to see Stixxay and Huhi able to make very menacing approaches to fights. Just popping that Nami E on him and letting him Gale Force to basically apply the slow from the Nami E and then combo the rest of the culling. Let's watch how that happens here. Like, it's just pop, pop. There goes 30% of Jensen's health, and River is just like an assassin right there. Over the wall, as Spawn is trapped in the animation trying to zap over it. And then Gory also had his E on him, so just everything thrown at Spawn right away. And by this point, the fight is over. Santorin's trapped in the pit. 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, the confidence from Golden Guardians knowing that Spawn didn't have flash from the prior fight in the bot lane before meant that River said, if I connect on this Glacial Prison, everyone goes in. And it's just that simple for Golden Guardians. Now 2,000 gold ahead.
Sneaky. Hi!
Hello! Licorice thankfully can always dash to a minion or, well, actually he doesn't ward anymore, but I want to pivot this conversation now to Dignitas being somewhat slowed in their Zeri scaling department. Jensen still is pretty significantly ahead.
Yeah.
How does Dignitas now manufacture a comeback lead with Jensen as the spear point?
It is hard, because I think in order for LeBlanc to have success, they need to be able to push one of the side lanes and get him over there. So like if Jensen can actually, let's say he can push Akali in here, he could like make an entrance through the jungle.
Sure.
So the next dragon fight, you know, he can get him behind the Lucian and maybe like make something happen. But currently, they don't necessarily have like many things pushed here. So if all Golden Guardians does is just like set up in the river in my amazing art here, then it's just Jensen can't make an entrance. So they need to find a way to get pushed somewhere. They probably need to use Jax to do that because of his advantage, and then Jensen can kind of shadow behind it, and that's maybe a way they make a play.
You would have to do it off a time where the top wave is massively shoved and then immediately book Arma towards the bottom side of the map in preparation. So it looks like they're doing the groundwork so far, at least getting topside control, but the Dragon's about to spawn in 10 seconds. Dignitas are nowhere near.
Yeah.
So that says to me that they're just completely forfeiting control.
Possibly, and I realize I used a lot of words to basically just say, play through Jax. Because...
You know what? That is a caster skill right there.
Yeah, play through Jax. Is Jax here? We're not playing here. Golden Guardians gets the train.
Well, as you said, they're going to still continue playing and put faith into Armut's Jax with the lead that Jensen has invested in so far. Licorice is the only one defending. At least it gives jungle control. And with Baron spawning in the next minute, could they get crazy? Could they just look for Baron as a way to pressure and force Golden Guardians into them?
Probably not. LeBlanc is too slow at Baron. Zeri doesn't necessarily have the items yet. Jax is okay, but I just think their Baron is too slow at the moment. But they could still try and get a pick there. Like if they get 2 or 3 kills, then just because it's going to be 20 minutes, that's a way to turn the game. And that's really just Santorin finding the correct angle, if it even presents itself, since Golden Guardians is ahead.
Yeah. Still slow and steady for the side of Dignitas, whereas Golden Guardians feeling very, very grateful for the way that the lead has pandered around, but also just being super decisive. Wow, the Glacial Prison still connected! Oh no, Jensen gets cooled down by Stixxay, and Golden Guardians going to continue pushing this lead. This tower is also gone.
Man, that first pick Sejuani, River is on point, 100% kill participation between him and Stixxay Huhi. This win streak has really been super powered by the Golden Guardians bottom lane. Huhi's one player of the game, Stixxay's one player of the games. They're nearly perfect this game so far, and they have the power, right? They got the Gale Force Imperial Mandate, they also have the Quick Blade, so he is just firing on all cylinders.
And it's just awesome to see the confidence level from Stixxay and Huhi really just surge out of nowhere. I think during the first week, there's a time where Stixxay and Huhi were the ones feeling the pressure of the stronger bot lanes in the league, but they bounced back with such great ferocity. Stixxay usually picking up a solo kill, even if it didn't happen 2v2 isolated this game, they capitalized on what Dignitas gave them, and they have just run away with the ball so far.
And if they win this game, because of the FlyQuest loss, Golden Guardians would have the largest active win streak in the LCS.
Oh, shit.
4 games win streak would be the most. Currently, them and EG are both on a 3-game win streak. So, just goes to speak about how well their turnaround has gone.
There he is. Oh. The scary 4-rider. You don't want to mess with River at this point of the game. Radiant Virtue already completed. Extremely tanky. As soon as they throw out that Glacial Prison, a lot of team fight power with the healing, as they are just setting up complete control as Gory wants to go for the solo kill. Oh my god, he still has...
星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくたって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの勝負声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見え
We got to keep this place clean, Mark.
who caused the spill that needed that?
It wasn't me.
There's some lore there? Okay.
Yeah, probably you.
Not me. Anyways, welcome to the waiting room. As you've noticed, Freak is here.
Hello, I'm back. I lasted a month. No, it's not true.
They sent you back.
Like, this is too bad.
So for anyone who might have missed the off-season news, why don't you catch everyone up with where you've been, what you've been working on?
I don't cast anymore. I'm a game designer on the 7 of Rift team. 7 of Rift team is one that handles, everyone knows it's like the balance, preseason updates. We take a lot of mid-scopes on and stuff as well. So it's overall live balance changes, whether that's actual balance or any kind of sort of reshape and stuff.
Yeah, you've also made a bunch of like YouTube videos about a lot of the balance changes.
Yeah.
And there's like probably a non-zero sum of people that think you were responsible for the balance of League of Legends.
Oh,
you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm part of a team, right? So I don't think there's a single thing I put into the game that did not have like 5 other people touch it in a meaningful way. So it's either like someone else has the project goal of like, we should raise 80 carry satisfaction. Like that was there before I joined the team. And then we do our planning of like, who's gonna take what work. And I'm like, oh, I wanna do that. And then I have like version 1 of the changes when it's like 80% of that you should cut instantly. And then 20% of that, let's iterate on. And here's another thing that like, I think you should do. And I'm like, that's a good idea. And so even in stuff where it's like, oh, it's like my project is like 30% me, 70% the team.
Yeah.
And then some stuff where it's like 0% me and just it's just their thing, right? But everything is going to be always very collaborative. Well, you know, someone starts to change, we tend to agree. Someone sets direction, we kind of figure out details from there. So yeah, all of it is very collaborative. Though certainly I'm involved, right? I'm a non-zero portion of the team, so I've had an impact, which is cool.
What's been the most fulfilling part of the work so far? Making that transition.
Player reactions. So like initially it was like, oh, I got you to do stuff like right away. That's really cool. And then it's like the number of players have been like, oh, I've really enjoyed playing AD carry now since I can buy IE second. Like all I've really done is like, you can buy IE second now. And they're like, I love it. And I'm like, all right, great. But you know, seeing like I buffed a bunch of Nautilus and Alistair AP ratios, and people were like okay with them. They got whittled back. There was more Graf Nautilus buffs earlier, and they're like, that's a bit much. And it's like Nautilus tops pick rate like tripled for the first day of the patch, and it was like, okay, it's not actually good, but like people tried it. I was like, wow, it's cool. I'm like getting players to like try things out or have fun with it. I played some normal games last week, and my mid laner was like, I'm playing AP Thresh mid. And he was against New Aurelion Soul. And then I was like, that's
Is that a winning matchup?
Wow.
Yeah, he actually won lane, then we just lost because everyone else lost.
But that sounds right to me.
But then I invited him back because like, oh, it was kind of fun to play with. He just played AP or Con mid. I'm like,
nice.
Oh, that's all the things I buffed. That's cute. So it's really fun, like seeing like actual like human beings get to like play with the things I changed. Like, oh, it's really, really cool. Like they had a new experience because of like stuff that I got to have a hand in.
With going, because obviously you've always had an opinion about games, not just League of Legends, but like you play a lot of games, you're very into games.
Yeah.
Has there been anything that surprised you on the other side in terms of like the complexity, even though obviously as a caster you're like aware of it, but have you been made more aware of like, oh, there are all of these external factors?
Sure, yeah. Like we don't have like full-time VFX art because 90% of our work doesn't have new visual effects or new sound effects or new animations or new models, whatever, which means we don't have just like a dude doing nothing for like 3 weeks and it's like, oh, we changed a particle and like has work to do again. So for example, August is working on a like slightly reshaped ult for Kale, which is gonna like change the timing and the radius and stuff. And it's like, okay, well, we need to then like get VFX from somewhere else at Riot. It's like, hey, don't do your regular job for a couple of days, like come do this. And like, that we have to find time for that, right? So any of that kind of work just like has to then be prioritized against someone who like normally has regular stuff going on. So some amount of like internally like, okay, what should I or should I not do based on what's available? Okay, like when will we get resources? Or just the fact that like I have to learn the tools, and it's like if I want to like make Azir have a new ultimate, I have to learn how to actually make a new Azir ultimate, and like I don't know how to do that. So like that's part of it, right? And I actually personally feel like I worked better under constraints because then I just like, okay, I can work with like these 17 things out of these 700 things. It actually makes it a lot easier for me to like get stuff done and like work towards a goal. But yeah, just the amount of like, oh, resources are really important actually. And like this is just, it's very important that like, how much does your stuff touch?
Yeah, that's where like old designers are really OP because they can mock up things with temp particles so fast.
Yeah.
But at least when I was on the team, it's like it was so hard for me to be like, oh yeah, I want to have blue buff get bigger. And that took me like 6 hours to figure out.
Like, Chad, you just go in there and you find Control F size.
It's so proprietary, like the way you do things. But then you have someone like August who like just post to TikTok because he made Nautilus have 7 hooks and it took him like a minute.
And it teleported in.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so let's start honing in a little bit on some of the things that you have worked on recently. For example, the patch that just came out. What were some of the goals that like your team had with this one, and then why do you love bot lane so much?
Yeah, I mean, so what's interesting is certainly, yes, I do love bot lane a lot. But so a lot of this year, right, it was, some of the directive was like, hey, we're like ranged only in support right now. And so the first half of the patch, which is like 3 weeks ago for me at this point, was like investigating, okay, what's actually happening? What's really getting played? What are the counters supposed to be? Looking at like, hey, where is damage now compared to where it was pre-durability update? And just like sort of figuring things out. And so that was a lot of investigation of sort of like what I thought the shape should be, and then it was like, okay, start putting together a change list of like what we should buff, what we shouldn't buff. Like I had a Pantheon pitch that when we like pulled from the patch, I had a worse Braum list that was like, here's some health regen. Like that's boring, pick a different list. I'm like, okay, W, way cooler, good job. So I like almost all these had like pretty significant changes to them and whatnot. And so, you know, a bit of like what I thought was intuitively going to be good, what wasn't going to work, and just like kind of throwing paint at the wall and seeing what stuck. Where it's like, hey, I want to buff Thresh. Thresh is nerfed, by the way. I want to buff Alistair. Alistair's nerfed, by the way. And it's like, okay, you know, Pyke and Nautilus all-ins and Alistair all-ins and him able to like withstand getting poked in lane. Like these should, through various means, like, oh, these should be able to work against like Varus support or whatever, where they have no disengage tool. It's not like you have a Karma Shield or a Lulu Whimsy. It's like, if you jump on Ashe Caitlyn bot lane, what does Ashe do but die? Like she has nothing to get away except burn flash. It's like, well, if it just takes one more Hex Flash Headbutt Pulverize to kill her, Alistair's a counterpick now, right? Like, and in my world, there's probably supposed to be some mild rock, paper, scissors of like, if you have no safety tools, you should probably lose to engage tanks. If you have really, really good safety tools, if you can't beat tanks, why does your champion exist? And then, right, and like that can go in a circle a little bit. So that was kind of the hope of like, let's buff the like more aggressive tanks for the most part, and his Braum was kind of weak. And then being opportunistic about like what I thought was going to make character more interesting and whatnot. It's like Rakan actually has more healing, less damage, but like should overall make him like a more fun, stronger character, like a healthier character. So, and then people were okay enough with eventually the changes that like we shipped them, and there's follow up on Alistair and Thresh because they ended up getting nerfed for most people.
Yeah, what were the lists that ended up being nerfs?
So I mean, Alistair ended up because I cut his teammate healing. I'm like, hey, this guy like. Radiant Virtue, the passive, is like probably a bit too strong, but like if I have his AP ratios, like he might go Shurelya's, but like stat shards will feel better, and just Relic Shield's AP itself, he'll do more damage. So, like he gets like 4 more damage via some AP ratio buffs. Like that's not a lot, but whatever. But his self heal will be like way higher.
Yeah.
And it's like 40% up. Yeah. So like Alistair like has to walk up and like slap a cannon minion, and he's gonna get hit by like an Ezreal Q and a Karma Q, and it's like, let's make this way better because he like isn't allowed to play League of Legends. And then like I lowered his teammate heal because I thought it was gonna be too much. And I'm like, nope, teammate heal is actually really, really important. So I was just getting buffed back next patch. And you know, maybe we'll see him some more. I know like Showmaker's playing AP Alistair mid. I don't think it's actually good. I don't think it's actually very strong.
I love W auto procs, baby.
Yeah, no, that's never going back into the game. W auto has literally 0 counterplay. I point and click before it damage. She was not
my favorite kind of game.
That was a season 3.
Yeah.
Season 4 permabanned Alistair at Worlds. When
Season 4 Trinity Force top lane Alistair. Some did Triforce Sheen. Or Triforce Shiv rather was the greedy version of the build. Yeah, so Thresh was the same boat where like I saw Corja Day play it yesterday and he maxed W first, which is what actually all the good Threshes do. Right. And like W max is the least cool version of Thresh, so I'm just gonna nerf W max and like buff Q and E max. So it's like way cool as a champion, and he can be a damage champion. But people also W max, which got nerfed, so he lost win rate. I'm like, okay, let's do a better version of this. So yeah, some of the stuff was like, okay, I was trying to be really opportunistic towards like, I think this makes the character more fun. It makes them match their identity. It makes them cool characters. Lantern Bot is not the best version of Thresh. It's the everything should be Thresh. So let's move that around. So there's more stuff in 13.4 doing that. It's like, okay, well, for WMAX it was a nerf and he lost win rate. So, okay, we go again, round 2. And just like, there was a double the changeless version of Thresh that was like, this is just getting too chaotic, cut this down. So just figuring all that out, right, and getting feedback on it.
For bot lane specifically, obviously, I'm a fan of engaged supports. As you already know, we've had conversations about this. How much thought goes into like where the importance on bot prio is coming from, right? Because I feel like we even went back, and I know Jap brought it up in talking to Vulcan about like why suddenly 2v2s were everything. Part of it is the AD carry changes that went through earlier, but then a lot of it is all these other things in game, like going all the way back to the fact you can't really lane swap anymore, to the way Unleashed Teleport works now. So how much of that goes into looking at, okay, I want to buff, you know, engage supports beyond the actual like 2v2 laning process?
Yeah, it's interesting. So there's a lot that's going on there, of course. So like, hey, Unleash Teleport not existing means that you can't just like bail out the people who are losing to Caitlyn's Lux because Malphite TP's bot lane at 6 and just double kills them. That's probably better for the game, right? I think top laners are happier where their lane is not just like, oh, I beat Malphite, oh, he double killed my bot lane. I got a turret plate, right? Like, this is not compelling, right? You just feel bad. So it's like, oh, my purpose to exist is to gank bot lane with teleport is like not what top laners want on average, right? Shen exists, and that's great. Go be Shen, right? But like, that's more opt-in, and then that's fine. Early Dragons got buffed because action was way down and teams were just doing nothing. And like, we were just watching some LCK games before the games, and it's like, in both games, one of them had 2 kills before Baron spawned, and one had 2 kills by 13 minutes. And it's like, teams aren't fighting over things very much. It's like, okay, well, Drake is powerful, fight over Drake, and First Herald like has more gold on it, fight over this, right? So early priority has just meant a lot more for pro. Like people have specifically made changes to make that the case. And if it's hard to bail them out, okay, well, now just lane prio means everything. But also junglers just can't bot lane right now. And of course, the current tuning of jungle is like very gank heavy. So your goal as a jungler, your role as a jungler is do 3 camps, show up bot lane, do the same camps that part on the map, just ignore your top side, gank bot again. And it's like, okay, it's a little bit too much of a clown card down there, probably. So like, we're discussing, like, hey, you know, what kind of things can junglers do in the early game that are going to be compelling and fun and not just camping bot lane? Can we make bot lane safer overall? Like, and it's just like ideas, right? But yeah, it's a bit too fiesty down there in really high elo. Like, that would be nice to whittle that down. Certainly with the AD carry changes from 13-2, the role is very, very strong. Like, the fact that there's a 2-on-2 lane in the first place, it's really hard for me to figure out, like, can League ever not have bot lane be the most important single lane? Like, how good do mids have to be as strong as an AD carry and a support together?
Yeah.
Like, an unacceptable level, maybe, right? So, there's some amount of this, like, it's just always going to be true.
Yeah, there's an old Core JJ quote I don't know if I've told you about. He's like, ganking top is 300 gold. Ganking bot is Nexus.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like literally double the gold value, and plus you have people there to like go take a Drake afterwards and whatnot. So it's like, that's just, I don't know, it's a hard solve, right? But like, those are the things that exist, right? And they have to be kept in balance where like, people have to feel good about the champions, and there needs to be action for pro. It's like important overall. There's something to fight for, and it's a lot that you have to kind of keep in mind. And I don't know the exact right answer, right? But like, we're certainly aware that like jungle is a very gank heavy role right now, probably more so than people want it to be. And bot lane as a whole is probably a bit overpowered.
Yeah. A quick one that I have for you is mostly around, because a lot of those are buffed towards those melee support champions. But we did see one nerf towards range supports, which is specifically the Umbral Glaive nerf that got hit. So like, more so talking about the ease of, or at least like, when do you choose to and what do you choose to end up landing nerfs? Because with these, you see a large sweeping buffs toward those other champions, but it feels like you guys are taking a much more intricate approach to nerfing those range supports that were taking over the meta.
Yeah, it's going to come down to sort of humans making decisions. Like, I think realistically, if in 13.3, I was like, actually, we should also nerf Spell Thieves and Spectre Cycle and all this stuff. Like, and I was like, my findings are that we need to give more regen to melee supports and less mana regen to range supports. Then it was like, okay, cool, and you know, you get by and you go on. And 13.4 actually has that exact change for a designer, who just like went for round 2 on this one, basically.
Sounds good.
And yeah, it's like, hey, if I did maybe a better job investigating or something, but you know, the way I did it was like, well, Nautilus has a lower cooldown and a higher shield on W, which is functionally regen when he goes to last hit. Alistair Pass literally heals him more than it did before, which is just functionally more regen, right?
Yeah.
My initial prompt was like, he literally has more base health regen and more level 1 health. And now it's like, well, your W has more armor on it. So it's like, well, I kind of like gave a bunch of tank supports more regen early game. Rakan Q heals him more, right? Like, so like all those actually existed. Like I did changes in that direction, but I just did them in champion kits. Maybe the better choice was actually buff Relic Shield and buff those items. Maybe it was the better version. You know, we'll see what that pans out to be in 13.4. But like, yeah, it's identifying like what this should look like, you know, how sustaining should they be, because they have too much regen, there's just no point in doing anything.
Yeah.
And they just like, well, it doesn't matter, I'll run out of mana, you know, like you can go too far, right? And so yeah, it's up to sort of a person deciding like, hey, here's what I think is good, or if they want to like ask the designers for opinions, hey, what do you think is, you know, breaking here, right? You just get opinions and get people to kind of share what they think is like the most like pressing factors, right?
Yeah.
And then, you know, you get sign off and you okay, and you get through playtest and you get through any kind of validation, and then okay, it goes live and you see what happens. You go again later. And so yeah, it's really individually driven on like, you know, the amount of opinions you want to collect and then figuring out what you think the right tactics are.
Okay, so we talked a lot about bot lane.
True.
Other things happen.
Bot lane dominant.
For example, for pro play, Cassante ate some nerfs. What was kind of the thinking going into those?
So I didn't either suggest or ship the Cassante, so I can't speak entirely to Ezra's like POV. My recollection in conversation with him was like, hey, he's probably like way too tanky during our still. Like, it's meant to be like that, hey, I shed half my health bar, I shed my bonus resist, and I convert it to AD, but like, you should be able to kill me. And he feels like, I look at these games and I'm like, I feel like he's not actually killable.
The Omnivamp just keeps keeping
so he just like, he kind of just like keeps getting top back up. I'm actually a really big fan of like tap W being weaker. Like, I think that makes a lot of sense. But again, there's only so much like I have really obvious insight into. Like, I'm not watching over everyone, right? So I like the direction of these changes. I think the scaling health growth thing is just like, well, okay, we can soften the blow a little bit in lower elos. Like right now, he's really MMR skewed. Some of that is challenger players play more League than bronze players. So they've got more practice than bronze players do. So like, every new champ is going to have that skew to a certain degree, unless their kit is really skewed as well. You look at Aphelios in modern day, he's very flat across MMRs. Because at a certain point, if you're an Aphelios player, whether you're bronze or gold or diamond or whatever, you've got your Aphelios games and you're just like at your, kind of whatever your Western win rate is. But someone like Azir is actually still has that skew. Like his kit is just really skewed. And Cassante, like, I don't personally know what world he's in. Someone might have a different opinion than me, and they're like, oh, he's this way or he's that way or whatever. I don't know. I don't have insight. But again, I think they were smart changes in terms of like locking down people less, which seemed good.
Cool. So we're actually going to move ahead to some of the stuff that's been going on. Have you been keeping up with the LCS, or are you just like turbo into patch?
No, I've been keeping up a bit. What's nice is I'm allowed to be biased finally.
Oh, there you go.
Before,
True.
I had to root for LCS teams, as an representative. Now I just be a fan of the best team in League of Legends, which thankfully is an LCS team still. It's kind of nice to just get to, rep, just actually be fans of who I want to be fans of.
You have Cloud9 shoes on.
I also have Cloud9 shoes on, so I'm a
hedging your bets.
Okay,
yeah, he's hedging.
All right, just in case.
You got 1-2 in the standings.
Oh, 1-2 in the standings. Wow, who could have seen that coming?
Thinking emoji.
Yeah.
Team, send your merch.
Yeah, I still have my Dignitas hoodie in the back of the closet, just in case. Just in case.
With the round robin too.
You never know.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at some of the games from yesterday. If people missed them, it's the start of Super Week, Wednesday.
Yeah.
If you did not watch them back at home, we'll go through them now, all the games, and we'll get Freak's opinion on them as well. Did you watch any of these yesterday? Or?
A good amount. I saw Dignitas through a 3,500 gold lead to Cloud9. That was rough.
This is game 1, the 100 Thieves vs. EG game.
This one I think I missed.
So this one was pretty, probably the game of the day. EG had upwards of a 10,000 gold lead, but then Jinx Azir got 6 items, and then this is how it ended.
Oh, you'll love this.
Yeah.
This is a disaster.
Oh, this is a good
the
one.
front door.
Oh,
I mean, Erickson, you can hold, right?
I saw the you get Baron, we get Nexus.
You can stop this, right?
Yeah, and then he was such one, just like, I want to be here.
Just defend the Nexus Azir.
Yeah, nice shuffle. I mean, he tried to
Don't
live.
worry, I'll
He TP'd to a turret?
Look.
I mean, where else are you going to TP?
I don't know.
Everything's
Maybe
gone.
because of a ward. I mean, it's doomed no matter what.
Yeah, Bjergsen, if he had a ward, he should have placed it.
That's hilarious.
At that stage in the game, you don't have a ward.
Hey, they're trying to make the comeback happen.
Unsurprising, another sub 30-minute fly quest win. No one's. We got Rakan though.
I was gonna say Zyra.
We got Zyra Rakan. Yeah, I look at every single post-match thread in the morning on Reddit, and I'm like, what did they play in the LCK? What did they play in the I'm like, we got Rakan, we got Nautilus, let's go. We got Corjay Thresh. Like,
are there alarms like in the back of your mind where you're starting to see Zyra Rakan and Kai'Sa Nautilus a little bit?
Like, I really I don't want pure tank meta. I would. Even more don't want pure range meta.
I agree with that.
I think if you play only one role, I would rather have pure melee, but like I really, really want a good mix.
Yes.
And in solo queue mix is pretty good. In pro, again, I want like about half tank, half range.
I did like this game from Immortals. They lost it, but it was scrappier in the early game.
Is that what you liked about it?
What? That they put up a decent fight versus FlyQuest?
There we go.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Not the specific play. I was just saying that like this game overall, for a loss against FlyQuest for Immortals, which was anticipated, I thought they had a decent showing in the early game, which I did appreciate.
This one surprised everyone but
Here's your
Raz,
first
who predicted
Annie
COD.
support sighting, too.
And my prediction wasn't even a convincing one. I said it was week 4, week 5, and I think there's going to be an upset that's
Man, this was a game-winning hook by CoreJJ, but then the Gnar just decides to not kill Aurelia.
Everyone
goes and chases.
Look.
Don't clap.
Typical Summit behavior.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be clear, right? At least had a really rough season.
Yeah.
It's been up and down. The Annie,
mostly down.
The Annie changes. How are those? What you guys wanted, basically?
Yeah, she's really strong. I think it's probably okay that Annie is overall kind of strong. I know that the guy who did the Annie update, Ray, is like, Annie sighted. Now he's here in mid now as well. And he's just
every time.
She was played in LCK.
I know.
This was hotfix nerfed as well, so it is.
Yeah, this is a sucker patch. Yeah, she's like relatively strong. She's gonna have really high winner in solo queue because turns out if her a lot of her good or bad check is are you in range of me? Are you not in range of me?
Yeah.
And the top 8 most played champs in solo queue are all melee, so it turns out they're in range of her. And Tibbers and Incinerate go through wind wall, so she's like, yeah, we're pretty happy with this one. So she's gonna have like probably a baseline really high solo queue win rate, and that's fine. I mean, long term, if she ends up being 100% pick ban and pro, like she's too strong then. But hopefully, like she's a healthy addition to the game. I think she's a cool champion.
And everybody on Dig is dead.
Yeah, this is the game you were talking about, Freak.
They had a decent lead before this.
Yes, the early game was nice.
It was one of their best so far. They had the possible momentum, but then got away from them in this like really scrappy mid fight that was going down.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought it was cool to see Ignar bring out the Nautilus.
Yeah.
Like
He's back,
obviously,
baby.
he's always going to be more comfortable on engaged supports anyway. That's kind of what we're expecting of him. But we already had some Nautilus sightings previously, and I think, to your point, we'll be seeing him more in pros.
Yeah, he's like the number 10 pro support before the changes. At least last I looked at the data, so it's like.
I mean, you're never going to get the LPL to give up Nautilus.
Yeah, that's fine.
No matter how bad he is.
True.
Ming's hoping, you know.
Yeah.
Just get off Enchantress finally.
Final game of the day was TSM versus Golden Guardians. It was a Golden
really
Guardians
good.
win.
They're looking really good, Golden Guardians in particular. And Gory, the fact that he's able to play as well as he is with such little practice time with the team too. This was the play, I think, where he gets like a 3-man Yone ulti.
Yeah, this was sick. I gotta give heads up to Stixay as well. He's been playing very good.
Yeah.
80 carry centric meta, which in the pro, it's like if